There we go. Not a mic working. Not gonna lie, I had to get some quick eats before the sticker before the stream. That's why we late. Every time I go and get something to eat, I gotta like the stream just start like 2 minutes late, and that's okay. So if you hear me munching, do not question it. Let a nigga rock. My little Uzi Vert shit. So Clef, what's up, Miguel? We're gonna get into some fun topics today. First, we're gonna look at the Dean Vaal teaser. My chair feels so low. Then we're gonna get into some ordeal takes that I seen on the Discord that were on a TikTok. We're gonna get into some of that, and then we're gonna look at these comments, man. In that order. But first, let me munch a little bit. Like, I kid you not, I had 2 ice cream sandwiches for breakfast. Not a well-balanced meal. Not a well-balanced meal at all. Oh, and there was this spicy jalapeno ranch. What's up, Da Vinci? This spicy jalapeno ranch at my job. Well, I guess it was just jalapeno ranch. That shit was fire. He said, meanwhile, I have more sandwiches right now. Well, you ain't taking a lot of calories, gang. But they homemade, so they're probably like half of what they would be at a regular store. You know what I mean? Once you purchase them. Well, knowing you probably whip that shit up in the kitchen. You bulking, bro? Like, what's up with all this intake? I came back after a minute to hear Jay having ice cream sandwiches for breakfast, fulfilling childhood dreams. Man, oh man. It was actually one time, years ago on my birthday, I got this cake. The cake was weird. I would never get a cake like that again. But like, I had like some of that cake for breakfast, and I was probably like 13 or 14. There was like genuinely nothing stopping me from doing that. So I also bought those ice cream sandwiches myself. So they put a little fry inside the nuggets. Nigga said I'm just hungry. Oh look, it's Star. Hello, young one. Hello, young one. This is the chaotic one, I think. And not the other one. The one that was getting fucking clowned earlier. On her what was that? That GIF I sent? It was shit. Of a Fairly Odd Parents one. She said, yes, it is I. Chaos. She sound like have you ever watched South Park? She sounded like Butters when he started turning evil that one episode. Or I should say that's how I imagine it. I don't know what she sounds like. It's a decent chicken wrap. I don't usually eat fries from like Wendy's. I usually get nuggets, so I get me either a Baconator or a Son of Baconator with a 6-piece nugget and a lemonade. But today I got me a cool little chicken wrap. I wonder if this wrap would be better with bacon. Is that too fat? I'm gonna title this part of the stream. I'm gonna title it Eat and Chat. Cause we just chatting right now. But you never really watched it. It's okay, it's not for you. Don't ever pick it up. I was watching South Park at like 10, 11, 12. That is just not the best influence sometimes, you know? Should have been watching Danny Phantom. Nigga had us watching Simpsons, Family Guy, South Park. I hated King of the Hill. I don't think my dad even watched it, so we actually didn't have that one. That's damn near it. Oh, you ever watch True Blood? What's up, Naomi? I tried to watch that a few years ago. What's up, Ice Bear Shinobi? Your name kind of fire. I'm gonna just call you Shinobi though. I tried watching the show True Blood a few years back, like probably like 2020, 2021. Once I realized they was genuinely smashing like on screen, I couldn't watch it. I was watching it on the TV in my room. I couldn't. My door would be open. I didn't feel like closing it. I was like, oh, okay, this is one of them shows. This is why my dad and my stepmom at the time was watching it. I understand it now. You niggas is freak leaks. Had to turn it off. Couldn't do it. Couldn't get through it. Ended up watching Shang-Chi instead. Shout out Shang-Chi, one of my favorite Marvel movies. He said, it sounds quite surprising. That's funny. You ever go to Wendy's, get you a I think this was pineapple mango lemonade, but you could also do a tangerine twist. And if they ever bring the blueberry pomegranate back, get that one as well. Delectable. Delectable meals. Very good taste. Speaking of shows and movies, I've been on like a movie watching spree lately. I think I'm gonna be on an anime spree for a little minute. I watched Kill Bill. I still have to watch the second one. I really haven't been in the mood to continue watching the second one. I watched the first Kill Bill. I was watching a decent amount of romantic comedies. I think it was like 3. I watched Friends with Benefits. I watched 50 First Dates. Okay, romantic comedy is not the best word. Maybe the chick flick. I watched, if you ever watched the movie Spanglish, I don't know what it is about like the third, how would you say that? The last third of that movie, I don't know what it is. It just felt so profound and like, I don't know, it made my the gears in my head turn. Like, I was like, how do I feel about this situation? Like, if I was in this, how would I feel about this? And since I review Ordeal, I be on my literary and analytical shit. So I'm thinking, damn, I really like the way they did this, and this. I might have to watch that part of the movie again. It was so good to me. I told my brother, I watched that movie. He was like, "Yes, bro." I was like, "Oh shit, we're related. We actually are related. You feel this way about the movie too? Thank you. I feel so justified in my opinions right now. I love when my siblings agree with me. It feels amazing." What else did I watch though? A while back, I watched the Creed movies over again. I watched the Avatar movies over again. Mm, that might be it though. Oh wait, I watched Prey, that Predator movie. I watched I think it was called Predator to Kill a Predator or something like that, like the animated movies. That was pretty cool. Um, and then I think I'm missing one more. I think I'm missing one more. That was good eats. I needed that. Now I'm gonna have proper energy for the next like 7 hours we're gonna be here. Cause you know me, I yap and yammer, and we end up here for fucking an unnecessary amount of time. Could have summed it up in like 15 words. All right, my niggas. What's up, Mango? Shout out Mango with the membership. Let's get into this. Got my nigga Earn. We're gonna get to your comment, bro. I'm pretty sure I saw your comment. Either you last night or earlier today. We're gonna get into your comment. Just wait on me. All right. Is this on? Is that on? Y'all can hear the background music, right? No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, yeah, you can. Sorry, I thought that said Twitch and not YouTube. I'm still new to this streaming stuff. That's how Brent be acting. Quick 30-minute break before I start banging out this truck solo. Pause, but I actually know what you mean, so I'm not gonna fully pause it, but like definitely halfway pause. All right, so there's actually something I want to talk about with this specific. Y'all can see this, right? This specific creature right here. But before that, let's get into the full context of the of the art piece. So we have Vaal here, clearly grown up. I don't know how old he is. If I had to guess, like this is like an at least 18 design in my opinion. But he could honestly be like 18 to 21 here, like if I'm being real. We're probably gonna see a not a time skip, well, like a not a time skip, like a time jump, I guess, like a text that actually helps confirm like how long this is from the last one, but I'm not too sure. Moving on, then we have Dean. Oh, I should have read it. He says, "Impossible, you're alive." Dean. So, I don't know. This I'm not sure. It would be kind of interesting. No. It would have been kind of crazy if this was in the original location of their village, but it's not because of what is said later. So we got Dean here. Dean drawn partial shift, finally representing that design we actually saw Brent draw live, which is very nice to see. I know people thought Dean might be alive in current time in the story. I think he just fits a lot better as a past individual. I also think he might die in this fight, so like after this interaction. So, but I'll get into that in a little bit. Then we have Verdant Duel. A foolish boy whose hate I can smell. He found our stronghold. It appears he has slain every last one of my men and has waited on our return. I like the zoom in and blurring like this part. Very realistic. I like that. He survived only to spite you. This is no reunion, Vaal. You must kill him, for if you do not, he intends to kill us both on this mountain. Okay, and that's it, right? So, I'm gonna go back to this image. So, wait, I sent it last night, but I might have to leave the stream soon. Just wanted to say hi and might check out your thoughts on my comment once the full stream is done. Oh, feel free to, man. That's what it's for. So, go back to Dean. So, with Dean, again, I think he just fits better as a overall like past character. I don't. I'm not saying he doesn't have a place in like the present part of the story, but it's more so that it just feels odd to try and place him in the present, you know? Because then we're asking again, what has he been doing since basically this entire time, right? Where has he been? Why hasn't he like continually tried to face Vaal? Especially like during the era of Cain, right? And we know that 200 years prior, Vaal was stopped by the Codeheads. So, and I don't really think Dean would have been a part of that. And like, let's just say he wasn't and he was still alive. You have to wonder, like, why he didn't help. Like, especially considering what Verdun says. He says what? Yeah, he says he's survived only to spite you, right? I feel like this means that Dean knew or found out that Vaal had left with Verdun. I'm not really sure how he would find that information out. I think it's pretty easy to say, like, when Verdun is talking to Vaal at the end of that flashback, Dean is actually a lot closer by than we would initially think, right? Like, we might think he was still by the rice fields, but he actually might have like followed Vaal, right? It took him a little bit to like mentally prepare himself, but he probably followed Vaal there, which I feel makes sense, right? So he might have seen Vaal leave with Verdun, the same man who killed his family, right? And this kind of fits. This makes sense as to why Verdun thinks that Dean wants to kill Vaal and him, right? Because like, if we remove that, there's no real reason for Dean to want to fight Vaal or Verdun, right? Unless Dean is inherently working for like the current, what is it? The current kingdom, right? Which I'm not. This doesn't really indicate to it. It could, but I'm not really sure. Like, it doesn't feel exactly like that's the case, right? So this is for sure a Dean fight. Oh, it's my nigga Vishan. This is for sure a Dean versus Vaal fight. This is probably Vaal's first ever like big fight. This is the fight that sort of shows like, outside of him and Verdun, other Kimyos can really get like that. You know what I mean? I'm tripping. I don't really know how loud that's supposed to be. I'm gonna just let it rock. But yeah. What else do I want to add? I also think I think me and Naomi discussed that Dean is likely the character that Brent was referring to during the Otaku Fix interview, where he says he's gonna introduce a new character, but he didn't want to put that fight in the season because it ends in a death, and the season already had a lot of death. In my opinion, that was kind of like a pump fake, because the season didn't have as much death as I feel like he was kind of alluding to. It just feels like there could have been more. Wait, season 3 came out? You must mean season 4. What you mean? What you mean, gang? Season 3 been over since like January. So I do think it makes sense for Dean to be that like sort of new character that Brent wanted to introduce, especially because he streamed himself drawing him, noted it as a new character, right? This entire dialogue alludes to Vaal and Dean facing each other, and we know Vaal lives, so either Vaal doesn't kill Dean, um, and Dean fucks off somewhere, or Vaal does kill Dean, right? But I think this is the first fight that ever shows Vaal that like this Kimyo shit really get like that. Like people are actually strong. Like, you know, I feel like that's kind of a fair assessment, right? I'm not really sure if Dean's talent will have an inherent advantage over Vaal. You know what I mean? Like from the old image we saw, we know he has some sort of fire conjuration. This is very clearly shift related. So it should be some form of shift. His shift could be like so intense it does do fire conjuration. We also know he can kind of make things from his scales because he made that blade. Unless like the blade was somehow a part of his tail that he was activating separately, but he should have some form of like creation when it comes to the actual shift and like what the scales can make, which is pretty cool. I would like to see a full shift Dean by the fight's end, but I don't really need it personally. I would rather see Dean at his best in a form he is comfortable with, in a form like we'll see him more consistently or we can refer to more consistently, as opposed to trying to show off a fully draconic version of him, right? Especially if like it's somewhat implied that Dean didn't even train his talent to that higher extent to fully shift, or he did, but he just much rather fight like this, for a better advantage overall, and like kind of conserve that chi. You know what I mean? Kind of in a similar manner to how Tevin fights in Rhinohide as opposed to Lionhide, right? Like he's expressing more chi, but even the weaker aspects of his talent are very good and very strong and very capable, right? So I would prefer it like that. But if Brent does give him a full dragon sort of shift, that'd be cool because it confirms that dragon shifts do actually exist, right? Now I think that's all I wanted to look at in terms of those two. I don't think there's that much else to really say about like those two specifically. I think the only other question you can ask is like, what has Dean been doing up until this point? Outside of like training and developing his own skills, does he work for the crown? Was he adopted? Like was he still facing hardships? Like was he like traveling by himself? Or was he managing to like live on his own and live off of people that he just kept stealing from? Like I think that's the most you want to ask about him. And like how he fights, right? Vaal, we don't actually see his swords here, so I wonder if this is where we see the first time Vaal actually use a blade. I think every time we've seen Vaal fight, he has the blood-coated swords. We don't actually get a chance to see what the swords look like when he is first with Cain after that 40 years after they initially met, but I feel like it's highly likely that the blood of his blades is either coated in it somehow or somehow forged with it, right? It'd be relatively consistent with what we see later on. So I think, and since we don't actually see anything, there could be a blade like behind him, there could be one on his hip. It's unsure. Like I'm unsure. But this could be, Vaal's first time using a blade, but it also could be like we could also see Vaal's initial fighting style before he steps into bladed combat, which would also be very good, right? Especially for somebody like Dean, who we know should have a form of weapon. I think it's more of like a rapier type of sword, to combat, Vaal's potentially barehanded or newly developed bladed style would be very interesting to see, right? I also like that this version of Vaal also has like the fur coat that we see in season 1. I think he might have a fur design in season 2 as well, or season 3 as well. I don't remember. I'm not sure if it's white or red though. I can't remember. Now with Verdant Duel, I want to look at this creature right here. First off, this somewhat shows that large creatures like exist, like outside of the Oduzo clan's brother's dog, or dog form, I guess. Um, this is like the only other real creature we see oversized like this. Well, actually, that's not true. I think we did see like a dragon type of thing in season 2 with Jabari, and then we also saw whatever the hell that was in New York with Kofi and Sonya. I'm not sure what that shit was. It looked like one of those things from what is it called? From the Avengers movie with the Chitauri, if I'm being honest with you. But this is like I guess a second confirmation that these types of creatures can exist. They're just rare or hard to find, or they just be killing a whole bunch of people and only like Chemio, like strong enough chemios contain them, whatever. Now, the reason I want to look at this creature is because of his eyes. I think this can be a pretty decent indicator of what this creature actually does for Verdant Duel. Actually, let me read this comments real quick. Vaal is also in a similar fit he had when he found Kane. With Verdant Duel's statement, it could have been possible that he was weakened / killed in this fight, and Vaal ended up killing Dean. That's fair. He looks pretty weak here. He might not make it, bro. But this is like 1,000 years prior, so maybe I'm not. I don't think that math makes it so 1-to-1. Like Malhazar should still come after this. I think. Yeah. So. Yeah. It's what I missed. Just got on chat. I was eating before. You ain't really missed nothing. I'm not gonna lie. You ain't really missed nothing. We just starting, bro. What's up, Dragon King? I think his eyes plays into what he is used for by Verdant Duel, right? So of course you can see the hue is very similar to what we see in Verdant Duel's own eyes, and this is actually his version of Sybaris. Is that the canon name for it? Is it Sybaris? Is it called Cerberus at any other point? This is his snake. It's dead. I know people theorize that, like when the season was running when we first saw him. Brent confirmed this to me. Like this is actually his snake and it's dead. Like he told me that outright. So how it died or why it died or what it dying means for how the Verdant Duel's powers work will be interesting to explore if it gets dove into, right? However, I do think it's possible that the sort of extension aspect of his talent that the snake provides can potentially be imbued into another creature, right? And I think that's what this salamander lizard shit might just be, right? Unless this is some sort of psychic genjutsu, kind of like Madara did. Well, I should say Madara and Obito did with the Nine Tails in Naruto, where they just use like genjutsu and controlling to and hypnosis to control the Nine Tails. This could be a form of that. Like Verdant Duel could be using his psychic abilities to sort of control the snake, and it just kind of shows up that way in the eyes, right? I'm not really sure, but I think either way would be kind of cool, but I think it would be a lot better and a cooler extension of the Thanatos talent if when a snake dies, the power that creature provides can still be used in another animal, right? I think that'd be interesting. Kane was born in 1437, so there's only 400-ish years between the flashback and Kane. Oh, that's fair. But like 400 years is a long time, so. And we do still have to see Malhazar, who should just at least be somewhere in the middle of that. So like if this is Kane and this is Verdant Duel, Malhazar still has to come right here. That's still a large leap in time, like regardless. I think that's it for the most part. I don't think there's anything else you can really discuss or really say about the characters. This nigga looks trash, bro. Like he just don't look cool. I want to see Dean hit every nigga back here with a fucking fireball. Like all of these niggas, I need them to all get fodderized. Like just blowing up, quick boom. And I only want Verdun to protect himself. Truly, that shit would be beautiful. Um, Outside of that, I discussed with Naoni. I think this fight, this actual interaction, like this specific interaction with Dean and Vaal, could span a potential fight of like 3 episodes, with the entire flashback being potentially 5 episodes. But outside of that, I don't think there's any like longer longevity in that. I don't think you could guess that this would be anywhere from 6 or 7 episodes. Brent hasn't done that with any other character. Mei and Sabito's flashback was like 3 or 4. Leo's flashback was 3. So, and I think every other flashback is just 1. So, even like Jack Reaper and they all their flashbacks are just 1 episode. Even like what is it, Konos' backstory with the other whatchamacallit is half an episode, right? So I don't think you can stretch this flashback, these sequence of events past 5 episodes. I think at most you can get 5. Minimum you can get like 3, because I feel like you want, with this sort of interaction, you want a little bit more context and you want more action, right? So there should be at like minimum 1 episode worth of context and like build up, and there should be at minimum 2 episodes worth of like actual fighting, right? With a max being 3 right there, but in a perfect world we'd probably get like 5, right? But outside of that, I don't think there's anything else that can really be said, bro. Like, this nigga's trash. I want to know how his snake died. I think that's an interesting subject to tackle. This nigga look ugly. I thought the Merlin Stone was shot in this image. I really thought it was, but it's not. Why does he feel the need to hold it like that? Like, also, I wonder if he uses the Merlin Stone differently. Like I know what it does, but like, does he have a means of like doing it, or using its powers like not the same? What's up, Jay? Been a while. What's good, my nigga? Normal. Shout out for the $2. What I'm gonna do with that? I'm gonna take that $2. Not gonna lie, I need a pack of gum. Actually, I like to chew gum when I'm at work, so I'm gonna go ahead and chew some spearmints, maybe some peppermint, maybe some cool mint gum. Extra, not the 5 brand. I get the nice little big pack too. So I'm gonna take that $2, put it with my other like $3. Give me a pack of gum. Appreciate you, my guy. You gotta have a fresh breath, especially when you're talking to the ladies. You know what I mean? I think it's understandable that Vaal is surprised that Dean is alive, because considering the time they're in, a nigga like Dean would have got like smacked. You know what I mean? Like, nigga like Dean when he was what, 13? That nigga would have got offed by some strangers, bro. They're looking at this little boy like, oh hell no, get him out of here. I think that's it though. See my goat Kaguya face and backstory, bro. I'm gonna talk about. Will I talk about Kaguya this stream? I might talk about Kaguya this stream. Specifically, based on a comment I saw that I didn't really acknowledge until like a few days ago. So I might talk about him this stream. I like that he's looking down in this image right here. Like you can tell he's facing like kind of like this way. But I like that when this is said, he's looking at them, right? Now it would be kind of cool to see Dean like do a little bit of destruction to the base, but we don't really need it for the fight. Like we don't really need that for the fight. The fight will just be the fight, and that'll be the grand spectacle of what we want, right? I definitely think this sentence can allude to Dean showing up and seeing they all leave with Verdun Duel, the same people that killed their family. Oh, you know what? Technically, their brother Veggiezatha should be alive. Actually, he has a stitched mouth, so I don't think he's dead, bro. I don't think he's dead. What's up, Zuri? I don't think he's dead, or I don't think he died in that episode. In that episode, I think there's potential for him to be alive. He almost has to. Oh, my nigga Normal dropped another dollar on my head top. He really trying to help me get that gum. I'm so serious about the gum, y'all. Like y'all, I feel like y'all might think I'm joking. I'm being very serious. I chew gum at work all the time, especially after like a break where like I ate something. Like if I ate like some chicken tenders, like a sandwich, I like a drink, I'm chewing gum to make sure my breath is fresh. You know, you never know who's gonna smell you, bro. That's why I try to stay smelling good. You know what I mean? I think who said it? Who said it? I think Mango has a good point here with this statement might genuinely allude to Dean potentially killing Verdun kind of the same way Leo was able to kill Kane, but Vaal ends up killing Dean. I think if that's the case, first of all, Dean would get mad aura and mad respect in the community. I don't care, and especially for me, and it would I think it would finish off Dean's character right. Like he finished the grand threat, but he couldn't finish like the newly beginning threat, right? I like that, right? But outside of that, yo, I don't think there's anything else. Is there anything y'all want to say about this before I click off and change subjects real quick and analyze this crazy take that I saw? Anything y'all got? Anything y'all want to add? Anything y'all think I missed? No, this should like connect to this, and this should just be like a shoulder pad. This nigga think he's so edgy with this shit, bro. Like him too. These niggas look like they should be in Mortal Kombat. Actually, look at him. Look at him. This nigga straight from the was it Nether Realm? No, he from Outworld. That's what it's called. He from Outworld with that fit. This damn near the same guy. Actually, this the same nigga. Look, these the same people. Look, he right here too. Yeah, yo, Brent be cheating, bro. Y'all think Brent be cheating with the art? That nigga be cheating. Like this nigga is the same. This nigga is this nigga is this nigga. This nigga is this nigga. He's probably right here too. And this nigga's right here, bro. I'm pretty sure Brother Veggie's author did die there. If you peep 147, he has a massive scar on that part of his mouth. Usually with visions of the dead, they are healed but retain the scars. What's up with the lizard? What's up, Lurko Games? Earlier I said this is Vaal's or Verdun Sybaris, which Brent did confirm to me was dead. So the lizard might just be his new like extended creature, like extending the powers of Sybaris into this giant lizard, right? It would kind of make sense, especially to keep that sort of reptile theme. But we won't know until it's out. I think that's the most likely answer, but it could also be I guess like a form of like psychic mind control of like a giant creature that exists in the world, right? That he's just using. He drawing alone, he definitely be cheating. Facts. That nigga be cheating, bro. These are duplicate niggas, bro. Like there's some other examples in the story. I don't know how he would have lived unless Dean somehow saved him. Shit, who knows? Shit, who knows? Cause like the thing is, it's not like a regular scar, like healed tissue, like with oh wait, y'all think Nico's face was burned? Anyway, like the way Nico, is that her name? Yeah, the way Nico's heal, like his wound is, his wound should be almost similar to that, but it's literally stitched. At that point, why not leave a cut right there? I gotta go, but I sent you the picture in Discord. I'm not opening Discord, but I appreciate you, gang. You have a good rest of your shift, bro. I think it would be more interesting if he was somehow alive. I'm not gonna lie. somehow alive. I don't think he needs to like live for a long time, but I feel like there's a little bit of allusion to him being like alive for like a little bit before he dies. Actually, I wonder how the Thanatos vessels die. They probably get knocked off by strong chemios. That's really the only way to do it. Like, I think right now we're like theorizing that Dean might kill Verdandul, especially because of how weak he looks, generally speaking. We know Kane killed, or no, we know Leo killed Kane. Shay's gonna kill Thanatos somehow. Malhazar probably just died of old age, if we're being real. Like, he probably just died naturally, or was like, all right, I did what I was supposed to do. Like, I tried my best. Y'all got it. I'm gonna go to heaven now. That's all I got. And then he dipped out on the fam. I might make this a profile pic. This one tough. I'm gonna crop it. I'm gonna put Jay the God tier. Would it be better right here? I think it might be better up here. Yeah, and then I'm gonna like, I'm gonna take the little color picker thing. I'm gonna get this image, this color right here, and the glow. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. Look at this nigga shook, bro. He never saw this coming. He never saw it coming. This nigga's so ugly, bro. I hate him so much. He's just so fucking lame, bro. This nigga sucks so much. That's it for now, though. Actually, I will open Discord. It could be a 10-year time skip. Was it 13, 23? Yeah, that fits. That fits what I said earlier. I said like at minimum he'd have to be 18. But like he looks like he should be older than that. I just don't really see a reason to like stitch his mouth if he didn't manage to live. Like he could have kept it as like a grander scar, which we've seen with other characters, unless he decided not to whatchamacallit? Shit, maybe Dean figured out how to use his dragon powers on this nigga. Alright, moving on though. We're gonna look at this take right here. This was some blasphemous shit, bro. This was some blasphemous shit right here. Like 24. Wouldn't that be 23? This right here. You think Azam going to get a robot arm? Probably. He might even be the one who made it himself. Is it crazy to say Vaal is or will be top 5 best rated characters in Ordeal? I mean, he's the initial villain and he's still getting development, so probably not. If not top 5, top 10. He's already a better character than Thanatos in Thanatos' entirety. I think he's one of the only characters with actual development. Like, he's one of the few, I should say, outside of Shay. You could kind of compile like Ilios and the Great Four together, if I'm being honest. Maybe you want to put Konos in there, I guess. And then there's Lewis because of season 3. But like, I think that's it, bro. I think that's genuinely it. Azam might low-key just not have a prosthetic. Man, if that's the case, he low-key should have lost the whole arm. Like, I would have liked it if he like chomped that nigga whole arm off. That would have been so much cleaner. That shit would have been hard, bro. Oh my gosh. And he just one arm and shit, like fully one arm and shit. Hell yeah. Like, he would have been on his Andrea shit. But even Andrea got a prosthetic. Do you think it's possible for the Gaki or Vaal or even Thanatos himself to wield multiple talents? Yes. It's just they choose not to. Actually, for Vaal, no. Thanatos, I'd say by way of talent weapons, yes, but not in the normal sense. The Gaki are the only ones I think have actual potential to look at or to have multiple talents, because we don't. They should have more room still. They should have room, even though their chi should be like larger than the actual gacha themselves. They should, in theory, have more room. Like nothing really says that their chi limits are maxed out. They should simply just have. They should just have a bigger circle, more chi, but more chi than even, but so much chi it should combine the likes of a god tier and a royal basically. But you could also say that they have their chi maxed out, so no. Because if they don't have their chi, if they have their chi maxed out, or their chi is at their chi limits, then no. But if if they don't, then yes. So far, I've been thinking of the Gaki as like characters who just have a boost, like a large boost, and they have managed to develop their chi, but they haven't reached that newly defined limit because it's just so much larger, right? That's how I've been looking at them. So they don't really need to fully max out their talent to be considered strong, because they've already achieved strength greater than some of the strongest people in the verse, essentially. Um, but outside of that, nah, I'm not really seeing it. Then that's based off how actually here, let me turn this on. That's based off how Brand has kind of defined how these things work. I'm looking forward to seeing how Azam and Tevin grow in season 4. The teasers Brand had been showing on Instagram got me hyped for season 4. It's got me intrigued, I'll say that. I don't know about hype. I'm intrigued. But let's get into this. Alright, so shout out, what is this nigga's name? Shout out Exodus 46. You should do a stream for season 4, Jay. Read out loud? Hell no. That's not my thing. Y'all go watch Nara for that. I'm gonna keep doing reviews, bro. And then I'll do rereads like I did at the end of season 3, and then you'll get another season 4 review, right? That's the blueprint. Shout out my nigga Exodus 46 for this take right here. Make sure y'all go check out his content. I'm never one to gatekeep. If it was season 2 Shay, then yes, Reed wins, but season 3 Shay wipes Reed. So again, let's read this. Reed slams and it's not even close. Before we look at the slides, I just want it to be known in this stream, Exodus, if you're watching, Shay killed Reed and like 4 other niggas in base. I know it's more than 4, but he killed like 4 other niggas in base. No state amp. This definitively proves that Shay has the capacity to literally incinerate Reed. But let's keep going to really see what he uses to justify this opinion, okay? First, he says Reed claims he can kill Shay, having witnessed him in this anointed war state, his strongest form. From this alone, we can say that Reed over war state Shay. So let's actually read this statement right here. No, you will not control him. Therefore, if Lord Heart becomes a danger to us all, I will shoot him down myself. I swear it. So Reed does not claim he can kill Shay. He's claiming that he will kill Shay, like make an attempt to it, make effort to do so. This is not a definitive. I know what I can do. Like, hey, like, I know I can make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right? I know for a fact that I can do that. But to say that I can and then do it would be one thing. I can make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, bro. But to say I will make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich does not inherently prove that I know how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right? Are you following me? Hopefully that analogy wasn't actually as bad as it was in my head. But again, this statement doesn't guarantee that. Oh, this is the scar I was talking about that one time. This statement doesn't guarantee that Reed can kill Shay, especially not this version of him at all. Like, not even a little bit. It's just a self-assured statement. He's essentially saying, I think I can do this. I may be able to do this. I will try my best to do this because of who I'm perceiving Shay to be. Not, I will kill this nigga outright. But even if he did say that he can kill Shay, that doesn't inherently prove it's possible. It doesn't inherently prove it's possible until we see it, right? Or unless Reed had shown himself doing something similar to that statement to where it would have more merit. So this statement, outright false. This statement doesn't add to this claim right here. This not accurate, right? Keep going. We know Reed isn't referring to sneaking up on Shay while he's distracted because the context of the statement is a hypothetical scenario in which Shay becomes an uncontrollable threat. This is correct. Reed is referring to a direct confrontation where he would eliminate Shay if he turned hostile. This is correct. Therefore, Reed over War State Shay. This is not correct. These things do not corroborate this claim right here. These statements are true. I will give you that. These are right. This is correct. Like, we know, or I should say it's highly likely, especially with what we see in episode 128, that Reed is talking about a direct confrontation where they are facing each other. Nobody's being off guarded, right? Also referring to Shay being a hostile threat, a threat to him and his children, right? However, there is no linking statement, no form of connectivity, no proof that would tie these two statements to this claim at all. Not even a little bit. Like it's not there. There's nothing from here to here that says that this statement is outright true, right? Now, if you put I feel, it would still be wrong, but at the end of the day, it's your opinion. However, you're essentially saying that because of what Reed is saying, it would mean that Shay is strong, or Reed is stronger than Warsay Shay. Yet that's not how this works. Let's read these statements to really confirm like what's happening. I have sacrificed enough, witnessed far too many of my comrades bleed before me. I trust your confidence in him, but know this: I would do anything to protect my children, even if it involves facing the god tier. He says he will do anything to protect his children, even if it involves facing the god tier. Yet he doesn't even say that he can kill the god tier. He just says that what he'll do will try to protect his children, and if that involves facing the god tier, so be it, right? I can confirm this enemy has the same chi as Agaki. Lord Heart is successfully overpowering him. You allowed this, Aldrich, but are you certain he can control what he's becoming? And then I just read that on the last page, right? So even this statement right here doesn't help like corroborate the idea that Reed would be able to kill somebody like Shay outright. He just says face the god tier, right? And we know Shay is a god tier level individual because of Andrea, because of Abijah, because of because of Ilios with Vaal. You know, these statements already put Shay on that level, right? So this statement should also apply to Shay as a god tier level individual, right? I'm really hoping that logic is sound right there, right? So this should apply to them as well. So he's saying that he will protect his children even if it means facing the god tier. Yet he doesn't say, I know I can kill Mikhail, I know I can take out Zuri, I know I can take out such and such and such character, and I will do so for my children, right? He doesn't say I am stronger than such and such and such and such character, and I will use my strength to protect my children. He just says he will face them, he will combat them. He doesn't say that he can definitively take them out, right? So you can't even try to use this statement or this statement to corroborate this right here. That's not how that works. At most, you can get them equal. You can't definitively get him above. But let's move on. This is further supported when Reed states that Shay has yet to surpass the god tiers, though not necessarily all of them, but he himself is included. A judgment made after sensing Shay's true chi and witnessing him in his anointed war state. This confirms that Reed, and by extension every god tier stronger than him, is above Shay. Again, you can't do that, right? But let's look at these statements, right? Can you feel it? A dead calm with a whisper of wrath in the atmosphere. This is no aura of gloom, but the chi of Lord Shayheart resting faintly on all of us. Given time, he can master this and become more powerful than any of us lords. It doesn't matter. This statement right here does not inherently disprove that Che is already at their level, nor does it disprove that, or nor does it prove that any of the god tier are above Che, especially after considering that we just found out that Che has an infinite amount of chi going into his body and fueling his body, right? Especially after that. So we now know, before we get this statement, that Che has an infinite amount of chi going into his body that he can use to empower his body, right? Empower his physical capabilities. We know it's going to be the rock armor technique. It could probably be speed. He's already relatively resilient with even without the rock armor technique right now because of Bjorn's training. It could even be his senses, right? We don't know what that will look like, but this will allow Che to be a physical monster, even stronger than the god tier, because he has so much chi to pull from. But this statement does not directly say, or does not directly contribute to the idea that Che isn't on any of the god tier's level, nor does it definitively place the god tier that we know of above him definitively. It simply doesn't. There's nothing here that can even attest to that. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me read this back. Man, what does this take, Lana? Most definitely rage bait. It has to be, because there's another take on here that it definitely has to be rage bait, but we'll get into that in a little bit. I hope Konos comes back, because you can have like 3 god tiers hands fight him so they can get showcase. I guess. I just doesn't like, it doesn't do anything for the narrative, you know. Now the plot need him to die, need him dead. Exactly. What's up, Nara? I don't know how else Brent could showcase so many characters without a big group fight, and Konos can do that. A bunch of 1v1s. Also, it's already been implied that the god tier will face the Gaki. We just don't know in what order or, you know, when. So that's already, and we basically saw some of that with Kofi and Sonya, right? What he needs to do is make those showcases a little bit longer, right? But we already saw what it did. We even saw that with Bjorn and Bonnie in season 2. Like, you don't, like, a big group fight doesn't like, it's not the only way to do that, right? It's not the only way to do it. A bunch of 1v1s, especially because that's really how the narrative is already illustrating those interactions, right? The only real big group fight we could have got has basically been bypassed, right? Especially if we see the god tier protecting or facing, you know, Vaal's forces where they are supposedly stationed at. You know what I mean? It's not hard. If you have a lot of characters, it's not hard to make sure they shine. You just have to do it properly. You just have to do it in a way to where it enhances the plot and there's a reason for it, right? Even for the bad guys, like, especially if he gives more of them exposition and reasoning for, you know, joining Thanatos's army and being convinced of their will. It's not really difficult. I'm doing it and I'm understanding, like, okay, it's better if I have this character do this instead of this one. It's better if I have this character do this instead of this one. I can have these 2 characters do this because it makes more sense to do so, right? Than just, you know, have one character do it, right? Especially from a scaling perspective. Y'all don't love Konos? I hope Reed one-shot Che in season 4. Alright, nigga. Do you think the gods here are ranked based off of how strong they are? Yes and no. Technically, it's supposed to be the top 3 are the strongest of, like, their ranks, or yeah, of all the ranks, or I should say of the god tier's ranks. I think everything after that is tenure, right? Especially for somebody like or for somebody like what's his name? The new nigga, the bald nigga. What is his name? He was the hand of Kevin last season. I don't remember. I can't remember his name right now. I don't feel like looking. Somebody give it to me in chat, please. I'm begging. Oh, his name is Tao. Never mind, I got it. It's Tao. Especially somebody like Tao. Tao, in theory, could be. So, like, let's just say like more spots were open, right? Um, let's just say Kofi died, right? If it was based off of strength and Tao was actually weaker than Sonya, then in theory Sonya should be above Tao when the ranks are adjusted, right? Yet Tao is simply moved up, and and it just goes like that. Like same with everybody else. Reed is moved up above Mikhail. Mikhail is still above Zuri, right? I think another thing that people aren't taking into account when it comes to like at least the other god tier is individual ability. Like Mikhail has a statement from last season that says he can defeat Thanatos, but they'll both die. So like it's a stalemate, but like he can take out Thanatos even after it was already stated by Mikhail that he took in the chi of the pillars, except for Junie. And they believe he is an above god tier level threat, right? Now, by how much is unknown, and how much he'll grow is also unknown, right? But everybody knowing that, Reed and Alice, Mikhail's hand, still believe that Mikhail has a potential to kill Thanatos, right? As he is right there. And that's how you use a statement to sort of get characters above each other, right? However, they specifically limit it to a 1v1, right? So that means that everybody else's talents, for the most part, might just be better off in overall combat as opposed to a specific solid 1v1, where if Mikhail gets a 1v1 going, there's nothing anybody he fights can do, right? I feel like not a lot of people like take into account like actual matchups when people are facing, and they're just looking at pure power, right? Also, I don't think all the God Ki are equal to the God tier. Let's look at Kirito for an example. Sonya was beating the shit out of that child. Same with Goro. He could barely win against Andrea. Yo, what I miss? Not too much. Then what kind of crack talent does Mikhail have? Who knows, bro? I don't know. So first of all, and the big thing about characters in Ordeal is experience. Kirito should have chi relative to, if not overall greater than Sonya, but he's a child. Like he's a child, and she has 5 years worth of experience fighting and doing missions as a hand, right? So there's that. Yet everything that Sonya has is dealt with by what Kirito has, right? She doesn't do any overall damage to him that's permanent, but that's also vice versa, right? So, what's good, Kahil? So, in theory, they are probably the most accurate example of equality amongst the Gaki and the God tier, right? They are the most accurate example. At no point in their fight, but again, he's a child, do either of them have such an advantage that the other is outright losing or could outright die. I don't know why she didn't kill him instead of just giving him two quick hits and a freaking kick. I don't know why she didn't just offload bro. Maybe she fell back because he's a kid. I don't really care. Maybe it's one of those writing things where it's like, he can't die because the writing, right? We got to see him later. It's one of those things. But like, in theory, she could have killed him right there. But in a grand scheme of things, they're pretty relative in terms of like overall power. Skill is where it comes into play. So when he's older, that conversation will be shifted because older Kirito might dog walk the Sonya we just saw, or we saw last season, right? In their previous interaction, right? At least that's how I see it. What you miss, Sandman? Right now we're looking at a freaking a take. Let me reread this part. This is further supported when Reed states that Shay has yet to surpass the god tiers, though not necessarily all of them, but he himself is included. A judgment made after sensing Shay's true chi and witnessing him in his anointed war state. This confirms that Reed, and by extension every god tier stronger than him, is above current Shay. Again, so Kaito is more powerful while Sonya is more experienced. Yes, and I think there should be other examples of that throughout throughout maybe like maybe like earlier parts of season 3, but definitely like parts of like season 2, I think. But even somebody like Shay, when looking at Shay with Leo, Shay is accessing more of Ilios than Leo did, but an older Leo, especially like a prime Leo, would have more experience with the Ilios talent than Shay would, right? You know what I mean? One of those things. So even if Shay can dish out more, disregarding his body, of course, Leo has more experience than him, especially the Leo we saw when the season first started, right? So this confirms that Reed, and by extension every god tier stronger than him, is above current Shay. So he says this is further supported when Reed states that Shay has yet to surpass the god tiers. Now, this statement is true, right? He does feel like he has yet to surpass him. However, this does not mean that Shay isn't on their level already, right? And again, we see Shay kill Reed, Mikhail, Sonya, Amara, Thanatos, the Beast Gaki, the Corrosion Gaki, the Fox Gaki, and the Faces Gaki. He kills all of them. Shay exudes enough firepower, even in base, to kill all of them, right? So, even if you thought this before, like, excuse me, if you thought this when this episode came out, the episode that we see later just outright disproves it, right? It outright disproves it, right? You can say that. I mean, I think that Shay is above them, right? Especially in terms of like overall output, not experience, but overall output. Especially considering he has one of the great four talents. But at most, you can say, or this doesn't disqualify Shay from being on their level. And if they're on the same level or they're on similar levels, then there's no way that the fight would be that easy, right? It wouldn't be that easy. There's no way that Shay would just outright lose to Reed, right? Thanatos wasn't dead judging by his reaction. He was too calm, composed, and arrogant to have just been killed by Shay. I mean, I don't really care how you perceive that moment. It doesn't really matter. The idea is that their physical bodies are no longer there, and that the entire area is gone, right? And that God, aka Jesus, has to undo what just happened. So, however you want to look at it, Shay still exuded enough power to kill and damage all those people around, specifically the high tiers. Not to mention, like Nocturnal just said, Thanatos is genuinely upset that Vaal, or that Shay has a potential to kill him. So he could only really get that information or that concept if, to some degree, Thanatos' actual body with Abel as his vessel received a form of damage, a form of hyper damage, to the point where he thought that he was going to die if he didn't actually just die, right? You know what I mean? Like, so even if you don't think they actually died and their physical bodies were brought, which the episode itself disproves because Shay has an eye that he shouldn't have. And he's wearing a garb that he shouldn't be wearing, or that he was wearing in another spiritual sense earlier in the season. So even if you think even if you think he didn't kill him, Thanatos himself should have experienced enough sensation close to death from that attack to think that he would die, right? You know what I mean? With the current power levels, after the creep, how would Rokash fare, especially against the Gaki? He should get dog walked by the Gaki. I think at most he still stays in the same rank, or the relative range. He's still a pillar level Kimyo. Um, in theory, he shouldn't be able to go higher than that. You think Stray destroyed all of Trinidad? Absolutely. I feel like I've made my point here enough, right? This statement doesn't mean that they're not on the same level, just because it suggests that Shay hasn't surpassed them, right? And because this statement doesn't disclude them from being on the same level, and the fact that we later on see Shay has the capacity to kill Reed, that means that Shay has the capacity to damage Reed outright with a Tomas, right? Even with a smaller Tomas. So if that's the case, then at most you could say that they have similar levels of damage, which Shay should just outright have more because he was able to outright kill Reed and Gaki, right? So this statement doesn't help like prove that Reed is above Shay, especially with the showcase that we saw later on, right? Conclusion, Reed slams. Yeah, and this just isn't true. Thanatos has always been afraid of Heart Bloodline though. Yeah, but we only find that out after what? We only find that out after what happened. We find that out after Shay boomed everybody. We find that out after Shay boomed everybody. We don't find that out when he was Kane. We don't find that out. We don't get that inkling when he's Verdant Duel, at least not yet. I doubt it, because even the news crew would have felt the sensation of dying. I mean, we literally see the we don't even see them again, so that's a non-factor. But we literally see the soldiers. The soldiers. One of them they're fucking shook. They're shook. They're literally shook. Reed said he felt him and his children die. So to experience, Thanatos has died before, so he knows what death feels like. So he had to have experienced himself something close enough to it to guarantee that Shay, the person he's likely referring to when he talks to Vaal, can kill him. Like it has to be the case. Because if he didn't think that interaction has no reason to be there. Also, Jay, the same guy with this take has more on his page. Yeah, he has a relatively fair, like he has a I want to say he has a fair Konos versus Sabito take. It's just like his reasoning isn't good. Like his reasoning isn't good. I relatively agree with him, but like Sabito can't kill Konos. And we'll look at that, right? Sabito just can't kill him. And then he has like another statement about Masato, but I don't really want to look at that one. That one was got to be rage bait. But again, in conclusion, Reed slams, which just isn't the case. Like, there's no way. At most, you can get Reed. I mean, we just don't know what Reed can do. He might be able to snipe Shay in the head and win before Shay can boom him. I mean, we know that he targets weak points. So if you think, a part of Shay's body is a weak point, like his head specifically is a weak point, that doesn't guarantee that the damage will be enough to blow Shay's head off, right? That doesn't guarantee it. It technically doesn't, because I'm pretty sure his are we talking about with his son or with the normal gun? With his son, because a normal gun won't damage Shay. My bad, at work and studying for this financial series 67 financial license. Hey, shout out to you, bro. The thing doesn't say that that the damage is guaranteed. It just says that he can't miss it. Like, if I put it to you like this, like, if I got aimbot, right? If I got aimbot and I'm guaranteed to hit the center of a bullseye with an arrow, but the bullseye is made of tungsten, the arrow isn't gonna do much, regardless of if I can hit it or not, right? That's essentially what we're looking at right here. Yes, Reed has a guaranteed hit, but his guaranteed hit isn't ensured to do meaningful damage. Essentially, it's technically not. At least from how I'm looking at it. I could be wrong. Uh, wait. Question: Abaiza versus Minamoto. I feel like he could. It would be a close fight. Probably close. Abaiza might have the edge. Because of the four corners and like just like a how do I say, like a almost like an elemental difference, right? Like a type advantage. The best way to showcase Reed is to put him up against the creation talent so he can one shot the core. I'm not gonna say it's a cop out, but it's like not every creation talent works like that. So I mean, that just shows that he can auto aim at the most vital area, but again, that doesn't guarantee durability, right? Because what if the thing's durability is a lot higher than expected? Yeah, he could hit it, but like, what if it doesn't do damage, right? Let me read this real quick. But how I look at this is the fact that Che did have the ability to kill all of them, but none of the god tiers were defending themselves with their talents. So we can also say the god tiers could kill Che in base, and he didn't if he didn't defend himself. We don't know if they weren't defending themselves for certain. We can't guarantee that. Also, we don't know what each talent does. Reed's talent shouldn't have any form of defense, overall defense, so that point is a non-factor. I think he's talking about the Ephialtes talent. He's using the concept that Private Johan mentioned. So Private Johan said that the core of something is in the heads, but we also see like the other cores from Azam's Bane. Well, actually no, from the big fucking bulky monkey thingy and the monster that Yukiko fought. Like those are the cores, but it's not guaranteed that every creation talent has a definitive core, right? We just know that a creation talent can have a core. Like Lewis, for example, also a creation talent, doesn't have a core. What's up, Last Zulu? Pretty cool name. In I think it's supposed to say season 4. Wait, in before Brent gives Reed a crazy ass showcase, making all the slander age like milk. I think it's supposed to say season 4. Reed may not be able to have enough destructive output alone, but that's what makes the team with Iron Rye compelling, even though Reed is a fraud. That's funny. Do you feel that we'll see more Kimyo similar to Rokash, hiding their true abilities that would rank them as threats, as a threat to civilization? No, because we're moving into war. Like, we should be moving into all-out war where people are just fighting for their lives. There's no need to hide what you have, or basically lie to code about what your talent can do during war. There's no reason to do that. It made sense in season 1, and it even made sense if it showed up again in season 2, to a certain degree, but at this point in the story, it's not needed. There's no reason to lie about what your talent can do, especially if you're fighting, or if you're fighting on Code's side, right? Somebody like Kofi was able to become a god tier off of his talent, so I'm honestly not sure why Rokash would have even been considered for Patmos, unless it's because the animalistic aspect of his talent would have made him more dangerous in a combat scenario so that he could potentially kill allies, but that's iffy. You can't guarantee that that's how that interaction would go. You know what I mean? Can I just say that Brent has to bring the blue flames back? Shay hasn't used them except that one time. If he used that, when he boomed Trinidad, his allies would have survived. Exactly. Calling Breeder fodder is crazy. I mean, he didn't do anything. He didn't shoot the Beastgaki. He didn't shoot the. He didn't shoot the Fox Gaki. He didn't shoot the Fox Gaki's girlfriend. He didn't shoot Thanatos. He didn't do anything. Like he didn't do anything, right? He not a fraud, but he definitely not crazy. Iron Rye being a part of like Reed's kit is definitely a good factor. But I don't think their AP compares to a Tomas or the Tomas that we saw. A raid on Patmos happens. People are theorizing that. I don't know. Like I get it, but not like really. Do you think we will see a talent become cursed, such a word in real time? I can't really say if we will or we won't. It just has to be very narratively driven, and right now I'm not seeing a full reason to do so. Unless somebody like on the good guy side becomes bad, right? And the Verboten helps show them be bad, right? But right now I'm not really seeing any reason for that. It would be cool though. My personal favorite battle in Ordeal, right now I don't really have one, but if I had to pick out of like all of them, maybe Bjorn versus Vaal, maybe Lewis versus Vaal. Actually, yeah, maybe Lewis versus Vaal. Only because of how like narratively driven Lewis's fight is, and Bjorn is the first time we see a god tier, right? And then his talent and his final hit really shows what a god tier can do. You know what I mean? Like what it can do. You know, like because if Bjorn didn't have the limit, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know where it stated. Apparently Brent said it. I don't know where niggas got that from, but if Bjorn didn't have the limit of like only using the hammer one time, that nigga would be a problem. Like that nigga would be a problem. And to burn out blood sacrifice with that, like just the hammer, unstable chi, is it's kind of crazy, right? It's kind of crazy. It does a lot. Plus it's a showcase with Vaal, the very highly perceived threat of the series up until that moment, and then we just saw him get like dethroned, but like at the same time we not really, right? It's just one of the better fights, I should say. Like it's one of the better fights in this series so far. Like it just shits on everything in season 1. I think the Greenland Ball fights are really good too though. Like they're underrated. Has Brent showcased every talent type from that chart? No, we haven't seen Toxic. I think that's the only thing we're missing. I think we haven't seen Toxic. We saw range control, creation, seen hide, seen void, seen warp. Yeah, I think the only thing we're missing right now is finally Toxic. Do you think cameos with dangerous talents not being given the opportunity to be given the opportunity to be trained by code, if possible, is a plot hole or weak writing? I mean, the niggas in Patmos are also criminals. Like it's implied that them niggas are genuinely criminals. Like season 2 essentially helps us like semi-establish that the people in Patmos are not good members of society, and they also have dangerous talents that can be a threat, right? So Patmos is just essentially a place where you can hold Kimyos who threaten the population, right? Now, getting more specific, Kimyos with dangerous talents not being given the opportunity to train. In my opinion, I don't really think that's the case more often than not, especially since we haven't seen it. Like somebody like Kofi, if that was the case, we don't even know his like real like I guess origins. But that nigga should have got thrown in there. Another one is I think season 1 with Leo actually. Like I don't know why season 1 makes it seem like them niggas never saw the Ilios talent before. I don't know why they do that. It's probably because who was the last user before Florence Nightingale? I guess it's been a minute since they saw Ilios, so for whatever reason, Code is like, I don't know, bro. We might have to throw this kid in Patmos, right? But I feel like even then, the fact that he was aiding the war, being trained by I'm not was Major Jamie was a major by a major, and wasn't a threat to like civilians, like an actual threat. Like he wasn't just going around murdering civilians. I feel like there's reason to just not throw him in Patmos, like right, as opposed to like um, let's just say Leo didn't decide to serve, right? Um, Leo didn't decide to serve, but ended up like an accident happened, right? I feel like it's justifiable to like confine him, right? It's justifiable to confine him because he's not, and he's a date now. He's presented himself as an actual danger, especially with like Minamoto. Minamoto is probably an even better example. He literally was a drunken danger to society, and he served his time, right? So, so even if a grown man like Minamoto got transferred to talent maybe a little bit later in life, we don't really know. Um, he was given the opportunity after he served his time, right? So, right, especially if he was like semi endorsed by Leo. Um, but I feel like they have to confine you first and potentially try to understand what you can do, um, to hold you there, right? Like I don't think, how do I say it? It also depends on like what the accident is. Like Minamoto was in prison for a long time, right? Like he was in prison for a long time. But um let's just say like let's take Yukiko for example, right? Let's just say um instead of saving people from a stadium, uh Hisame developed and just decided to like freeze everybody in a restaurant, bro. You know? For whatever reason. It's very justifiable for them to like, oh, she's a problem. We gotta make sure she's off the streets. We gotta get her off the streets and keep her there. And then after like a certain amount of time, it feels like it's determined, like it's kind of determined. Um, we can release her and see what she can do for society, right? You know what I mean? Will she choose to learn how to use her abilities? Um, will she hinder herself and not and just try to be a normal member of society? Um, things like that, right? I say that because of Cass when he was talking to Azam, if I'm not wrong. Um, I don't actually think, from my memory, I don't think he says anything that says he was bound for Patmos. I think that was more Rokash than Cass. I think I think the only thing wrong with Cass was the fact that he just couldn't. He just hurt himself, right? But it seemed like Cass wasn't even using his talent when we see him again. When we see him again, you know. Or I should say when we see him like the first time in season 1. It feels like Cass isn't using his talent. Same with Kage and the Black Shepherd's mask. Yeah, especially because Kage was a heart. Like he actually had an opportunity to train his talent right amongst his people, and then when they deemed it too dangerous, they were like, "Oh, you gotta go, bro. Like you gotta go. Like you gotta like this is an actual danger to society." Um, but that begs the question of what it actually was, because now, like when we see it, it'll be either justifiable or unjustifiable from our individual perspectives on if them trying to seclude him to Patmos because of what what the black mask does is was right or not, right? Because let's just say, okay, he can teleport, he can amp his power. Let's just say it has some form of like immense mind control, right? That he can control without any limitations, right? Um, the only reason for them to think that he would do something like that is for them to look at the personality of who Kage actually is, right? And Brent did also mention that in the Q&A when it came to Patmos, like it's also the personality. So it's like the talent's destructive potential and the individual, like are they a good member of society or not, right? Is this nigga a lunatic? You know, is he like a good Samaritan, right? Um, so I feel like the only real reason outside of like Kaguya's talent just being that much stronger is the fact that they really think he might have been like a fucking loony. Like he might have been a loony, bro. And they were like, I don't like that this is how your personality works. Let's go ahead and lock you up, bro. But it says it was too dark, so there could even be potential for his talent to be cursed, like generally speaking. And I think that'd be a lot better because at that point that gives better justification for them going, yeah, no, he needs to go because this is an actual danger, right? Like Verboten and like Cursed Chi is so like crazy in the world of Ordeal to the point where the bad guys, Lath and Jose, are like, why the fuck does she have this? Like Coda, like Jose is literally dumbfounded that Code allowed Andrea to have Norigiri, right? So if that's the case, and they see Kaguya, like his personality somewhat distort because of like Cursed Chi, yet he's able to like somewhat tame it to a small degree, and they're like, nah, bro, you're a danger. Like I could kind of see it, right? But if we see it and he has control over it, now we got to question Code and be like, all right, like if he has time to actually control his ability, especially given the proper space, like with Shay, or the proper like guards, like with, you know, like Sabito or his own father to like look over him, it's like, why did y'all lock him up, or why did y'all think it was okay to try and lock him up, especially because of the Hearts having diplomatic immunity, right? Like why did y'all think that was okay? Why did y'all think that he wouldn't sort of protest that, right? I think Kaguya definitively more than anybody will sort of answer that overall question, right? Let me go back. I don't think that's a plot hole, because if that's the case, then every god tier ever has to go to Patmos, but most of them are or become good members of Code. I think the might be a toxic talent or something like that. I can see that, especially if it's cursed. Who do you think Tevin is going to replace in the god tier? I can't say. I really can't. If Kofi dies, I could see like the shift happening, right? But I genuinely can't say. Oh, my nigga, Kagen. Am I saying that right? My nigga Kageno Ryu dropping a 20 ball on my head. I'll stop by to say you're doing great and you're black. All right. Okay. Appreciate that 20 bucks. How much did I spend on that Wendy's earlier? I think it was like $12. I'm gonna take that and just put it towards my food fund. You know what I mean? I've been thinking, why do the Ilios brothers get to reincarnate but the parents don't do so or become living talents? Imagine having the Hand of War talent for that very reason. Oh, I know it's you, Silver. I know. For that very reason, the Hand of War talent is probably it's probably too strong to like generally exist within the verse. Like it's antimatter. That he shouldn't have wrote that in the story, but that I don't think the same for like the same reason God killed one of the Leviathans is the same reason, and the same reason that God pushed Adam and Eve out of the garden because they were going to eat. They had the potential to eat another fruit of another tree. Is the same reason a talent like that can just not exist. Like it's for the sort of betterment of overall society, right? Kobe should have been in Patmos since birth. Facts. A food fan. I said fund. Like when I eat. Basically my debit card. I also think it's a sort of narrative thing. Seth and Azura are like biblical figures that Brent would like have to write basically. And the way Brent is writing it, he's not outside of Jesus, especially with the lesson, he's not really using those figures, you know what I mean? So I think that's good. Like I think that's a good thing. I don't think it's a great idea to try and include those types of characters and their powers in the verse at that point in the story, right? There's also the thing that like Ilios, Okeanos, Thanatos, Katagita, they were like humans, right? Like they were, or I should say, they were Kimios, like they were given life. And then something happened. I think they honestly just died. Like I think they died. Like I think everybody just died at some point. I mean, we know they died, right? But I think like the brothers like died, and then they were brought up back into heaven, and then they began to be sent down as powers for other people, right? I think that's how I see it working. But there's no reason, there's no like real reason for God to give a mortal the power of antimatter. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that fits scripture, but like also just like why? Like why? Like why would we even want that in the story to begin with? Like nigga pull up with Hands of War today, he has to go, bro. Like I don't know what it's gonna take, but he has to go. That nigga has to go. I don't care whose side he's fighting for. Kill him and pray to the Lord that his talent doesn't come back. We don't need that guy. Let's figure it out on our own, guys. Abijah and wait, you said Azam, so it's supposed to be Abijah and Azam. Oh, Abijah and Levi versus Azam is very likely in season 4. Yeah, but I don't feel the need for Levi to be there, or I don't feel the need for Levi to be like. I think it'd almost be better if Levi became a lord because Abijah fought Azam and lost. Like it'd be better, you know what I mean? Then couldn't God in the series just change around the part of Seth's talent? Yeah, technically, but like, if that's the case, then why doesn't he just change how Thanatos' talent works, right? Now you're getting too specific with it, and you don't want to do that because you're gonna ruin it for yourself. Now you're just like, okay, well, if God can do this, why doesn't he do this? And if God can do this, then why doesn't he do this? And now you're asking all these questions that you're not gonna get answers to. There's no way to answer it. I can't answer that. I can't answer that from a writing perspective. I'm not God. I can't do that for you, bro. You're asking too many questions. At that point, why doesn't God do this, this, and this? And if you're gonna ask those types of questions, what's the point, bro? Do you want to enjoy this shit or not, nigga? You know what I mean? But let's move on and get into this take. Now, as an avid fan of Sabito, I can't agree with this. This is not accurate. I think there's a partial reasoning in here that I think is right, but then there's other reasoning in here that is just outright wrong. So you want Azam to kill Abijah? Do I want him to kill Abijah? Like, not really. I don't really care who dies. But I think it's narratively better. Um, what are your thoughts on the new design that Brent showed on his Instagram? Oh, did I miss something else? Did I miss something else? New design for what? Oh, this is really small. Did I miss something? What the fuck is this nigga? What design you talking about? You talking about this? This? You talking about this? Yeah, you gonna have to go back a few streams, my nigga. I already talked about this one. I like it. This is my favorite Azam design. Um, but outside of that, I don't really got nothing for you, gang. I already spoke on this. He clean. He kind of give off that Elden Ring vibe, but that's all I got, G. That's all I got. I don't got nothing else for you on that topic. I don't see Azam beating Abijah. Abijah hasn't even used the corners yet. Um, I mean, it don't really matter if you see it or not, because if it happens and it's written well, you know what I mean? Oh, Tevin? Oh, again, I already spoke on this game. You gotta go back some streams, Brody. I already spoke on this. It's cool, but it's nothing crazy. We already knew this was coming. It's nothing insane. This is hardly new. We saw that we knew this was coming, bro. This basically Tevin reskinned. Tevin looked like this last season, in season 2. During Greenland and well, not during Greenland. Technically during the war, but it's basically the same fit. And then at the end of the season 2, like this the same nigga. He just got a different color palette. Like it's nothing crazy, man. He just got more hair, which I think is cool, and a scar on his face, which I think is cool. More facial hair, but like outside of that, and ain't nothing too crazy, Brody. Have you talked about Dean and Vaal yet? Yeah, at the start of the stream. Well, yeah, closer to the start of the stream, I should say. Do you think Konos died too early, especially to Kofi instead of Shay? Even worse. Even worse. They are both connected to Shay and Konos. I'm glad that Shay didn't fight Konos. That interaction sucks. I think I personally wanted Konos to fight Kevin because of their ranks. Konos was considered the rank 1. It would have just been better if, the strongest fought the strongest, in air quotes. Do I think Konos died too early? I don't really care. I honestly expected Kevin to come back and fight Konos. So if it was Kevin that fought Konos instead of Kofi, and Konos managed to do the same thing, or I don't know, push Konos out of the solar system, I would have felt the same. I don't really care about Konos enough to be like, I think he should come back, or I don't think the fight is written so badly that it has to be like Konos has to be kept in. Basically, I don't think that way. I don't feel that way. I don't really care about Konos. To the point where I feel like he changes the narrative so drastically, essentially. If the season was done differently, I'd probably have a different take. But overall, nah, I don't think he died too early. The fight could have been done better, but at the end of the day, like, he's a problem that had to be dealt with. I just think Kofi wasn't the one to deal with him. I think it would have been better if it was Kevin. Especially because we could have had that same little interaction from was it Methuselah, but with Okeanos instead. Like he doesn't, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing. Konos doesn't provide something so crazy to the point where, like, if he died later, it would be narratively impactful. Like yes, but like also no, right? Yes, but also no. Like yeah, he would be a threat. Because he can't die, but like we've dealt with immortal niggas before, so like if we had to like wait it out, they'd probably just hit bro with not blood sacrifice, with ordained judgment, and then he's off the board, right? Again, Kevin could just fly him out of the solar system, right? We could even see Kevin. We could probably see Konos like adapting to space, which would be interesting. But like if he's like perpetually stuck in like damage taking, then I don't really know how well that's gonna go for him. if you think he can breathe the Earth's air, or if he's breathing the Earth's air or not. I don't really know. That's it, you know. And that right there is why I don't want Shay to fight Konos. It's too easy. It's too easy. We just gave the main character the ability to defeat a character like Konos. Um, Yet Shay was asleep. So now we basically gave the main character one more fight or one more way to like show how cool he is. I don't give a fuck about Shay, bro. I don't care about him. Move around. I don't care about him. We it's too easy. That's like that's like putting. I don't even have an analogy for it. It's just like I don't even have an analogy for it. It's just too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy, and because it's too easy, it's boring. I'm not excited for it. I'm not. It doesn't like stir my creative mind. It doesn't make me feel satisfied. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I want Ordeal to be a little bit more like riveting than that, and having the main character gain a power to erase a being like Konos just for him to do that to Konos is like, it's like, oh, okay. Which is why it would have been more interesting if Kevin showed up, you know. But he chose Vatic, and then Vatic chose the Earth's core. So I guess, hopefully we get more of Kong in the next season. Such potential for the story, and yet so underutilized. Yeah. Would you really like to see Shay get humbled next season? Absolutely. I don't want to see so much of Shay that it feels like the other characters aren't important. And that's exactly what I mean. Like with that point right there, and the point I said in the review, which was that same thing. If Shay just got the ability to fight to kill Konos, why is Konos fighting Kofi? Why don't we just have Shay get an alert from these niggas and tell him to go over there and deal with him, right? Like, aid him, right? Especially because Shay should have heat resistance. So he'd be the perfect partner for Kofi. Just for him to get purple flames and boom him out of existence. Like, you know what I mean? It's like it's so easy to just do that. But because it's so easy, it's boring and more predictable in a way that doesn't stir on like excitement. I'm bored by it. I don't care about it. It's bland to me. It's distasteful almost. Um Hopefully he gets his cloud and maybe something from the game like cloning or a Wukong jump session. I don't think he'll get cloning. I think that's what the doppelganger technique is supposed to be. I feel like if he was gonna get that, it would have been used probably even season 3 when he jumps Konos and they like do the little double thingy, especially to like help provide a better opening. I don't think there was ever gonna be another clone ability. It's possible, but I don't think that was ever gonna be the case. It's true. I don't see anybody else for Kevin to fight. Yeah, I just at this point it's like like I'm not really sure how that's gonna work. The cloning would be a nice addition to his kid. Also needs more screen time. Yeah, Shay definitely needs some stiff competition to keep him compelling. Yeah, he just he's like boring to read. Oh wait, do you think Yukiko would meet/fight Kirito? It's possible, but like it's only possible if Yukiko finds out during that fight who Kirito can potentially be if she doesn't know that information already. If they fight and it's just like a kind of like any other fight, it's not compelling enough for me to want it to happen, you know? Like it'd be more interesting if they fight with Yukiko knowing who he might be, right? You know what I mean? But if he's not Shay's brother, then I don't need them to fight. Or if he's not Shay's brother, there could be some merit to it with like a new snow leopard, new what's his name? new blood monarch type thing going there. It could be interesting, but I'd say it's more interesting if he's Shay's brother. And if not, then it's like it's okay. I feel like there needs to be more setup for it to be something I want to see, or that would be good for the story, I should say. And True and Shay never really lost a fight except for Vaal. Exactly. I think I said that in the stream too. And let's look at this. Okay, Sabito versus Konos, it's not a close fight. One of Konos' biggest strengths. One of Konos' biggest strengths is his regeneration. It makes him hard to kill regardless of how strong you are or what you attack or what attacks you hit him with. But we know he's not the only one who possesses this type of healing ability. The Great Four and other ancient talents possess it as well, and this is where Sabito's chance of victory over Konos becomes clear. Now, this is not right. What he's about to show isn't right, but there's a statement on this screen that kind of disproves what he's trying to do, right? Which I will get into even further. In terms of your season 3 video, I hope we get a Kirito versus Yukiko fight and a villain haste type versus Azam. I think that villain haste type would go crazy. I think that'd go crazy. The concept of like a Flash Thawne kind of vibe, but like a guy who just knows how to deal with speedsters fighting probably one of the strongest speedsters out there right now is crazy. Like, it's crazy. Kirito versus Yukiko. Like, I'm only really excited for it if Kirito is their brother, and I guess there's a grander like reveal, you know what I mean, for Yukiko, with her potentially trying to save him from the dark side, right? But like, if not, the way their characters are right now, like that sort of interaction just for like a pure like what's the term I'm looking for? A pure title like battle, it's just not that interesting. The only way I'd be interested in that fight if Kirito isn't their brother is if we are getting like semi flashes of Sabito versus Vaal, right? That way you're kind of killing two birds with one stone. Because that'd be a little bit more interesting. And then before the fight, like before before we see too much of the Sabito and Vaal fight, we see the conclusion of, you know, Kirito versus Yuko, and then, you know, we could get like a narrator thing or somebody, like maybe like a third party, somebody, maybe even Hisame himself is like, you know, that fight was very familiar. It was almost like that time, and then we flash back to Vaal fighting Sabito. You know what I mean? Like, that way the fight is more than like than just a fight, basically. Like, I think like genuinely what season 4 and like a lot of the seasons need more is fights with more narrative purpose or more overarching narrative purpose. Like, in actuality, if the season didn't have Konos versus Kofi and Kirito with Sonya, the season wouldn't change. There's no overarching difference if those characters don't fight. You know what I mean? Nothing is truly revealed that can't be used or put somewhere else that would make the information revealed better, basically, if that makes sense. I know that I said that in a weird way, but you know what I mean? Whereas maybe even like Rajani versus Shay, we do get information, you know, it is I think it fits within the season, yet it's not so overarching that actually, I take that back. I think that fight is exactly what it needs to be. I think that fight's exactly what it needs to be. But essentially, We need more fights with more overarching purpose. Outside of like revealing what Konos is, I don't think the fight between Kofi and Konos has a real like depth. I don't think it has any real depth basically. Um Outside of like some potential power scaling. And you know, obviously Konos Great Four lore drop, which still could have been done with any other character at any other part in the story, right? Or I should say with the other Great Four, right? I watched your season 3 review, and a quick fight between Ian and Roberto is a big miss last season. Facts. See, you get it. You get it. Kevin should probably be in Patmos if we're being honest. He is not the most stable. I mean, in like a very physical sense, yes, but like, no. What's up? I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'm not going to. Also, what's one thing you fully expected to see in season 3 that wasn't in season 3? Did you watch the review, gang? The fight with Tevin that didn't happen. Kevin, I just said it earlier. Kevin coming back. That nigga never showed up. Shit, a Kevin flashback, bro. Go watch the 2 hours, bro. I talked about it all throughout the video. There's plenty of things I thought I was gonna see that I didn't see. Cole can't fight Kevin, let alone hold him in Patmos. He can be held in Patmos. Can you please explain Wolf? Wait. Wolf either in chat and video. Oh, I don't know what you mean by that. If the scale of fight was bigger, it could have shown the toll of upcoming war. Good point. I'm getting video request. Oh, that's what he meant. Never mind. To answer your question, I mean, Nar can do a video on it, but to answer your question, essentially, we see that Kimyos, like Kevin, are being held in Patmos. So that should therefore mean Kevin himself can be held in Patmos, especially because they're trying to prevent more incidents like Kevin, potentially alluding to them wanting to stop Kimyos from destroying their bodies, right? Though we don't know the full context of that. We technically don't know the full context of that, but they can hold him. Though there might be more depth to that we could reveal, that could be revealed in season 4, that Nara could help, you know, expand upon and do a video on. But the short and sweet of it is that, right? Now back to this. Okay, so he said it makes him hard to kill, regardless of how strong you are or what attacks you hit him with. This is true. However, Konos can't die. Not in a conventional sense. Konos can't die. He will regenerate. His body will reform again. And this statement right here, the only sign of hope is that his chi is not infinite, though that seems to not play a role in his healing abilities. So the thing that most characters are going to use to heal, Konos isn't using to heal. And then on top of that, it says it's almost as though regrowing limbs is a side effect of his existence. So essentially, no matter what you do, Konos will regenerate. So he can't die. He's an actual immortal in the full sense, where no matter what you hit him with, no matter if you atomize him, his body is going to regenerate because it's a side effect of him existing. And what he's gonna try to do is compare that to Vaal, and I'm gonna break down why you can't do that, right? But again, he says, but we know he's not the only one who possesses this type of healing ability. Technically speaking, he is the only one stated to have a healing ability that regrows whole limbs that doesn't relate to chi. Technically speaking, he is the only confirmed character like that. The Great Four and other ancient talents possess it as well. However, like I said, I think in the review, but I might have even brought it up when this happens, not all ancient talents seem to possess that immense healing ability. It still seems to be specific. Brent said Azam's talent was ancient on a stream, which I think I used in a review, that and if that's the case, Azam should have ancient talent level healing, yet he does not, right? He doesn't. He doesn't regrow his arm. He doesn't heal his stab wounds, so he doesn't, right? Another character, Ngaimeki, his talent is stated to be ancient, yet he loses his arm. Unless we think that Vaal is the one who cut it off, which could be the case, and we know Vaal can affect actual bodies. That's a fair take. So if he does have the capacity to heal, like the ancient talents, ability to regrow limbs, like I can't use Shay. But if he does have that higher healing capacity, Vaal basically stopped it and cut it off, cut it so that that might not be the case, right? Um, and Kong and Anton. Anton is also, or Kong is also a stated ancient talent, but we don't even know if his talent's ability to regenerate is that high, basically. You know what I mean? We don't know. Anton hasn't lost a limb, and Kong hasn't lost a limb to the point where they are regrowing it back, even though it's lost, right? So, while ancient talents have the potential to possess that higher healing, it's not guaranteed for every talent, right? So, and then he says, this is where Sabito's chance of victory over Konos becomes clearer. This is not true. Sabito, as much as I love him, he can't kill Konos, at least not in a conventional sense. And I will go over how Sabito might be able to win, but it's still very unlikely given what we were told in the series. But let's keep going. Sabito's win con. Vaal is portrayed as having that exact same type of regeneration. This is technically false, but I'll explain it after I read the whole thing. It is described as temporary immortality. That's true. And we literally see him regenerate in the same way. However, this is technically not true. However, even with the same type of regeneration, Sabito was still able to wound him. Sabito possesses the attack potency to bypass that regeneration, meaning if he severed Vaal's head or arm, Vaal would not be able to recover from it. Now, I do think this last part has merit. I do think if Sabito actually cut Vaal's head off, he might not come back from that. Generally speaking, I don't think blood sacrifice could stop that, but we have to. I digress. Like there's an argument that can be made that the inverse is true, essentially. And if we don't have to talk about his arm, because if Sabito can cut Vaal's head off while Vaal has access to blood sacrifice, then and it doesn't regrow, then that could be the same case for his arm as well, right? We just don't know how that actually goes. Now, this starting from the top, Vaal is portrayed as having the exact same type of regeneration. This is not true at all. Vaal's blood contains immeasurable amounts of chi, which grants him temporary immortality, and this shows up as the blood sacrifice technique. Vaal's immortality and regeneration is not a side effect of his existence. It is a direct side effect due to how much chi he actually possesses and how much chi he can use to keep himself alive and keep himself sustained. This is also why he can look so young even though he looks so old in actuality. That is the truth of the matter. So to say Vaal and Konos have the same type of regeneration is just false. It's not true. I don't know how you can make that connection, but that's not what it is, right? Now, Sabito leaving a scar on Vaal is still very important because it does mean that somehow Sabito is able to actually damage and leave scar tissue on Vaal's body, right? Superseding his regeneration, right? However, even though that's the case, Vaal still was able to live completely through the blood sacrifice technique and sacrificing all of his blood and chi, right? So, how do I want to say this? So you basically technically would have to argue that Sabito can, or you'd be arguing that Sabito can continuously cut and burn through the blood sacrifice technique to kill Vaal, essentially, right? Which is the inverse aspect of what I said earlier. And we just don't know if that's how that works, right? Not fully. And again, Vaal and Konos don't have the same type of regeneration. They don't. Vaal's regeneration and immortality comes from chi and blood, whereas Konos's comes from no actual source. He just exists and continues to exist, right? So you can't use Sabito's damaging of Vaal and potential ability to kill Vaal to say he can kill Konos. You can't do that because they don't work the same, right? Is there anything else I'm missing here? He says we literally see him regenerate in the same way. We don't actually. We don't know how the blood sacrifice works. Like visually, Vaal could be being broken down, like outright destroyed and healed, and that could just be happening rapidly, I guess. If that makes sense, like I think that might be the only way it can work actually. But that action is being fueled by something, essentially. But we don't actually see it. We don't see him technically come back in the same way as Konos. So you could also say that the full power of Mishelgar is so immense that it takes one swing of it to completely burn out any regeneration possible, but still keep Vaal alive, right? You know what I mean? Like, essentially, Vaal can theoretically die, but blood sacrificing his blood could restore him, right? Kind of like when you use a defibrillator on a person's chest. Something like that. Something along those lines, right? As opposed to outright regeneration, right? Though, again, we don't technically know how it works definitively. Either one doesn't really matter if I'm being honest. But either way, the point of this slide is to say that Vaal and Konos do not have the same type of regeneration, so you cannot use Sabito's means of damaging Vaal to his advantage and as a win con for Konos. Sabito will just outright be able to damage Konos until he can't. That's just how it worked with Kofi. That's how it's gonna work with Sabito, right? And once that stops, there's only so much Sabito can do until that stops working, right? And Konos will still be coming back because his regeneration has no limit. It has no bearing on anything. He'll just continue to regrow limbs. Let me read this real quick. Do you think Brent appreciates your criticism of season 3? I hope he does and knows that it is all for the love of his story. I hope so as well. I don't know if he watched it or not. I actually plan to talk to him on Discord, send him a message to get something sort of going in terms of content. So be on the lookout for that at some point. Hopefully he watched it. Hopefully he understands like the general sense of what I was getting at. And I will look at the comments because a few comments that under the review, they made me think I should have did a little bit more exposition on certain parts, but not all of it, right? I think the general sense of what I wanted to portray in the video was received, right? Okay, then couldn't Konos just jump out of the Earth's core like Doomsday did from lava in the animated Justice League show? You're asking the wrong person, bro. I don't have an answer for you. I don't know. I literally don't know. I don't know. Probably not. I think Doomsday is functionally smarter than Konos. So like if Konos has the ability to, he's probably not smart enough to because he's a child mentally. So I don't really know, Gangi. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not even sure how you jump out of something like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure how you do that. You might be able to argue that he could like swing his arms with enough force to like get out of the Earth's core, as opposed to like an active jump, like using like a platform. But I don't know, gang. Do you think Brent will show us how Vaal developed Blood Moon and or the first time he used it? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe not. I'm not really sure. We could see it in his fight against Dean. We could. We may not though. I'm not really sure. I'm not really intrigued in that. In all honesty, would you want Vatic to fight? Who would you want Vatic to fight in season 4? Doesn't matter as long as it's a Gaki comparable to him. Doesn't really matter. Let me keep going. Keep on pausing. Okay, speed difference. This is actually the only part of the video that I think is actually accurate. Sabito has better scaling speed-wise. Konos only reaches 50% of Anton's speed. This is more so reaction speed than physical speed, but I do think there's some merit to this statement. Sabito's superior training arc... Wait, Sabito's superior to training arc Che, who, even when equal to Leo, was outsped by Vaal. This is true. We see this more so at the end of the fight, but there could be instances throughout the fight where Vaal is outspeeding him. But we already knew Vaal wasn't trying when against Che. We already knew that, right? Bjorn basically confirms that for us. Sabito wounded Vaal, meaning their speeds would have to be relative. I think this is fair. Furthermore, Vaal acknowledges Sabito as the only true threat to his life, blatantly stating he's stronger than Leo. This is kind of eh. I definitely think you could say that by that point, Sabito was stronger than Leo, potentially. But I'm not really too sure about this. I'm not really too sure, especially since we don't have a lot of Leo showcase in his olden days, or to really say that he still held the #1 spot, right? Out of like genuine power and not out of respect. But I think there, to a certain point, especially at the end of Leo's life, it was out of respect and not out of power. But yeah, Vaal does acknowledge Sabito as the true threat to his life, which he says right here. Without Sabito, your god tier will crumble, and this is because Sabito is probably the only person, potentially outside of Dean, to actually come close to killing him, basically, right? If we're being honest. So like, while I do think the explanation on this isn't that bad, it's not stopping Konos from adapting to Sabito's speed, which he kind of does to Kofi. So at some point it won't really matter, basically. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think I need to say anything else about this. This is pretty simple. I do think some of this has like relatively good merit, but it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, right? So conclusion: regardless of whether Konos is at his strongest or weakest, he's getting blitzed and one-tapped. Technically, this is true. Technically, however, he's going to come back. Even if Sabito speed blitzes him and cuts his head off, it's going to regrow. And you would have to assume that Sabito is speed blitzing with his strongest attack to even come to a conclusion that's close to say that, right? Which doesn't feel accurate. But again, it doesn't matter because Konos will just outright regenerate, right? I will say I am technically working on a sort of mock-up for a Konos versus Sabito fight. But outside of that, the only way to kill Konos is to have more stamina than he has. I say this because it feels consistent to assume that as long as you can fight as long as Konos and get him to a point where his sort of consciousness can fade away, you can kill him, right? However, Konos can fight for months, um, and we know that like even if Konos adapts, like I mean, the if if Seth had to drown everybody, it might be because Konos adapted to everything that they were throwing at him at that point, right? So the adaptation, while fast, might also be slower, essentially, right? Um, like slower than we might think, or potentially may not last as long. I don't know. However you want to look at it, doesn't really matter. Essentially, the only way to really kill Konos would be to potentially run out his consciousness, right? But Sabito doesn't have the stated stamina to actually do that. Sabito only has a stamina feat of three days with Hisame's manifestation, right? Which could put a great hamper on his chi, allowing Sabito to potentially fight for as long as Konos, yet we don't know that for sure. Um, whereas Konos has a stated minimum 2 month fight time, right? That's a very big difference. And the only way you could even say Sabito, like the only way you could say Sabito wins is to get him to have equal stamina to Konos. The way you would do that is to say that um, the hamper on Sabito's chi with Hisame is so great that it drastically reduced how much chi he actually can use for himself in a sort of 1v1. And since Vaal and Sabito are relative, with Vaal having chi equal to Ilios, you could say that Hisame or Sabito with Hisame has relatively similar amounts of chi to them as well, which is semi-consistent with his placement under the Great Four, right? Um, then you would use that to say that if that's the case, and Methuselah, aka Okeanos, backs that statement up with, you know, Konos having chi similar to the Great Four, um, you would use the Sabito chain scale from that to get to Konos to say that potentially without Hisame, Sabito might have enough chi and stamina to last for as long as Konos can, um, to run out his consciousness and basically put him in a slumber, essentially, right? And we know like running out his consciousness or somehow like kind of putting him to sleep in air quotes will work because Verdun Duel had to do some unknown means to wake him up. We don't even know how he woke him up. So even so, if Konos is put to sleep by running his consciousness out, waking him up probably isn't fucking easy. So that's how you beat him. Like that's how you win against Kronos. You have to have the stamina and I guess even the kit to sort of outlast how long Kronos can fight, to the point where his consciousness fades regardless of his regeneration, because his body can't regenerate his chi and his consciousness, essentially, right? That just has to like restart somehow, right? Now, whether you agree with that sort of chain scaling for Sabito, I don't really care because I don't think it's definitive enough to actually use in a proper debate or argument. I think Konos just has an outright stated stamina difference to the point where that's what you would want. That's what you would go for more often than not, as opposed to Sabito having a definitive 3-day limit with Hisame active, right? I feel like that's fair. Sabito can, in theory, kill Konos. Like he can, in theory, kill him, but it's not. It's not like to the same degree where like Sabito could kill Goro, basically. Like, you know what I mean? I think Sabito could actually run Goro's chi down. Um, even actually outright freeze him and like him not escape, right? Whereas I don't see that happening with Konos. It feels impossible for what we know, right? For not even for what we know, what is stated, right? You know what I mean? I'll probably add that in the in the video, the mock-up I still have to finish it. I was going episode by episode with that one, so I'll get to it when I get to it, right? It's pretty much longevity as Vaal's immortality versus Konos, whose immortality is just that it's just that he can't be killed, right? Or am I thinking Vaal's talent differently? Longevity as Vaal's immortality, and Konos is whose immortality is that he can't be killed. Yeah, essentially Vaal, Vaal can regenerate up until a certain point, whereas Konos will regenerate no matter what, right? Think of it like that, right? So it's literally a can versus will. Like Vaal can regenerate, but at some point he won't be able to. Whereas no matter what, Konos will be able to regenerate, but in that same vein, his consciousness can fade, right? However, it'll probably take a really long time for that to even happen. Could also just mean Sabito had a better counter to him. You talking about the this with the scar? What you mean? What you mean? I think, which I think would be Black Ice. I feel like that's the proper consensus. Damn hella peeps in here. You know they always show up for the ordeal content. They don't really like me like that. Right, let's go to the review. I'm looking at the comments. Where am I? Right here, videos, season 3 review. Oh, don't need to hear that. Let's scroll. Actually, come on. Okay, let me zoom this in. Is that good? Let me see. Let me try one more. Nah, that's too many. That's too much. That's too much like side action. That's too much side action. With the videos on the side. I'm gonna go from top to bottom. There's some comments in here that are just long, but there's also some that have with what is it called? Responses. What they should be doing is hopping on that read along for Twin Star. Oh yeah, I actually had to work that day. I got called in, so that's why it's gonna get. I'm gonna stream that next week. Had to get to the bag. I 100% agree with your take on Tevin about him missing out on having a fight in season 3 with the shark hide. Would have been even better to show how much he has grown since then. Yeah, that's literally all he needed. He didn't need anything else after that. Just give him, if he got that, he would have been fine, right? And then like damn near every cub outside of Anton would have got a showcase that's relevant. But even Anton has potential showcase for well, I wouldn't say potential showcase, more he has more potential for character development outside of an actual fight, I should say. But that little what's it called? That secret assignment thing could have been used as a means of like having Anton fight somebody if Anton didn't become a codehead. I feel like him becoming a codehead kind of hampered what he could actually do in terms of a fight. But that's just me. It's a cool profile pic. All right, let's get into these comments. Let's get into this discussion, bro. Let's get to what everybody came here for, man. Let's get into what everybody came here for. All right, see, Ordeal Season 3 review on my channel. Y'all like my own video? Absolutely. And make sure y'all like the video, bro. Make sure you hype it. I don't know where that option at, but you know, do the thing. All right. Shout out my nigga Miles. I feel it is necessary to reiterate here. Wait, sometimes the way they tease and gas Anton, I think he was Gojo. That's funny. We all love Ordeal. I'm not a Christian, yet I can't help but admire how Brent's faith has shaped not only the lessons imbued within the story, but the lessons it also imparts upon the reader. I don't feel excluded or unable to sympathize with the character despite their differences in faith, and that's a fantastic sign of great writing. Oh, no, never mind. The creator review that is 2 hours long isn't a show of malice, but an appreciation and desire for this story to be the best that it can possibly be. I'm gonna stop right there. I could have just as easily did a fucking 20-minute slander video and saying how ass and trash and fucking garbage this was, but that's not who I am, okay? I feel like everything I just said about the series as a whole, about even that guy's takes, showcase how fair I try to be and how truthful I try to be with the way I approach this content stuff, right? So what I did instead was simply take from my personal opinion what I like about the season and what I didn't like about the season, right? And like I said in the review, this wasn't just a look at this season. This is a sort of recap for everything that has happened up until this point in terms of what's good and what's bad, right? Especially the bad, because it has been a problem since the first season. It's not long enough. It's too short. You're not focusing on enough characters. Season 2 is honestly the blueprint for how a season should go in terms of like writing, in terms of character development. Just do more of it. More. A grand A plot, a nice subtle B plot, but the way the seasons are gonna go now, make that B plot a little bit more, give it a little bit more showcase, a little bit more focus, right? Develop your characters, have them interact in a way that feels very unique and authentic. Season 2 is the blueprint. Where am I at? Okay, no other webtoon has captivated me like Ordeal has, and no other webtoon has engaged me so thoroughly that I felt it necessary to connect with others on an online space so that we can theorize and discuss the story together. Agreed. Ordeal's the reason I joined Discord. If I wasn't making YouTube videos and was asking people on Discord for like help, I wouldn't have downloaded the app ever. I would have had no reason to download it. I would have met the cool people I met on there, some really cool people on there. I wouldn't have met my nigga Xander, a fellow writer, a fellow creator. Shout out to series creators. I wouldn't be able to help him with the stuff he got going on. So I'm very thankful to Ordeal. I'm very thankful to what I do. I'm very thankful to y'all for showing up here. And without Ordeal, I genuinely would not be where I'm at, doing what I can do, right? I've read countless books over the course of my life, and very few have such a wide cast of characters that captivate me like Ordeal has. It's obvious that a great deal of love and effort was poured into the story, so Brent recognized that we are aware of the effort you put in and the effort you will put in the future. Facts. I feel like the Instagram posts and the little teasers are already showing that at the very least that artistic effort, right? At the very least that artistic effort. I do think the Dean and Vaal post and the Che and Tevin posts are showing some more of that writing effort, though. I definitely like what he's doing with both of those, if I'm being honest with you. Shout out my nigga Faceless. Congrats on finishing the video. Man, if y'all know the effort, man, oh man, this took some real effort. Proud of you, gang. Love to see others' hard works pay off. Shout out my nigga Naoni. Look, mom, I'm on YouTube. Shout out my nigga Mango. Shout out my nigga J-Dad. Finally, it it took a little minute, but I'm here. Shout out my nigga Nara. This right here is the one. He reloaded. You know what they say about steel, sharpening steel? Shout out my nigga, I think it's Nick Eam Boys. I was never able to say his name right. Shout out my nigga Nick. This is about Che not being the focus, and about Che not being how the series thrives. If I'm right. Shout out my nigga CEO. But yeah, I've been waiting for this for the longest. It's gonna be good eats tonight. That's funny. Nigga said I landed. Hail me, don't hail me. Thank you for the Bible verse. May God bless you, brother. Be safe. I'm not sure which verse he means. I'm assuming it's the one in the front at the start of every video. Appreciate that, bro. May God bless you too. All right, my nigga Zavinci, it's your time. Don't sell. Peak Video J. You can really hear all the opinions and voices of everything mentioned in the live streams and even the comments of the episodes. So I don't comment on the episode, so he's talking about what other people are saying right here. But a fair amount, like a good decent portion of the things that were in the review were also things I said in live streams. I've talked about this season needing to be longer. I've talked about Tevin getting a proper fight. I think that opinion was broken up into two sections, and originally that's basically one section, right? But I broke it up into two, right? I think on live stream, I talked about Che needing more losses, like more actual fight losses, which we talked about earlier, right? So a fair amount of what I said, like in the review, was actually stated prior by myself. Are you still doing the Sabito versus Kofi video? I'll probably wait till season 4 if I'm being honest with you. I just don't think it's worth doing right now. There's not enough for Sabito in like actuality. It's just speculation. I don't want to speculate on that. I want to be more definitive, right? Especially if let's just say Kofi is alive, then and he actually has a chance to fight, that'll only add to potential arguments that can be made for him, right? I want to wait on that one. Okay, I just want to say the art section is my favorite. As many times as I wanted to gush over it in a live stream, I felt it was too obvious to do so, so I kept quiet. But holy crap, this season's art was immaculate. From how well the panels looked to special effects and the character designs, just so peak. And the way these season 4 trailers look, it's only going to get better. I can't wait to see not only the artistic but the writing improvements Brent makes this season. Me too. The art is looking pretty fire for season 4. I really like, especially I think the Masato art is probably my favorite because I like how movie trailer it feels. You know what I mean? The Agent 16 art is cool. I like the fact that it is a movie trailer sort of aesthetic as well. But it don't hit like the Masato one. And I like what he's doing with, like I said, Tevin and Che, right? Tevin, Che, Dean, and Vaal. I mean, the biggest if of the century. Yeah, because he could be dead. So, but we also just need like Sabito versus Vaal to be like super definitive, because the implication of that fight alone should just allow Sabito to win, along with like how their talents would interact. But like, you know how niggas get, and I don't like debating with niggas who grasp at straws and just tiptoe around the talking points and try to act like what I'm saying has no merit. I don't do that. We don't do that around here. Y'all know who I'm talking about, specifically not when he specifically clips. Before I watch this, congrats on finishing the video. Appreciate you, man. He's talking about himself. Great work. Appreciate you, my nigga Zulu. All right. Oh, you got you a section, gangy. Oh, this was not in the order I thought it would be. I wonder if I'm missing anything. Hold on. Let me make sure all the comments are here properly. This one. Okay. I want to make sure all the comments are there. I might have to reset it to make sure. Oh, you know what? I didn't read this. Oh, okay, never mind. Let me see. Is that it? 1 there. 3 there. 1 there. 4 there. Hold on. Let me go here. Sorry I'm late to your stream. Shout out my nigga Rainbow Lion. When I watch this review, it seems like Brent is on the ice with you. I know you're just giving out criticism. Good criticism too. It seems like Brent is on thin ice with you. I mean, kinda, but not really. It's not like I'm like, man, if you fail me, Brent, bro, I'll never enjoy your series again. It's more like, I think you can do better. So let me give you like a blueprint to try and do better, basically. Like if you need like a model to follow, you can use this. I know you're not that type of person, but like you can use this, bro. But it's not like I'll just like drop Ordeal completely. Like I still think, especially with the biblical aspects of the series, that like covering it is part of my purpose. You know what I mean? Is there a way I can make sure that, oh, you know what? It's not here, it's here. Oh, I guess these are all the comments. I want to make sure that every comment was being shown. Actually, let's see. Let's do it like that. Let's do it like that and see what happened. All right, let me refresh this real quick. It is hot in this room. I feel like Berleezy a little bit. Okay. Oh, never mind. I could have just sorted it by top. All right, that was a waste. My fault, chat. But you gonna keep going. All right. Should I my nigga earn? This was definitely a very good and well-written video / review. A lot of the points you made are some of the thoughts that I had. Shout out to you. Some of these include the concept of the 4 pillars, as they have the potential to be some of the coolest characters introduced in terms of writing and their talent abilities. Jin's apology to Che was pretty quick and almost out of nowhere, and while one could think he had been too harsh on Che in their introduction, there's almost no reason for him to do so, as it seemed as though Jin had superiority over Che. That's true. Another thing with the 4 pillars versus Thanatos, which you pretty much said everything I had been thinking about. For Reed, Bree, and Kofi, taking note of Che's chi, I think Bree was more so trying to elude the type of characters they were. My problem with this sentence is the fact that Bree gets no other screen time after that, right? Like Bree isn't relevant, so you can say that for like Reed, and you could say that for Kofi, even though he's quiet in that scene. There's no like Bree don't need to be there. We don't need to be there. You know what I mean? Like a different character could have got exposition. Minamoto, Mikhail, shit, Vatic. That's really it, honestly. Maybe even Abijah, because we see him again, but because we don't see Bree again, Bree doesn't need that character depth, basically. Brent's more open to criticism. If anything, he'll be a bit mad, but open to ways on how to improve the series going forward. Yeah, he'll probably be like, damn, so this what he think? That shit trash. All right, bro, you kind of got a good point though. You know what I mean? What no like creator wants to hear though is, what is this? What no creator wants to hear is just like how bad something is. Like even if it's not well received, no creator wants to hear like how bad of a job they did, right? So the idea was, even if like he kind of shuts out everybody else's voice, was that we start off introducing the concept, right? We look at all the good things, and then we go, all right, this is everything that was like not good. And instead of just saying this wasn't good, this wasn't good, this wasn't good, I go, this wasn't good, but this is why. This wasn't good, and because I don't understand it. This wasn't good because it doesn't make sense, right? So that the criticism isn't simply just, we don't like this, I don't like this, blah blah blah. It's, I don't like this because nothing comes about it. I don't like this because it's hardly relevant. I don't like this because it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And I feel like if more people did it like that, which somebody kind of says, I feel like if more people took that approach, then people like authors, creators, and people in general would be more receptive to criticism. You know what I mean? I'll be honest with you, like I don't really want to hear criticism. That's just me though. Unless I ask you, like unless I specifically ask, don't criticize me. I can't take it. I'm gonna crash out. Reed seems to be the more analytical slash intelligence type out of the god tier. Reed seems to be part of the military and could be the strategic slash reconnaissance type. And Kofi could kind of just be there to tie in his talent being related to radiation. Sure, uh, like how like how Shay's sun-based abilities have radiation aspects to them, as the sun itself produces its own type of radiation. But that's just me. I do agree that Vatic could work, or just have all the god tier be together. See, exactly. Um, this is fair, but like Kofi, the fact that you hit a dot 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 right here, like that's how you know Kofi don't got to be there, bro. Reed can be there, but like Kofi, bro, like he don't even like add to the discussion. He like curious in his head. You know what I'm saying? Like Bree was like, "Can you explain it?" And like Reed was like, "Shit, nigga, how do you explain a fucking fairy tale, bro? Like that's like asking me to explain the Holy Trinity. Like I'm gonna just run in circles. You know what I mean?" But Kofi's just sitting there staring at the screen like, "Oh, okay, I see. Interesting, bro. Say something, dude. Like we got all this panel space, bro. Speak up." And then Reed like talks to him even more, and Kofi just sits there like he just sits there and stares at the screen. And then like you could say that later on the interaction with Kofi and Vatic is like a full circle moment to that like little scene of him like pondering what's on the screen. But again, Kofi says nothing, or there's no real allusion to Kofi like really caring about what Shay has going on, especially after 128. Um, and then if that's the case, then why is Kofi like so like dead set on Vatic helping Shay? I genuinely feel like that interaction was like a writing error, because it doesn't feel like it's coming from the perspective of Kofi. It feels like it's coming from the perspective of Brent. You know what I mean? Like Brent directly as a writer. Like this character will be helpful for this character later on, as opposed to a proper, authentic interaction between the two of them, if that makes sense, right? Okay, speaking of them, their power has been the discussion of the Ordeal subreddit since around season 2. The reason is that I personally believe that Ian, through Brent's writing, should have should have their continental scaling be their full power, or give the reader and inverse in universe characters the reason why they are meant to stop Vaal. Hold on, wait. Should have their continental scaling be their full power, or give the reader and in-universe characters the reason why they are meant to stop Vaal. I'm gonna have to keep reading to see what you mean by this part. I get what you mean by this part though. This isn't like bad conceptually, but we're kind of already past that. Whole lot of sitting around doing nothing from the GTs this season. That's funny. Um, Country or even island should have been the term used for their power. As while I am not a power scaler myself, what a majority of media forget is that visualization has equal weight as energy, output, and statements. That's a fair point. Actually showing the god tier do something continental, or anything that has other characters understand why they are at the top 10 Kimyos, why they are at the top 10 Kimyos, would help the position slash rank they are in. Okay. It also doesn't help that since Brent hasn't shown that much of their abilities or talents, it makes them look like mid to strong tier Kimyos and not demigods. Also fair. Reed's and Minamoto's talents doesn't look that impressive visually, and Zuri hasn't even done anything but have a statement that her talent covers the entirety of Africa, if I remember correctly. It's more so her, I guess, capabilities, not necessarily her talent specifically. It says she says she can protect Africa herself, not necessarily that her talent can cover Africa. Like if she were have to have like a range control type of talent, right? But it mostly seems like she has the ability to take on the properties of animals that exist. I don't think she's Medusa related. Those are cool on paper, but not continental level. Even Bjorn and Vaal failed at that during their fight because nothing they did was as powerful as Rokash from season one. That's kind of fair, kind of fair, kind of. Kofi, Abijah, and Vatic are the closest ones we have who can wait, who can definitely wait, who definitely can reach those very high levels of power, but the other gods here need to be more utilized in fights in season 4. This also applies to the Gaki as well, as they seem to have talents more limited or grounded than being able to rival or be above the god tier. Um, this is kind of fair. I think there's an aspect that we're forgetting, which is like chi as a whole. Like chi just makes a talent stronger, so more chi equals more like power, more weight, more capabilities, more resistance, more effectiveness, regardless of how like strong a talent seems to be on paper, essentially, right? Though I do think, where is it at? I do think the visual point is very, 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 very important, which is why like the scaling falls off, especially for when we see like Kofi or what we see with like Shay. Shay visually cuts the moon in half, and then the aftermath of his attack burns a city. And then Kofi kinda blows up like mountain ranges or like mountain adjacent areas, but doesn't blow up even a fucking quarter of Arizona, right? And again, like I said in the review, there's no actual statements of these characters controlling their power. So, like, for Bjorn and Vaal, you could say that, like, the hammer, even though it's cheese unstable, Bjorn is hyper focused on ensuring the attack only makes contact with Vaal to ensure that his blood sacrifice is burnt out. But in theory, that attack should have killed, like, or at least extended, like in terms of like outward destruction, a decently wide margin, right? Like especially since he covered the soldiers with his hide. If the attack even reached like that far, they would be fine. So you can show like the destruction of the terrain in the area while ensuring the characters are actually alive because you set it up prior, right? So I think this is also kind of fair. Good comment, man. Good season 3 review, Jay. The Bibleverse in ordeal is cool, and your opinions are definitely good, bro. I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work and be safe, bro. Appreciate you, my nigga Scout. This is going into the review Hall of Fame. W Glaze. Personal pros: improved art, better fight choreography, character introductions, power system expansion, character designs. Character designs actually did go crazy. Like, maybe not go crazy, but I do like the way the characters are designed this season. I think it's only going to improve from here on, especially looking at somebody like Azam. Azam currently has my favorite design out of like any cub right now in general. I think Azam season 4 design is probably like my favorite design of any cub ever. Yeah, I think I can stand on that opinion. Personal character stakes. That's good. Cons: season length, dialogue sometimes feels unnatural. At some points, I won't like fully deny that. Especially with like what I said about Kofi to Vatic about Shay. This like definitely feels like a good like, example of that, right? Plot holes. How did Shay find out the mole Mikhail's subplot being ignored? Like, nigga, like this whole thing, bro, like there's literally no explanation for this. You can't fathom a satisfying explanation for this. Like there's no way you're gonna be able to come up with a reason that can satisfy anybody. At most you can get like half the niggas to be like, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I guess that works. Like it works, but you know, it could be better, but whatever. Um, but like it would have just been better all around if like Shay coincidentally cut the moon in half, right? Like it would have been better if Shay was just flexing on niggas as opposed to him literally targeting the moles on the moon. Cause there's no way he could know that, bro. Like there's no way. At least from our perspective right now. You know what I mean? There could be a good reason to explain it, but like seriously, like how? Like how? Like it would have been a lot better if Aldrich was like, thank God Shay, though it was drastic, thank God Shay had attacked the moon because his attack directly took out the moles on the moon. Like something like that. Like that would have felt way more authentic, way more natural than it seems like the attack pattern was just right so that it doesn't hurt anybody that we care about, but these traitor and treacherous individuals get fucked over. It's like, nigga, what? All right, episode length. New characters come and went too quickly to care enough about them. Yeah, like after the pillars died, bro, didn't give a fuck. Never gave a fuck about them at that point. Poor execution of some ideas like Kobe versus Konos. That shit was so trash. Just trash. Like trash. That shit was ass. I can't wait to like see more of the Gaki and see what they do to be like, and like or like what they stand for to be like, oh yeah, Kofi should have fought this person. Like in all actuality, I know Roberto has he has like more reason to fight somebody like Abijah, Reed, and Ian, you know, for their prior interaction. But like, why not have Roberto and his girlfriend fight the only couple in the god tier? Am I crazy for thinking that? Like, you know how insane it would be for the couple to fight the couple and it to be like a relatively crazy fight. Especially because you could write it so that this is their chance to sort of redeem the fact that they didn't collect the boxes. So now they're sent to kill world leaders. Okay, this is their redemption. However you want to write that doesn't really matter to me. Honestly, I think Kofi and Sonya should just die if that's the case, right? That's just me. I think that'd be great. I think it's better. I think it's more consistent. I think it fits. But like, you might think a couple fighting a couple is a little predictable, but like, why not use that dynamic to your advantage to write more interesting character interactions, right? And then at that point, what you could also do is you could have the fight start out as like two 1v1s and then it turn into an actual 2v2 where we get to see how the characters and their relationships affect how they fight together, right? I think it would make a lot of sense if Kofi and Sonya have like better synergy than Roberto and Ariel. If I'm being completely honest, like I feel like it would make a lot of sense. It would be kind of cool to see a toxic relationship or a relationship that's I don't want to say less developed, but like more so. I don't really know what I'm looking for, but it would be better. It would be better and more interesting to see a relationship that seems to have more weight to it, especially with the soldier statement of like Sonya never leaving Kofi's side since they met, in comparison to like a similar dynamic, you know, but maybe a little bit more toxic, right? Or something along those lines, right? Especially since when we see Roberto shift, she's literally right there, like right above him. Like it's the same dynamic. So you could have did that. You could have used these characters in a way that's far more interesting than what we actually got to see. And outside of like fights and showcases and like development, I feel like that's a really big thing that's like missing. Like if your characters aren't being utilized in a way that's like captivating enough. You know what I mean? Like Lewis, good. Azam's fight is interesting at best, but like it doesn't keep him relevant and interesting. Like Tevin, no fights. Anton, no depth, right? None of these characters are being used in a way that makes me think that, or I should say, that makes me make them think they're more authentic than they are, right? They feel a little bit more bland, and I don't even want to say they're all predictable, because I couldn't have predicted a Kofi versus Konos fight, nor could I have predicted like Shay fighting Rajani, right? But like at the end of the day, these types of character dynamics are almost made to be used in a way to show how these characters interact, to show how these characters can fight. It's almost made to show like how dynamics between characters with a similar setup can be different, right? I know I talked about like Shay fighting Konos being too easy because he just got purple flames a little bit earlier, but like at the very least with this, there's a lot more you can do with it. Like, yeah, we're having two people fight with the same dynamic, we're having two couples squabble, but there's more you can do with it. You can take the fight that much further. And like I said, you could actually use this as a gaki redemption. These niggas failed. They failed. So instead of showing this fucking child and his really big gorilla dog, show off the characters we already saw, so that you don't feel the need to use them again so soon later on. You know what I mean? Moving on. Alright, finished the whole video. Jay explained all the issues I had with the Season 2 W video. Still excited for Season 4, but my expectations are tempered till I see them on page. I agree. I'm not excited. I'm simply waiting. I'm simply waiting to do my job, basically. We'll see what we see when it actually comes out. Shout out my nigga Xander. Gorilla Dog is crazy. I mean, the nigga looked like a big ass silverback, and he's literally referred to as a dog in the damn title screen, or the title of the episode. At that point, what else do we call him? I'm not finna call him his name. I done said his name the whole stream. I gotta insult him now because he sucks. Conceptually, Konos is like cool, kind of. He's kind of cool. I like the fact that Konos has some of the like strongest talent potential out there. He can mimic talents, but he's limited to being a child, like mentally. But like that, like if that's the case, why not have like him fight Reed or something, where like, you know what I mean? Like, there's more you can do with these dynamics to make it more interesting, bro. Like, Kofi feels sympathetic because this nigga's crying. First of all, that was crazy. This big ass dog gorilla is crying. Sure. But like, if Reed saw that, I think he'd be more sympathetic and more curious as to why this nigga's crying, as opposed to Kofi, where it feels like he's just like, is this nigga shedding tears while I'm beating his ass? The fuck is going on here? Like, that's what it felt like. Silverback gorilla dog is an animal you'd see in the Earth Kingdom. That's actually so true. Shout out the Earth Kingdom. Or shout out my nigga Xander. In relation to Shay wiping them out in base, I definitely hated that scaling, but I do recall Brent saying something about characters getting unique power-ups if you... hold on, let me reread that part. Getting unique power-ups, if you will, based off their emotions. But again, I don't fully like it myself, as it seems as a cop mechanism, or let's say mechanic. It seems as a cop, I think it's supposed to be like a cop-out mechanic rather than something organic. Okay, I'm not sure where this statement comes from. I'm not sure where this could have been said. I'm not sure if this is accurate or not. I can't like confirm or deny this. However, emotion-based amps are true to some extent based on Shay in season 2, right? Technically speaking, Shay did get an emotional amp in his ballroom fight, but it was like, it was so specific and it felt so justified that you're almost like, oh wow, you know what I mean? Like, I would feel that same way too. It was basically like even if it was like it was almost like an adrenaline boost, right? Like an anger, you know, adrenaline boost basically, right? Or I should say anger induced adrenaline boost, right? So there is some sort of um aspects to that, to like this being true. However, it's not throughout the entirety of the series. I don't think the full scope of this is true. So if this does like become consistent, I will agree that like it kind of becomes a cop out, because at that point it's like who can be angrier or who can channel their emotions better. And I think that's only good for certain characters. Like if your character is angry, for example, if your character is angry, like Raphael from Ninja Turtles, he has to learn to channel his anger better so that he doesn't become destructive in combat, right? If your character is sad, we have to have them learn that their sadness can no longer be a sort of stopping mechanism to them achieving their true potential, right? Um, there's probably other examples out there, like even somebody like Goku in Dragon Ball Z. It's not the, or specifically Power, but it's not the best example. But Whis literally says Goku was like too laid back. So though it's not an emotional amp, it is a means of showing that like a character's personality shines through and it actually can hinder their power. But then Dragon Ball is also another example of like showing how anger can amplify power as well. But even still, the power they get through the anger still has to be focused, and it still has to be practiced and perfected, right? You know what I mean? So unique power-ups based off emotions. I think Shay is really the only example, especially for like what we saw in season 2 and season 3. And if it becomes like a consistent thing, it will be a problem. But I do think there are better ways to write emotional characters, whatever that emotion is, to actually be effective in a fight or to help grow their character. Like Yukiko, for example, is supposed to have like a sort of fearful thing, right? A fearful thing going on. And that should be something she gets past in season 4 to allow her to use Hisame at its full potential, right? Though I don't even think you could do like emotion-based power-ups outside of like anger and like maybe joy or a sort of like sadistic related emotion. At that point, like that's really all. Like you got nothing else, you know what I mean? Okay, shout out my nigga Gene. I'm not sure what you got going on here, gangy. Just got the opportunity to watch the almost all video. I think it's supposed to say almost the entire video. But I do agree on a lot of points. I also agree that Shay is just too strong. I don't think Shay should have got Zahara. Before I read the rest of this, actually, for one, it makes Andrea look bad. Before I read the rest of this, I don't agree with that. But also, Shay was always going to get Zahara. It just wasn't executed the best. That's the problem. It wasn't executed the best. Brent, I think Brent said it in one of my streams. I think he said it in one of my streams that like that was the plan, unless he said it in one of the, it might have been one of the like the drawing streams where he was talking about or where he did the art piece for all of the Ilios vessels. It might have been that stream. I don't remember where it is, but he did say that was always the plan. And season 3 essentially confirms that, not with the fact that Shay tamed Zahara, but with the fact that the flash forward we see of him holding Zahara relates directly back to what we saw in season 1. So essentially, through the writing and through the visuals, like the visual confirmation, this was the plan since the first season, right? It just wasn't executed in the best way possible. I think it would have been better if I think it would have been better if, you know, Shay and Andrea fought, and Shay was the one that freed Shay was the one that freed Andrea from Noragiri's control, right? Um, Basically similar to what we see in 125, but more personal, right? It also could have been happened just later. Like again, Shay could have tamed Zahara, given it back to Andrea, and then we see in season 4, maybe even season 5, that Andrea is no longer with Shay, yet she left him her strongest asset. You know what I mean? Sort of as like a parting gift, especially because he saved her from it in season 3, right? Um, and then we're likely gonna get Andrea with like some sort of weaponry that's really good. So her leaving Noragiri, aka Zahara, with Shay at that point just wouldn't really matter. But the plan was that Shay was always going to get Zahara. It's just that it wasn't executed well. But let's keep going. The whole of season 2 was building up due to her talent. She is the only one who can tame Zahara, but for her to succumb to it and Shay getting isn't necessary at all. Um, this technically isn't true, in my opinion. It's more so that they believe she can master it. Like it's a challenge. They believe she can. But with the knowledge that it's cursed chi, it's almost already still impossible, right? You know what I mean? Um, I don't think I don't think even before like season three's events that like I think before we get the exposition of cursed chi in season 3, I think it's arguable that any of the god tier, especially somebody like Mikhail, somebody like Vatic, somebody like uh, maybe even like Minamoto could have tamed or like handled Noragiri, you know, at that point in the story, right? Especially if at that point in the story it was still based on how much chi they had, right? Because they should have we didn't at that time we didn't know that Zahara should in theory have a similar level of chi to Ilios, right? So if a talent weapon can have more chi than even Andrea, then it would have been crazy for a god tier to have the potential to do it. And it makes sense because they are just naturally stronger Kimios with more chi, right? But I don't think it's truly set up that she's the only one who can tame it. I just think that her ability to some degree allows her to do it better than everybody else, right? Um, but the fact that it was like alive kind of made things like a little bit different, right? Brent could have wrote Vinter into being able to handle Sun through Moon or only one full use. Um, um, I don't really see why Vinter can't or why Sun through Moon can't be used with the blue flames. In my opinion, I don't. I think that was like a discussion in the Discord of like, could like Shay amp Vinter with blue flames, you know what I mean? So then he'd have like fire ice. So I don't really understand why it can't be used with the blue flames, right? Um, one time use, uh, one time use in a sacrifice of Vinter would have been interesting, because then he has to get a new weapon. But I don't think it's a good idea for him to lose Vinter so soon after he just got it, right? Mm, I think if we saw Shay figuring out Zahara's true name alongside him, or alongside him training with Andrea, it would have been fine. Yeah, that's also why I think like that initial time skip space just would have had could have been better exposition, right? Like we know he's we know he's like we know he has access to knowledge. Like he's able to research things, right? So it would have been interesting if we got a flashback to Shay, like you said, researching her name um through like history textbooks, or you know yeah, like history textbooks, um trying to like trace back where Noragiri comes from. You know what I mean? Um, Especially because it's a Tenka Goken. Even though it's a secret, there should be like people like the Ishchi family would basically be pioneers of that kind of recorded history, right? And that could have even been a better segue into revealing that the Ishti family is the recorders of history, right? Um, so like if we got a flashback like after he said Zahara, like imagine he says Zahara, and then the next like the start of the next episode is him like telling Ilios that he found it, right? Like he found it, or some sort of conversation like that, right? And then the episode kind of continues, and then when we get Sun Through Moon, we get the same flashback, right? So that way those parts connect a lot better. We get him discovering her name, and then we get him even considering her as an asset to be used by him, right? Where did I stop? Yeah, one full use. Okay, Shay's fight with Jose should have been a close fight. I mean, to the point where he barely beats Jose, and maybe from Sun Through Moon, Vinter gets destroyed. Again, I don't think Vinter should be destroyed. I think it should be a part of his kid until like near the end, basically. It could be a nice symbol of how Shay is losing the teachings passed down onto him from his predecessors. That's not bad though. And Shay ends up getting another talent weapon that gets him the ability of Purple Flames. At that point, just give him Zahara. But Andreas should have tamed Zahara and honestly washed Lathe. I don't. I just don't agree with that. Like I can't agree with that. Knowing that it was never the case, I can't agree with that. And then it would have been better if like she did kill Lathe before Shay took over and like tried to aid her or aided her. I will say that, but I don't think like introducing Cursed Chi this way isn't bad to me, right? And again, I think him like their connection, and with him ensuring that she doesn't have foes, even if it's her weapon, it would have been nice to see like him tame the weapon and give it back to her, right? Showing that he is on her side, showing that he is, keeping her blade sharp in a more literal sense, right? And then she could wash Lathe, right? But then she can't contend with Jose. Shay's fight with Jose being close, not that bad. I think it's a fair take. He does just outright wash him, like, and Jose can't really do anything. But I think Nara has a really good opinion on why like Jose is just sort of at a disadvantage in that fight overall, right? With him like having it's like Jose's fighting style completely changes, so he is more prone to losing essentially. I'll say it like that instead of trying to like really go dive deep. Wait, do you think Vaal could have stored Dean somewhere instead of killing him back then? Not with that type of technology at the time. I don't think so. I guess if you want to like bury Dean alive or keep him in a cave and he's in a coma, I guess. But like, I don't even think Verdun Duel, like if he lived while Vaal killed Dean, or like Vaal was like trying to spare Dean, I don't think Verdun Duel would let Dean live, essentially. Right? He'd probably even just take his chi or something like that. Like I don't think Vaal doesn't have enough pull to like make that kind of happen at that moment in time, right? Okay, that would have been a good showing for her and redemption. I agree that Shay basically killing multiple god tier Gaki and Thanatos all in one attack in base makes no sense. To be honest, that was unnecessary. It would have been better for that event to happen at the end of the season. That's interesting. I think having Shay fight Rajani and Kofi versus Konos should have happened first. Shay fight Rajani, Kofi fight Konos, and then that's not bad either. I like the idea of like Thanatos going, all right, y'all fought my peons. Y'all fought a kid, his dog, and some bitch. All right, now it's my time to show y'all what I'm really like. You know what I mean? I don't think that would have been bad. I can't even lie. That might not have been that would have been kind of interesting. A few weeks or a month goes by, and Code pulls up to Abel's mansion on Thanatos and the Gaki, resulting in an all-out battle. This one I'm not too sure of. I think only because I feel like it might last longer than I actually would have liked. Right? Um, Shoot, we could have gotten Junie versus Rajani. This, now this right here. I think I read this a little bit sooner right here, like when I was reading this one. Now this would have been great. This would have been great. The problem is like we don't really get a lot of Junie's character beforehand to really justify her fighting Rajani, but at the same exact time, like Thanatos kind of did to Junie what Rajani did to the people at in the stadium, right? Essentially, sacrifice them niggas, like more or less, right? Like take these niggas as an offering, or absorb the power, right? Like she could relate what Thanatos did to them to what Rajani did to the people, right? And I think like if you're gonna delay a character's like introduction for combat, I definitely think it's okay to do Junie fighting Rajani, right? I think that would have been interesting. I think there's a way that conversation can go, to the point where we might even just see like Rajani try to explain her perspective, and instead of like being given grace like with Che, Junie just doesn't care. Like she doesn't care, and it would really show her changing character a little bit more than what we actually got, right? This is not a bad idea at all. This would be very interesting. Che could have sent her out to handle her while he goes looking for talent weapons due to him wanting to be stronger after Lewis's death, and that's where you lose me, because that's like yes but no, he could have went looking for one of the 5 heavenly blades, which could, I mean, he already has one, so he doesn't really need another one. Which could have given him the purple flames. Like this, see, like saying like this, he already has what needs to do that. So like for him to get something else that substitutes that doesn't make sense to me. Like it doesn't make sense. Like he already has the weapon that would allow him to do that. And at that point, you would almost have to basically say that either the new weapon can just kill Chi at a base ability, which is crazy. Yeah, you would almost have to do it like that, right? Or you would have to say that like all the Tenkagoken share the same talent enhancing ability, which I guess is not that bad, but it's still not that fun either. But like to substitute a weapon just to give it the same effect, it doesn't make sense when it's already there. You know what I mean? Yeah. At that point, it's like we can just leave it the same because it's gonna achieve the same thing, right? Um, It could be a blade passed down in the Heart Clan, having Che explore Heart Clan ruins. I actually have something like this, so I'm glad he didn't do that. Not gonna lie. When Cole pulls up to Abel's mansion, the battle could have resulted in Code suffering major losses, as well as Thanatos' army too. And Che, Vatic, and Kevin pull up late to fight Thanatos, but are ultimately unsuccessful. The only problem with this is like Che is on the island, so like Che can't pull up late because he's like there. Like he's actually there. Like there's no way for Che to be late because he would be there. Though given the idea of like Che looking for a weapon related to his heritage, I understand this. This actually coincides with the idea that I brought up where I brought up if that like Che doesn't need to fit in the plot, and he can have his own subplot just to like actually be a part of the plot at the end. This is like a directly an aspect of that idea, right? And I like that. Ultimately unsuccessful, which I honestly think that's the only way you can end it. Like you can't really end the fight, like end the season with them like winning, basically. Like I think Thanatos has to get like a really good hoorah at the end of the season if like the season were to go properly, right? Like Kevin kind of has to die. Vatic might need to be injured. Honestly, if Vatic was like comatose or something like that, that'd be crazy. But like the good guys can't win at the end of season 3. Like they can't, especially like specifically if we're following the proper plot. Like they can't win. Like things need to go wrong. Um, that would have been a great way to end the season, and that would have made the actual ending scene be more hype. Shay ends up in a coma and wakes up with Kaguya there, and it leading to a flashback of the Heart Clan massacre or something along those lines. I don't think that would have happened, or I don't think that part would fit in theory, because of something I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Also, making Anton's mission to find Leo's brother to build technology that could allow humans to use chi weapons. I don't even like Keith like that. Anton's mission to find Leo's brother would have been interesting conceptually. But like the use of chi weapons, I'm already against that. I hate that idea. Like that shit's stupid to me. Cause we already got the Titan tech weapons, bro. Like at that point, just figure out a way to enhance them just a tad bit more to get more consistent results against the Titan generals, right? But to like use chi with technology to even fight to fight Kimyos in general is pointless because we already have technology that does it. And the chi that you would need to fight like higher tier Kimyos, like you can't. It doesn't feel like you can. Though that can be supplied so easily, especially if Shay's chi was diminished, and it took him 3 months to recover it to even wake up. Right? We don't know how much chi he has at the end of the 3 months. So if like a god tier or a pillar level Kimyo is donating these levels of chi, it doesn't fully make sense for that character to even be viable at some point, right? Now you could spin it to show that the darker side of Code and the darker side of Trinidad as a whole, that's not a bad idea, but it just doesn't feel like you can properly do chi and technology together, in my opinion. At least from like a basic weaponry standpoint. Like we see technology helping enhance Kimyo control, specifically with Tandor. I don't think there's any other Kimyos like him though. I think he's the only example. But again, Tandor isn't even that strong. Like Tandor's only ranked 32. He's not even a top 20 level Kimyo. So again, at that point, it don't really matter. Dragon King, I'd rather see Reed had Kofi time since he was properly built up from ideals, talent description, etc. Fair. Where else? Yeah, fuck Keith. And fuck chi weapons. But not you, bro. Not you, bro. That's not directed towards you. Also, the flashback with Sabito injuring Vaal could have been in that episode or the following episode where it's emphasized Vaal's fear of death. Very good point. What do you think? I think Brent definitely needs an editor. Shit, he needs somebody. He might genuinely need Jesus himself to like start. You know how in the Bible, like certain individuals get dreams and then like other people can interpret those dreams? Brent might just need both of them. Let me stop. So I'm a traveling merchant. Oh wait. You got another comment. Okay. Shout out to you, bro. I think the scaling is good in Ordeal. Certain characters being stronger than their ranking suggests. I think I wanted to. This was something I wanted to look at. This is something I want to extend. You might be his editor, Jay. That's not gonna happen if the nigga don't talk to me. So, and I ain't got no message sent. So, okay, wait. Certain characters being stronger than their ranking suggests makes sense, or else it would make the story too black and white. It makes sense that ranking a person's strength won't always be accurate. It makes it more realistic. I disagree. For example, like before I read this, or what I should say is, what I mean when I say the ranking should be more accurate is I mean that yes, two characters can be relative in terms of like skill or even talent capacity, for destruction or healing, or however you want to look at it. But if two characters fight, um, depending on their ranking, however many times the higher ranked character or lower ranked character wins or loses should help further show how strong they actually are. For example, Rokash is ranked 97 before he gets to rank 50. Andrea is ranked 147. Rokash should beat Andrea 9-10 times out of 10 to prove that he is stronger than her, right? Amongst the rankings, okay? Same thing with Kaguya. Like, if Kaguya thought he was stronger than Rokash while he was ranked 97, then if Kaguya fought Rokash, if he didn't beat him, I don't know, 7 out of 10 times, it just shows that Kaguya is not on that level, right? That's really what I meant, or that's what I should have kind of included. I didn't really think about that until a couple of days ago, but that way, and if you put it in the story like that, it's more justifiable for characters to be ranked, and characters to have close rankings, and skill really come into play, right? So let's just say we have a character A and character B have talents that almost do the same thing. Let's just say they're both state types, right? They just get physical amps, right? They have their unique quirks, blah 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 blah, right? But if character A can beat character B 6 times out of 10, it makes sense that character A is ranked one place higher than character B, right? You know what I mean? And then let's just say character B trains a little bit more, he gets a little bit more chi, and he beats character B 7 times out of 10. Then okay, it makes sense for character B to now be ranked up and ranked higher past character A. Does that make sense? Like, that's kind of what I mean. If we're gonna use a ranking system, it should be a lot clearer. Like, it should outright be a lot clearer. Like, the top 10 are so clear that it's disgusting. Like, at least in terms of like the other ranks. And nobody is arguing that the top 10, the top 20 aren't stronger than the rest, but for whatever reason, we're still guessing and guesstimating how strong characters are amongst the ranks below that. That doesn't make sense if we're not doing that for the characters above, right? Especially since it's already perceived by the fandom that the top 10 are ranked purely on strength. But according to Brent, that's not the case. So I'm not understanding why a black and white scale can't be used more often than not, right? It's already being used for the top tiers, specifically the top 3, but even still, the top 10 or top 20 are still outright stronger than everybody beneath them in the ranking system. That's black and white in and of itself. Does that make sense? So to specify it and make it more accurate and more realistic, you have to give those kind of reasonings as to why characters are stronger. Because we can say that Jin is stronger than Junie, or Junie is stronger than Tandor, but to really understand why, it makes sense to be like, okay, Jin is outright faster, he can move in and out of time, you know, effectively, potentially distorting his Junie's perception of him. But when they have fought in the past, Jin can beat Junie such and such amount of times, as opposed to Junie's record, which is far worse, right? I feel like that's how you have to do it to make the rankings a little bit more concrete. And even still, that doesn't take away from the villains, because the villains are they're the vague group of the series. Their strength is now going to be determined by who they can beat within the ranking system, right? And that's how it's already been working. Titans are comparable to fucking some humans, some human weaponry. Ian and Gary with his G3 suit. Titan generals with Ian and Gary. We got low ranking 150 members, right? Like this, like, it makes sense to use the ranking system for the villains just as much as it makes sense to use it for the heroes. You know what I mean? Am I tripping? Like, am I like Am I like out of bounds with that sort of like thinking? Because we're not really using any other metric to determine who is stronger than who outside of the ranking system. Because if the ranking system didn't exist, then we would be solely relying on chain scaling and who fought who to even guess these types of things, right? Does that make sense? We would have to use lore even more than we already do to guess how strong or how much stronger a character is than another, right? Like the Great Four would have probably need more chi related statements to show how much stronger they are, right? Orion's ranking alongside his statement show how strong he is and how much potential he even has, right? But somebody like, let's just say a random nigga in rank 140, what does he have? Like, what do you have? Why did you get here? How did you earn your stripes to get here, right? What makes you stronger than the 10 niggas behind you? You know what I mean? What makes you weaker than everybody in front of you? You know what I mean? There's nothing telling us that amongst the actual numbers, which is why I said in the review there are definitive information that is just missing about the what is that word? Fundamental and foundational aspects of the series. This is one of those things. If that was better established, then it's easier to tell what character is stronger than who. Mato Hagan prime example. Exactly. Mato was ranked 8, right? Let's just say for argument's sake and for the example that the strength of a character is determined at the very least by the number, right? So out of all 10 god tier, what's his name? Leo would be rank 1 and Mato would be rank 8, you know? And then mind you, this is just common in like every other sort of ranking system, at least in terms of a number. Like I'm reading Twin Star Exorcist and there's 11 bad guys. There's 11 bad guys. And we just read that the fourth bad guy, the fourth strongest, or I should say, and we just saw and just witnessed recently, I think a few weeks ago, the fourth strongest guy and the ninth strongest guy, right? We saw the difference. We literally see the difference. We even see it in the people they fight, right? That alone helps add to their the ranking of characters, right? That by itself, because one group is set up as an order of weakest to strongest, and then characters they fight help add on to weakest to strongest from the hero's perspective, right? But again, back to the example. Let's just say that Mato is the 8th strongest god tier, right? The numbers are very specific in terms of who is stronger. The fact that Masato, Leo's hand, can outright one tap and destroy and perception blitz Mato would make him an rank 8 level Kimyo. You might even say he could be stronger than that because of how easily he made it look, right? You know what I mean? That can call into question the sort of ranking system of the hands themselves, but even still, the ranking system of the hands almost feels like strength plus what's the word? Strength plus compatibility, right? We don't even know Tao's talent, but right now Orion got some of the best glaze in the series amongst the hands. That the nigga that got the beats by Dre on his heads with them diamonds on his necklace, he got some of the best potential, the best chain scaling out of any hand right now. You know what I mean? Like, and he's ranked what, 15? He's ranked 15. Now, genuinely speaking, do y'all think I'm tripping for thinking like the ranking system deserves more spotlight to help further expand on the overarching power and skill of every character who fights a good guy? am I tripping from that? Like do I like am I genuinely not like is that wild? I'm gonna address this too. Trust. I am tripping. Do you think Elon will be ranked, or do you think he's getting hit with the classified? I don't think he'll be hit with the classified. It's especially in like war. It's not necessary. There's no reason to hide how strong he is amongst like the people you'll be fighting alongside. If he is ranked, I could see it, but if he isn't, it's also like just as possible. I don't think it'll matter that much, but I do think it's more important that he is than he isn't. You know what I mean? Am I genuinely tripping for thinking that the ranking system should be used as a metric to better determine how strong each character individually is? And then on top of that, help allow us to show how strong the characters are that they fight? Like 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 let's just say the pillars fought a character like Jose, right? And they did well against him, right? You could use their team oriented skills and their individual play against what they do against that captain level individual to say that this is a pillar level cameo. You know what I mean? And then you could specify it to what each character does and how that villain fares against each individual amongst that fight to help show like where he actually ranks amongst the scale, right? Like let's just say this random captain level Kimyo can sort of bypass what Eric is doing, right? More often than not. Um and only specific abilities from Tandor can really cause him trouble. But Junie and Jin can actually shut him down a lot better. You know what I mean? Um, right? At that point, that's when you can say this character not only is he a pillar level Kenyo, but if we were to give him a rank, it would have to be probably beneath Junie at 28, right? Um, but even still, like let's just say he can hang with Junie, but he can't hang with Jin. So he's not Jin's level. So he's not 21, but he might be on that ranking anywhere between 21 to 28, right? Depending on how the individual showcase amongst that goes, right? It's our non ment. How do you pronounce that? Non nomen. Let me sound that out. Hold up. Nom and clutcher for weak to strong. The only thing that should be ambiguous is the gaki, which is fair. Nomenclature. That's a new one for me, bro. So no, you're not tripping. We can even use that as a scale for the Titan tech and specialized humans. Exactly. Like the is that a freaking bug on my wall? I see you and trust you're gonna die. Oh, nomenclature. Nigga said classes in session. I appreciate you, Khalil. Um, like I said in the review, the Titan tech and like Titan general level are pretty sound from what we see against Ryu and Brandon. Like Brandon can damage Ryu, but Ryu can kill Brandon, right? My bad, my vernacular slipped through. I go to I go back to hood scientist. Um which is again why I say you know, the Titan texture stop at the Titan general level, because of what we see, right? Because of what we see and how they're scaled, right? Again, um and then like Andrea on top of that helps show that Titan generals are at on some scale close to, you know, lower ranked 150 members, right? Now the scale doesn't have to be so specific in that regard, because Andrea and all the other Cubs are on a relatively similar level outside of like Anton, who's holding back, and like Shay, who gets a buff at that moment. But they're on a relatively similar level, right? But where would you put TG compared to the top 150 list? Titan generals. Um, I guess I'm basically answering that right now. So it would have to be like anywhere from like 150 to probably like 100, I guess. And the only reason I say that is because we don't have any more characters with any higher or lower, well, I should say higher numbers to really determine that. I don't think you can't put. I think in my ranking system, like the actual video I did, like the stream I did I think I did Titan Generals beneath pillars, so you could even put Titan General up until level 50. Like you could in theory do that, right? Up until like rank 50. Right? And that wouldn't be bad because like the Titan Generals, specifically Lathe, Titan Generals are stated to be getting stronger. Well, I should say Titans are stated to be getting stronger, but it feels more like, I guess, like at that point you're just considered a general if you're not a peon like the other guys we saw Andrea deal with, right? They would be Titans, whereas Lathe would be a general, and then the generals are set, or the Titans are said to be getting stronger, but Lathe is clearly stronger than, you know, Ryu, Jirohime, Vince, and Sota, right? So, and at that point, if we're taking into account Andrea's rank, they're only about anywhere from like 150 to like 100 in terms of what they can do. But like Lathe should just shit on all four of them potentially at the same time, if we're being real. Potentially at the same time. So because he's even keeping up with a now like cursed chi amped Andrea. So if a Kimyo like that rider can now contend against a rank 150, it seems like Andrea, who's 147, is now closer to that 50 level, and Lathe was keeping pace with her the entire time. They 2v1'd, but like he's not outright overwhelming them to the point where they are going to lose at that moment, right? Specifically up until that moment, right? Until like that last moment, right? Whereas if it kept going, she definitely could have killed them, right? So I'm simply saying that it would be better if the ranking system amongst the other Kimyos, especially if we had more Kimyos who were ranked, was a little bit more definitive on how strong the characters are even amongst each other. I feel like the numbers should just outright say like, okay, this character's stronger, this character's stronger, this character's stronger. Or if you don't want to do stronger, if you want to say they're on a similar level, because even though talents have their own individual limits and the god tier have reached those limits, skill is still very important. So if you don't want to do pure power, which I really wasn't trying to, but skill is just as important. So you could say, even though in theory character A has more power, character B is far more skilled with his talent, and that puts him above the likes of character A, right? Like we could do that as well. I just feel like these types of statements and these types of ideas should be ingrained in how characters are ranked, so that it makes more sense and it's more justifiable to say why a character is this strong and why a character isn't this strong. And again, like Nara said, the only characters whose strengths should be ambiguous should be the Gaki, because these guys are supposed to be god tier level Kimyos, but according to Brent, through his various statements, they should just be outright stronger, and they should compare to basically two Kimyos with god tier level chi, right? You know what I mean? I conceptualize it as Titans 150 plus, Titan General 149 to 60, Gaki adjacent 59 to 11, and Gaki for the top 10. I'm trying to think like of how well the various Cubs might do against like somebody like Jose. Because I think like Anton and like I think all the Cubs are about pillar level, right? I think they're all in that margin. So at that point, we can also use like somebody like Jin to see like how well they might even fare, how well Jin might even fare against somebody like Jose, right? Because Jose is the only character we have on that Gaki level, which is bad because he's the only metric we can use for that middle range of like just before the Gaki characters. You know what I mean? I see Tevin on up is going to be able to pull the dub. I think the only issue with the number ranks is when you're only relying on the rank to establish strength and not backing it up with actual feats. Yeah, which is what I was saying about skill, right? Like Andrea, I feel like Andrea showed a lot of skill in season 1 and season 2, right? But then I guess another add-on to that is like there's just not enough characters amongst those ranks to really show the full difference. Like, yeah, Rokash is 97, then he jumps to 50. But he's at 50 and he could potentially compare to Tandor and Eric off of skill and talent operation, right? But then that leaves like the lower ranks like Kaguya. Kaguya is 102, but like that still leaves like some of those lower ranks in question. Like what would be a good metric for rank 75? You know what I mean? So, but back to the subject. He said Gaki adjacent 59 to 11. I wish we got a little bit more from Orion and the dog to help like back that up, even though the dog isn't. Even though I guess the dog should be a Gaki itself, or should be like a part of a Gaki pair, I guess. However, that's supposed to work. Because like Jose in Bay, like Jose's a Gaki as he transforms, but if that's the case, like that means he should just get wiped by like the other god tier, and he kind of implies that, like he's like, yo, if I transform the god tier, go know I'm here, and I don't really want that. I don't want that. So we definitely, I feel like off of that, we can put him not at like god tier, and in all honesty, like I feel like the hands, at least to a certain degree, especially with what we see with like Sonya and Kirito, like yeah, they have similar levels of chi, like, but he's an actual Gaki, like an actual ranked Gaki, whereas Jose isn't. So Sonya might, in theory, do potentially better against somebody like Jose than somebody like Kirito. You know what I mean? Even though Jose is older, right? like Jose has speed, but she can teleport, right? And like we see her literally just swap to the arrows. So, and then somebody like holding back Shay, just keeping up with his flight. Though I do think how his talent works, I think at most I'd put Gaki adjacent, aka Gaki hand, aka captain at like the pillar level. If I'm being honest with you, I don't feel right putting them higher. Maybe I could put them at the royal level, but like the royals feel like they're closer to god tier than actual than actually being a sub like a separate category. So like they just lack the full experience potentially. I'm not even sure how that's supposed to work now. I guess you could put like captains at the royal level and say that their transformations potentially can put them on par with Gaki. But like if they don't have a transformation like Jose, if they don't have something like that, I feel like it's no longer justifiable to put them on the pillar or on the the range of those of the royals, right? And I feel like then it's just outright better to have them at the level of the pillars, right? I feel pillars would have handled Jose. He's around pillar. Yeah, I feel like that's fair then. Um, so it's like I feel like if we put the captain level at pillar, and then if they have a transformation, then they can ascend to base Gaki, which would just be like a god tier level Kimia, right? I feel like that range is fair, right? So captain about pillar level, which is that's consistent with my own like story writing as well, because I have um a a captain I have captain level characters who are gonna fight pillar ranged ranked Kimios. So that's even consistent with what I've been thinking for my own side story, right? Titan general. So yeah, so at that point, then we just go down because like, so if captain is pillar, then Titan general just has to be weaker than captain, which would just be below 50, because I think the pillar level stops at rank 50, so it'd just be there beneath. I wish we had like a cameo ranked at like 75 to really help show the difference, but at that point it kind of doesn't really matter. Like we just at that point it doesn't really matter. Like Titan general to 50, and I think that's fair because of how they're supposed to be getting stronger, right? So I feel like that's a little bit more fair. Like I guess I should say 51. So I guess I should say like stronger Titan generals would be like ranked at 51, whereas like lower ranked Titan generals might be like they might be like 75 to like lower, right? And then Titans aren't even really on the list, bro. Like Titans aren't even really on the list because niggas like Brandon can handle them, bro. Like Brandon, Ian, depending on the Titan, like the fucking M16 is spraying Titans down. Like it's bad for them, bro. Like Brandon looked the nigga in his face and was like, boom. He didn't want to arrest him at all. He just shot him in his head. So it's like regular Titans, they're not really moving like that. You know what I mean? And like Andrea was running through Titans, like Bro Cash was running through Titans. Shit, Ian and Brandon were running through Titans. So I guess you could say like Titans are in that like lower 150 range. I still feel like 150 to like 100 is fair, and then Titan generals can be in that like 99 range to 50 range, just because their strength could be more vague. You know what I mean? Farari was in the 150 unless Titan general, and it wasn't said. I don't think she was. I don't think she was Titan General. But yeah, she was in the 150. But like, we don't know her number. But like, Andrea was running through Titans, bro. Like, she was running through the niggas, like literally. And then we also see how she faces against Grimdora. And of course, Rokash is 97. He's just running through them niggas. But then like we see um the Titan generals. Like, I guess that kind of comes into a question of how where would you rank the Cubs in season 2 during the Reeling Ball, which Andrea just shouldn't have been at 147 at that point anyway. At that point, and I feel like putting her, especially because of what they do against Rokash, um, it's kind of fair to put them at like a 99 and up. You know what I mean? Maybe like 99 to 75 type of vibe. Um, I feel like that's kind of fair. I feel like that's kind of fair. So like, you could put. So if we got, so we go if we go Gaki, God tier, Royal, Pillar, which should equate to Captain. Then we get 51 to maybe like 75, which could relate to like stronger Titan General. And then we can do 75 to like 99, which could relate to like weaker Titan General. And then like I guess everything below that might just be Titan or like a high tech human, maybe. I just say she 150 because of talent doo. Yeah, she like has to be. We just don't know her rank, but she like has to be because Andrea's talent would like she. Oh my gosh, she would work that girl. It's bad. She would work that girl as fast. Wait, I still feel that it's outside the top 10 Gaki range since skill and experience plays a big factor. You talking about the pillar level? I was thinking 140s for Shay and 130s for the rest in regards to season 1. Um, 40. I'd say that's relatively fair because of how Shay can keep up with Andrea. Um, and like season 2, we do they just get stronger, so like they probably fare better against Rokash after season after like even just the 1 month, right? Yeah, in theory. So like yeah, I probably like I'd feel comfortable putting like Titan General anywhere from like 51 to like honestly anywhere from like 51 to 99 just because of like how vague it can be right now. We don't really know how much stronger Lathe is than Ryu and like the others, so it's kind of fair to kind of just throw them all like in that range, especially because Titan Generals might just continually be getting stronger. um but then like somebody like Brandon and somebody like Ian shouldn't compare to somebody like Tevin, Shay, and like Anton, Lewis, and Azam, even in season 2. Like at that point, they're only comparable to like, or yeah, I guess at that point, like they'd only be comparable to like the lower ends, and then they're just above Titans. So I guess you could put Titans definitively at like the 100 the 100 to 150 range. It's just that Titans in general like aren't really relevant. Like at that point, like they're not really relevant. They're just not relevant. So it's it feels wrong to even put them on the number, like to put them with numbers, right? Whereas Titan generals are consistently relevant and consistently like more varying in strength, I guess. Um, but like the pillars, like anybody on the pillar level would just work a Titan general no matter where they scale, or like no matter where they like rank, in my opinion. So like that tier is just full. Um, so it's a big like ladder. Like you're just kind of going up and down depending on who you want to place where at that point. Um, but I feel like that's more fair. That's more fair because like generally speaking, like I said, like in the review, like like Tevin, like Brandon's comparable to Ryu, who's comparable to Lionhide Tevin, but then in his state, that's not the case anymore. Like that's not the case anymore, right? So you really could put Ryu as like a 99 ranked Kimyo, like in all seriousness. And then Tevin is like gonna try and contend with him. Tevin even has a tight. Oh yeah, I forgot. Tevin had a Titan General level statement in that season. I forgot about that. So even Tevin Lionhide this season is Titan General level, right? Um, so it almost might even feel even more consistent to put him on that like 99, 50, 51 scale for Titan Generals, right? And then like every just like I'll just put like everything else beneath that if I'm being honest with you. I don't see a big leap between him and Ryu unless Vince Chi is just that large. Um, oh wait, they relevant to low tier Kimyos of name and humans with no Titan tech. Man, Ian worked a Titan General in season 1. You talking about the fat nigga? Hardly a general at that point, just a fat nigga. You're talking about the twins. I definitely think more showcases, like in more number ranges, would be better for this kind of conversation. But I definitely feel okay putting like Titan General anywhere from like 51 to like 99. In all seriousness, and then for now, just leaving everything else a little bit more vague, right? Um, he had a green trench coat with an afro. Didn't he leave? Is that to do with the mask or not? Like with the one mask, didn't we see him leave? I don't remember seeing him. I mean, I guess I don't remember seeing him alive, but I don't remember seeing him dead either. If I'm being honest with you, if you got the episode, I'll look at it. All right, let me get back to this comment after I drink this water, though. I feel like he had that like fox, like bunny mask. But I feel like I remember him when Kaguya shows up at the end of season 1, so that they can all disappear. But like after that, I don't really remember him, or if I remember seeing him anywhere else aside of like when he says he'll take care of everybody else there, right? So I do remember Ian mentioning Titan Generals. Okay, I'm gonna start from the beginning. I think the scaling is good in Ordeal. Certain characters being stronger than their ranking suggests makes sense, or else it would make the story too black and white. I disagree, but I just had a whole conversation about that. It makes sense that ranking and a person's strength won't always be accurate. It makes it more realistic. Again, you can just add skill in that because skill is a big part of the series as a whole, and it is with life. For example, in sports, a boxer ranked 7 in the ring ranks can be a rank 1. That's because rankings are subjective. Another example. So I like that he used the example there. However, there's a big difference between boxing and mystical powers. I'm not gonna lie. Another example, someone like Mike Tyson, when he started off, he wasn't ranked. He wasn't ranked high until having over 20 plus fights. But he was better than most of the top 10, if not all of them by then. Also, if Brent made someone like Mike Tyson, when he started off, he wasn't ranked. I don't. It doesn't feel right to use like real world scaling in that aspect to justify the point, because the metrics we're using are different, right? Well, maybe not that different. I mean, you are still being ranked off of wins and losses, but like maybe I'm tweaking, because in Ordeal, like characters like Andrea without Pandora's chest and her kit is just like shitty, right? Another good example, somebody like Jin might be slightly weaker without his blade, you know? Let me read that again. Another example, someone like Mike Tyson, when he started off, he wasn't ranked He wasn't ranked high until having 20 plus fights. Now, Tyson wasn't better, he hit harder. He lost the moment they found out he had no back foot. It started off, he wasn't ranked high until having over 20 plus fights, but he was better than most of the top 10, if not all of them by then. Also, if Brent made every character display destructive capabilities every fight, it would end the series and make it chaotic. That's not true. That's what we want. That's what we want. That's literally what we want. That's what we want. That helps the scale. We want to see more things be destroyed and blown up to at least help properly showcase the scale, i.e. Kofi doing more widespread damage, right? But again, let's keep going. For example, yes, Kofi should be moon level or beyond. I don't even think Kofi should be moon level. That's crazy. Now, footwork, which is basics, he was ass, but he had a good enough IQ and fundamentals. Oh wait, okay. Where does it go? For example, yes, Kofi should be moon level. I don't agree with that or beyond, but having him display such destructive capabilities would, for one, defeat his purpose as a god tier and cause too much damage way too soon in the series. I agree. I disagree with that. Ordeal is bound to Earth, so if all these small planet busting or just shy of that fight each other, they wouldn't have a realistic place to actually go all out. Therefore, when they fight, you don't actually display their destructive capabilities to the max, or at least not this early. I disagree. So, for one, I think I accidentally saw Vatic. Like the scan of Vatic using Triune Spear. And in the back of my head, it could have been assumed that this is Vatic literally pulling water from a far off planet, right? And again, you can have Kofi, like you don't have to have the characters destroy the Earth itself. You can have Kofi punch Kono so hard that he goes soaring into the outer atmosphere. We literally see Shay's attack travel to the moon and then keep going. Kevin flew potentially to the end of the solar system and split stars apart, right? Pushing them out of each other's orbit to make sure the planet don't fucking get destroyed at some point, right? There's ways to incorporate high tier scaling. Now, I never said Kofi should be moon level. I just said that he should do more widespread destruction. I said he should be more closer to the state level capability of destruction. That fits what the fight is kind of doing, especially because we see Kofi start to punch Konos around the area, with him saying he needs the entire state of Arizona to continue their fight. So I don't even think somebody like Kofi should be moon level. However, it only helps showcase when characters are on a relatively similar scale. Because again, you could have now, like, it'd be crazy, but imagine Kofi punched Konos to the moon, and then Konos laid there. He's fucking dazed because he just got punched to the moon, and then he jumps back. Now, that might not be a moon level feat, but it's far, 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 far more impressive than everything Kofi showed. Like, that's the difference, right? So yeah, I don't think every character should be like, we're already at a crazy scale when it comes to like star level. However you want to explain Kevin doing that. The sort of moon small planet level, niggas might say is cool, but the only reason the scale matters to me is because the scale is important for the story. But I grew up for like a few years watching power scalers talk about Naruto, Dragon Ball, Hunter x Hunter, various cross-verse battles. And as an analytical YouTuber, I have to look at the scale of a series and wonder how it's going to affect the writing as well. To have Kevin, Che, and Vatic showcase crazy feats, but not even show the characters close to the continental level is crazy. Crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's absurd. It would have made sense for Brent to write season 2 with showing that, like, the moment he used like, this would have been a pretty good feat. Not on the continental, but it would have been really good. It would have been crazy for Brent to show Bjorn not just cover his hide on the soldiers, but to everybody on Greenland. And then when he smacks Vaal with the hammer, the fucking foundation of the landmass is destroyed. And then the lightning we see strike up really helps push that notion, right? And then we see Vaal is fucking he damn near broken. He looking like Mesmer if he was even more anorexic. Like that would have been a better showcase of strength. It wouldn't have been on the scale we put them at, right? But that's okay. The problem became when as soon as Brent introduced Kevin pushing the 2 stars apart, that's where the scale became too high for what we can realistically try to write. Like, it don't fit no more, because I agree that you can't have every character doing moon levels of damage on the planet. But I mean, even the Dragon Ball niggas could probably punch the ground too hard and the whole earth gone. That's why these niggas can fly. And that's also why, like, ki blasts aren't aimed at the planet, right? It's consistent. So there are ways of showing high level scaling to the point where it doesn't cause harm to the planet they're on. You could also just as easily say that the planet is so reinforced by the destruction, or by chi, like by all the chi that has sort of accumulated from Kimyo's in time. You could explain God reinforcing the integrity of the planet. You could explain it that the chi of Kimyo's naturally started to run through the course of the planet and reinforce it, the way rock armor works. Like, there's ways to do this to the point where it doesn't cause overall harm to the planet. But even still, the planet gotta get broken at some point, my nigga. Like, not everybody gonna be okay, bro. Like, if we're on a continental scale, what's up, my nigga Xander? If we're on a continental scale, at the max or at a baseline, however you wanna put it, we should be slowly inching toward that. He said that they can reshape continents, and then the god tier he had fight didn't do that. And then the strongest god tier pushed 2 stars. Like, you can't call the scaling good when we're jumping back and forth like that. That's not good. That's weird. We got Che cutting buildings, slicing and then slicing the moon in half, and then the aftermath of his attack is burning the city. We got Che blowing up all of Trinidad, multiple Kimyos, multiple humans, potentially destroying the surface of the planet based on what Kane said in the Discord, regardless causing harm to the planet itself. Like that scientifically makes sense for what happened, bro. Like, even in Nara's video, Nara said that while Che isn't planetary, he can't destroy the planet, he did cause harm to it. So we're already there. It's too late to try and backtrack it, my nigga. We can't do that. We have to, like, weave in and out where that high tier level destruction is. And like I said in the review, it makes sense for these characters, especially god tier, who actually care about the environments that they're fighting in, to make active comments and remarks about their destruction. Like, if Kofi had used rebuke the first time or the second time or even the third time, and he says that blast could have leveled all of Arizona, but I tried my best to restrict it to just, I don't know, 25%, half of it, or this specific spot in this specific area, that at the very least would help guarantee and showcase that, okay, these guys are slowly but surely making their way up that scaling ladder that Brent has already set. Like, you can't you can't call the scaling good when we're bouncing between levels in an inconsistent way, and that's what it feels like we're doing. I don't think I'm tripping for saying that either, because like I said, we have Shay cutting buildings, which is fine. I think it's visually very appealing. um Blowing up buildings with Tomas's. We got Jose only scratching the surface of the ground, but we barely got niggas like destroying mountains. Barely have niggas destroying mountains, right? But then we got Shay booming a city, cutting the moon in half, and then blowing up a bunch of god tier, and then some uncalculable, from my perspective, amount of the planet. Like this shit bad, bro. Mind you, he showed Kevin, or he didn't show, he stated that Kevin pulled two stars apart and hasn't shown any character doing anything close to reshaping Australia, South America, Asia. Like, we got all this land mass, and these niggas are evil, and none of this shit is getting boomed and blown up, bro. Like, it don't, we're already past the point of like trying to reconcile the scale. As soon as Brent introduced the star level scaling, he put it too high. But to circumvent that, you can say when characters are controlling their destruction. It is so easy for high tier individuals to be like, this punch could level such and such and such and such if aimed improperly, if not controlled. You know what I mean? Could have used scale easy by using a small rebuke in base, then scale as large as state when he hits that form. Exactly. I feel bad for you, Jay. You have to read these long ass paragraphs, and then you have 5 more to go. The rest is kind of like short comments. It's okay, man. That's what the stream is for. That's what we do. That's what we're here to do. I'm gonna get these words off, and then I'm gonna leave it on the internet for people to discuss and debate about in the next 10 years. And I'm not gonna care because I already said my piece. Let's move on. Okay, I'm gonna start at Ordeal is bound to Earth, so if all these small planet busting or just shy of that fight each other, then they wouldn't have a realistic place to actually go all out. Therefore, when they fight, you don't actually display their destructive capability to the max, at least not this early. Again, I disagree. You can very easily show such destruction. The problem is just that the scale is just too high now. Like, it's just too high, right? Which is really what I was saying in the video. Like, my problem isn't that like that Shay, Vatic, and Kevin are that strong. It's really that they are that strong, and not everybody else has even shown anything close to continental level destruction, right? You said you helping me while I script. Hey, appreciate that, man. Any aid I can provide. For example, this is seen in Dragon Ball Z. Goku and Beerus can destroy whole solar systems easily, but they are able to fight on Earth because they have control over their powers. Now, did I say that? Did I say that? Did I say that? Did I say that? And then I said it in the review. So why are we acting like control and control over destruction, or what characters can do in focus, isn't something I even alluded to mentioning? If every time Goku fought someone on his level and it actually displayed their destructive capabilities, the Earth would just be destroyed, and that would ruin the series. Now, to add on to Dragon Ball being the example, we already know the characters can destroy planets. Frieza destabilized planet Namek. Vegeta, I'm not sure if this is canon, but Vegeta or King Vegeta is shown to wave his hand and to just blow up whole areas. Beerus and Goku their clashes were literally sending shockwaves throughout the universe. Um, Broly and Goku were fighting in the Broly movie, the Super Broly movie, were fighting so intensely that it shattered reality. Which is another one. Fucking not mirrors. Moro was literally taking the energy of whole planets, and then he fused with Earth itself. Like, these are things that help put the scale, that keep the scale consistent by way of establishing prior events, prior destruction, and then tuning it down and showing control and restraint so that not every character is outright destroying everything. I feel like you're gonna have abilities that have natural destruction. Che is just gonna blow shit up. He's gonna cause marks, bro. But the fact that he can take a big ball like Tomas and miniaturize it to the palm of his hand like a golf ball is already showing that level of control. So why not show destruction on that level and then reduce it to control? That's how you show character skill. That's how you show growth. That's how you keep the scale proper so that, yes, we're not blowing up the earth. It's not hard. Using Dragon Ball as a metric proves the point I'm making. Because we already had a prior establishment of how strong them niggas are, especially from a planetary standpoint. And then we see later on that not only is that still true in specific regards, but the characters are controlling their ki. Especially when we look at like training from Goku and Vegeta with God Ki training inside of Whis' staff. These niggas are literally controlling the ki leaking from their bodies. Just imagine the kind of statement that would do for niggas. That's essentially chi shrouding almost. We literally get a statement about chi and physical weight. Them niggas couldn't move in Che presence. He had them niggas shook like he was Aizen in Bleach. Okay, he had them boys shook. They couldn't move. But like, control it, and it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Now imagine a kind of statement. Like, imagine this. Imagine a god tier, not even trying to conceal his chi, steps onto a continent, and everybody on the continent feels as if the gravity just got shifted 10 times, bro. Do you know what kind of statement that would do? You know what that would do to the scale? How strong it would make the characters feel? Bro, I'd be pissing if niggas told me, imagine your girl come home from vacation and she told you that one day, out of the blue, on a random Tuesday, I don't know why, but it felt like the gravity got so heavy, like I could barely get up from my bed, and I wasn't the only one who felt like this. And then you see on the news that a phenomenon happened where everybody in America for like 10 minutes just could not move. Them niggas could not move because a god tier and potentially another god tier level individual were fighting. That's the kind of like continental shit I'm talking about, bro. Statements like that, showcases like that, implications like that help even in the most minute way, because okay, if these characters can weigh the entire mass of a continent down, just imagine the actual destruction they can cause. If their chi alone is weighing niggas down so significantly, just imagine what a fucking Tomas aimed in the wrong area and not controlled would do. Oh my gosh, I'd feel so bad for my girlfriend if she told me something like that. I'd be shook. I would tell her we gotta move. We need to go. There's no way we can stay here, bro. If that shit happening, at that point, I need to get as strong as them niggas to ensure that my aura and chi is so high that it basically counters it. Or something. Something has to happen. But to say the scale is good is just not okay, because we're bouncing between levels in a way that doesn't feel natural and realistic. there aren't proper statements and proper showcases that keep the character, that even put the characters on a scale that is accurate to what was said in season 2 for the majority of the cast outside of Shay, Vatic, and Kevin. Shay, Vatic, and Kevin can be outliers because they're the Great Four. That's fine. I'm okay with that. It helps, it fits the narrative. But to not have Kofi do any statewide destruction, to not even have Bjorn even technically destroy Greenland or even talk about it, even though it would have even made the season that much sadder, because like we were just celebrating these niggas, the population, and now their country's fucked. So now they gotta move if they don't want to, unless Code swoops in and fixes up the kind of destruction that they cause, which we literally see these niggas repair the moon. These niggas at Code are trying to keep the moon intact. You're telling me they can't have Avalon before she died stitch some fucking rock and gravel together, nigga? Are we serious? Alright, I'm gonna move on. This shit gonna get me mad. Shout out my nigga Duro. Yeah, I wasn't finna wait till Sunday. W vid though. Shout out you reading it early, my nigga. I don't think yeah. Okay, fantastic, balanced, insightful, and in-depth review. Now this is W Glaze. Andrea really did get screwed over, shaking my head. Saying all god tier have light speed. I want to get to this. I'm gonna read this whole section. Actually, I'm gonna read this whole section and this right here, because I have a counterpoint, and I've been thinking about this for a couple days too. Saying all god tier have light speed, reaction, or perception is also bad writing and scaling though. No, it's not, but let's keep going. You wouldn't blanket balance scaling like that in a story as rich as this, and it invalidates the ability to write interesting fights where characters have trade-offs in different stats that can be used to counter each other. If everyone is light speed, no one is. Now, again, I didn't even say everyone. We're keeping at the god tier scale, so everyone doesn't count. However, there is already showcase for different speed tiers, even amongst fast individuals in the series. If Rokash is accurate to being light speed, that just makes everybody above him either light speed or faster by virtue. It does. That's even consistent with fiction. Many characters in like Naruto are seen by the community as light speed, but Minato is just one of the fastest individuals even in that tier of speed. So to have a character be fast off of base stats, it doesn't matter, because there's still minute stat scaling that goes into it. Me and Nara can be light speed, but if Nara did proper speed training when he was growing up, he'll be naturally more faster than me, even if we're both on that similar tier of scaling. That's how it works. Abijah is a speed-oriented character. He's probably one of the fastest god tier, if not, yeah, honestly, outside of Kevin, he should be one of the fastest god tier out there. Yet the other characters should be either on that similar scale or just beneath him, because speed is a stat he has a lot of points in, right? Not every character is going to showcase outright definitive immense speed, but to not have them on a similar scale doesn't make sense when the characters moving forward are going to be on a similar scale. For example, I'll even use an example from season 2, and we won't even talk about like a specific speed tier. Andrea and Goro are relatively the same level of speed, relatively speaking. When Andrea is using Muramasa, the moment Andrea gets something that amps her speed, she is outright moving faster than him, yet and still, Goro can still perceive her and move slightly fast enough, a specific part of his body, to catch her. Again, Andrea goes to attack him and uses Ilios, and he reacts and catches her hand. No matter how you put it, regardless of how fast you think they're moving, this shows that to some degree they're on a similar speed scale, especially in terms of reaction and perception. He is reacting and perceiving what she is doing. Now, we can move to season 3. Kirito and Sonya. Kirito and Sonya should be on a relatively similar scale of speed just by virtue of their ranks. However, when we see Kirito get hit by the explosions, and actually I think it's even better if I show this one. I think it's better if I show it. Where is it? Not there. Here. Similar to when Goro makes the weapon heavier, he gets the upper hand, so W reference. Exactly. There are still individual things that can be taken into account. Just to say that everybody is fast or most characters are on a similar speed scale doesn't take away from that individuality the series has. I mean, look at Dragon Ball. If we're gonna keep with that Dragon Ball reference, the characters on there should be at least light speed, right? Minimum. I've seen multiple times faster than light scaling. It don't even matter. They're all fast as fuck. But Dispo in the Tournament of Power was like faster. Like he was actually faster than everybody there. Like shown. Them niggas had to trap him, and like I think Frieza and Gohan? They had to work together to deal with that nigga, bro. That's how much faster he actually was in comparison to them. So it doesn't matter if everybody's on a similar speed scale, individual stats still come into a play. I'm simply asking that we actually wonder and know how fast the characters are moving to even a small degree. Because you can try, like, I scaled Sonya's projectile speed, and it doesn't even come close to lightning. It shouldn't. It genuinely shouldn't, based on what I used, right? But if you want to say it does, then that's okay. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. The same thing with the kid version of Vaal. This is what I want to use. The kid version of Vaal. I tried my best to try and scale how fast he is, just because like eventually somebody's going to wonder how fast he is. At some point, it's going to be a topic of conversation. So let's try and get it out the way right now, right? And he's moving about as fast as F1 cars, bro. That's fast as fuck. That's fast as shit. That is so fast. And if he likely got faster, he likely got faster by the time we'll see him fight Dean, and their individual characteristics are still gonna come into play. They're still gonna come into play. Another example, like the section we looked at earlier with Vaal, with Sabito and Konos, right? Sabito and Vaal are just relative, like outright. Regardless of how fast you think they actually are, we even see Sabito like speed blitz to Che, like in a flash, right? So we know Sabito is fast just off of that visual. But if even somebody like Vaal is fast in comparison to Che, and Sabito is still close to him, it doesn't matter how fast you say the characters are moving, they're still relative, and speed doesn't really matter because the individual characteristics of their fighting styles and their talents come into a greater play. I don't understand why me saying characters should be on a stated speed tier takes away from the fact that the individual aspects of the characters are still there. It doesn't. It's still there. It's still present. It never went away. Speed simply allows us to go, if we wanted Sabito to fight Minato in a cross-verse battle, okay guys, it's stated that God tier are this fast, so we know they're this fast, right? And you could even say Sabito is such and such faster because this, and this, right? But even if you wanted to use that, and we can say Minato and him are on a relatively similar speed scale, let's now look at their individual abilities. At the end of the day, physical stats only matter so much, even in battles, because these niggas are blowing shit up, creating fucking plants. This bitch is using booming arrows, bro. This nigga has a scythe made of blood. Let's actually get into this. So again, light speed, reaction, and perception, right? regardless of how fast you think they're moving, these guys are on a similar speed scale, relatively speaking, because he can react to her, she can react to him, but right here, she can't, or he can't. He gets pump faked, right? He can perceive her, which I said in the review, he can perceive her, but he can't react to her. So to say that these two are light speed and then show that even in that same speed tier that this little nigga cannot react and move fast enough to stop himself from getting kicked is okay, but he still perceives her, which is just as important. It's still there, and the individual aspects of their abilities still come into play. She still used her Titan Tech arrows to create an opening, go in the blind spot, teleport. He can't react. He can only perceive her incoming kick, but he's not fast enough to stop it, right? Probably because he's 12. So he still gets kicked, right? But just as fast, he recovers and sends out a needle, right? But of course, Sonya should have really fast base movement anyway, so she avoids it. And then she keeps avoiding it, right? Like, it just keeps happening. She's just that fast. She's able to, whether you say she can aim dodge, whether you want to say she's just moving in a straight line and he can't keep up, it hardly matters for the point, if I'm being honest with you. And now, where is, here it is, this right here, nigga. He sends out a blood slash. She shoots the arrow. He does his utmost best to speed blitz around her and catch her off guard. But it doesn't matter how fast he is or how fast they are in comparison to each other, because Sonya's individual ability still comes into play. It doesn't matter. These guys could be moving as fast as F1 cars, and yet he mustered enough strength in his body to speed around her, but it didn't matter because her ability came into play. So to say you wouldn't blanket balance scaling like that in a story as rich as this, and it invalidates the abilities of writing interesting fights, is outright false. It's not true. It's not true, because these things still come into play. We've seen it. Regardless of if you think Rokash is lightspeed or not in season 1, especially in his state, doesn't really matter. I don't care. However, Rokash, before he enters his full state, is somewhat relative in speed to Che and Tevin. Somewhat relative. You could even say he's a little bit faster, but by how much doesn't really matter, because they're still able to react and tag him in certain areas and avenues, right? Just as he's able to react and tag them. The moment Rokash uses his full state, Tevin's Lion Hide, which provides power, which I see as speed and strength, and Azam, the literal fast person on the group, are outsped. They're outsped. So even if you think they were all on a similar tier of speed, the fact that Rokash's stats improve, one being speed, comes into play, and now he's much faster and able to outspeed them. Again, Tevin can perceive Rokash, but he can't react to it. He can't move out of the way to dodge, or he can't stop the incoming attack. Same thing with Azam. And I actually think Azam just gets outright blindsided and kicked away. So like, generally speaking, especially in Ordeal, most of the characters are relative in speed regardless because of how the fights are demonstrated. Yet at some point, a character will either do something or display something that allows their speed to either go up or go down to catch a character off guard. And their individual abilities will always be in play because that's how the fights work regardless. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Am I wild for saying that? Am I actually wild for saying that? Like, is that a crazy take? Did I provide, like just now, did I give good examples as to how like the speed tier hardly matters for the individual aspects of the series, and even individual speeds and physical stats still come into play? Am I tripping? Please let me know. I will take full accountability if the concept of most characters being on a similar speed scale, regardless of what you think it is, whether it be light, lightning, subsonic, whatever you think it is, doesn't take away from what we still see later on, because we still see characters attempt and move faster. We still see individual characters like Hanjiro able to quickly blitz fucking foam mouth nigga, or Marina, who is basically a go-go, literally has wheels as feet, move faster than everybody on her team, bro. Like, even if everybody else is on a similar speed scale, which they likely aren't, at the most, you could say that Hanjiro is. At the most, you could say like Nico has good reaction, but not everybody, even on their team, has like similar stats, right? But even the ones that do, we literally see how their stats come into play. Like the way Hanjiro against Goro is able to just roll off and attack after Marina, we literally see the speed gap. Like, she's faster than him, but he's able to catch up and capitalize on the opening she creates. And then when he gets a chi boost, when he fights Galliard, they're still relative. They're literally still relative. Like, it literally shows the fact that it's even stated by Hanjiro himself. I literally think he says he'll copy my strength and speed. I think he verbatim says that. Oh, hold up. Scroll me now. He initiated contact with me. Grand Templar's vow is in effect. He will match my speed and strength. He will match my speed and strength. And then you know what happens? They're relative. They're relative off of Galliard's own talent. So, by virtue of simply having a talent that matches the stats of your opponent, these niggas are on a similar speed scale. Yet look what happens. The moment he tries to blitz him and get the clear win, oh look, his individual ability comes into play. He paralyzes him, and it has the bonus effect of doing internal damage. And then what happens? Hanjiro capitalizes on that, and then he fucking booms Galliard. So even though these characters are now on a literal, I want to say exact same speed scale. I want to say exact same just because of how Galliard's talent works. The fact that Hanjiro's unique ability can come into play and ensure that this physical stat change doesn't matter is still perfect writing. It fits within the narrative. It fits. There's no like questioning it. Nobody's like, well, that doesn't make sense because this shit was established prior, and then the guy who just did the cool shit and just got fucking boxed up for a quick second said it first. He said it himself. He was like, oh fuck, we're gonna be even now. And then after that, we see them be even. Especially because Galliard is on the offensive while Hanjiro's on the defensive. Yet that doesn't hold any weight because look what Hanjiro can do. He can paralyze him. He can slow him down. He can literally slow him down so that their newfound speed, their similar speed, is no longer applicable. It's no longer applicable. We literally have a talent matching characters' physical stats, and then their unique ability of one of them slows the character down to the point where a clear opening can be made. 2 clear openings even. Look at that. And he's still fat. And so they were on a similar speed scale. Hanjiro created an opening. He slowed him down. He's paralyzed. He's basically stopped. He should be sitting in place. Hanjiro's fast enough to now capitalize on the opening he created. So like, to say like speed, to say blanket statements like that affect and invalidate the abilities of the characters and the writing is just false. It's not true because we already see it. We already see it taking place within the story. We already see it. It's already happening. It's already happening. Somebody like Tandor and what's his name? And Thanatos, before he wiped the whole team, Thanatos already showed that he can blitz Tandor. He can blitz him. He can blindside and blitz him, bro. And Tandor can hardly react, right? Hardly. Yet somebody like whatchamacallit? What's his name? Not Junie. Eric might have some of the best reaction speed out there, bro. They should all be on a similar tier because of their ranks and their connectivity, right? They're all pillars. They're on a pillar level, right? Yet their individual aspects and their individual things still come into play, especially highly in that fight where Jin is the fastest among them outright. He's outright the fastest, right? But somebody like Eric might genuinely have some of the best reaction speed on the team, comparable to Jin, right? So even if these characters aren't on the same exact speed level, mind you, Jin is a haste type who has to activate his talent to make him faster. So Junie and Jin at a base could be similar levels of speed because Junie is only 7 ticks away from Jin. So they could be similar levels, but Jin actively has a talent that makes him faster. He actively has a talent that makes him faster, right? So it's just not, it feels crazy to think that like saying all the characters are on a similar speed scale when other series already do it or imply it and scalers have already confirmed it, takes away from what we see, because we still see those individual things coming into play. We still see individual speed coming into play. We still see individual strength coming into play. We still see individuals' abilities coming into play, right? Like Andrea and Lathe are relative damn near the entire time. But the moment Andrea uses Noragiri, the fight is so much more in her favor, yet Lathe is still able to react to her. He's still able to keep up with her. Lathe and Jose knock Andrea out of a building, and they're on her like wide on rice. They are dead ass ready to off her in a moment. The panel switches and makes it seem like the moment she recovered was the same moment they were already on her ass. That almost puts those three. That almost puts Lathe and Jose on a similar speed scale outright. And Jose is supposed to be stronger than Lathe. Jose is supposed to just outright be stronger, and it's probably because he might have some more physical stats. The difference between rock armor is already a thing. The difference between perception and how they can sense chi is a difference that makes Jose better, and the fact that Jose also has a transformation that makes him stronger. So, well, it should in theory. I don't know about how much, but it should. So like the aspects of the series are already saying that they're blatantly showing that a lot of the characters are relative in speed, and then there are clear moments where a character is outright faster. Vaal and like I said, Vaal and Ephialtes, the clone version of him, or nightmare version of him, are just faster in the moment than Lewis and Azam. They're just outright faster. Yet Azam is still able to figure out and become fast enough to still hit him, right? You could say they're on a similar speed scale, right? Considering how they work, yet Azam is still able to hit him. Same with Azam and Azam's Bane. Them niggas are relative throughout the course of the entire bout with that damn creature. Yet Azam can use his brain to outmaneuver somebody on his level of speed. So the individual aspects are still there. Again, Lewis and Vaal, they're relative more often than not. Yet Vaal shows twice that I think it's about twice that he is faster or can move faster than Lewis. Yet Lewis can react to him multiple times. And on top of that, it's so like in your face with the reaction. It's even better because Lewis is about to die. And if he's just too slow or he does something, if he miscalculates something, he'll be dead way sooner than he should have been. and these niggas are just gone, bro. And now Shay's crashing out even more, right? But no, Lewis can react to Vaal's incoming strike. He can perceive him, react to him. He might not be fast enough to outright maneuver him, but it doesn't matter because his reaction and internal movement is enough to combat the opponent's physical movement, right? I'm not tripping. I don't think I'm tripping. Let me read this though. Like how Azam's perception of relay doesn't change even when he isn't actively running as long as kitting is active. Speedsters are represented by zoomed out panels and multiple movements. For a brief moment, Jin breaks space-time by moving faster than light and then slowing back down. W. Eric Glaze, he was my go of the pillars. Yeah, genuinely, Eric might have some of the fastest reaction. Like, I feel like it's there's almost no debating it, but like niggas gonna try. But I mean, out of everybody, he's the first one to react. Now you could say that that's because that's what his role is. His role is to defend, so he should have reaction speed. But like better, but like even like in a like not role, like in a like what is that, in like an adventure dungeon sort of party type of game, right? A tank should have a little bit better reaction speed to defend his party, but what if the opponent's just that much faster? But on top of that, what if the people he's protecting, one of them is just a lot faster than the others? Then it doesn't really matter, you know what I mean? Then it doesn't really matter, right? But the individual aspects still come into play overall, right? If everyone is light speed, then no one is. And again, that's not true, especially because like we still have to look at the smaller scale of the series. Like we have to look at the lesser individuals. Like there's no way fucking Brandon with the G3 suit is light speed. Like, you know? Like, but again, even if everyone is light speed, it doesn't matter because the series has a point of making characters individually faster than others at certain moments or all the time. So it doesn't really matter. And then again, it just doesn't invalidate the ability to write interesting fights. It literally doesn't. We see it. We see it already. Like we're already seeing it in play. I want Brent to take his time. What matters is that at the end of the day, Brent is able to tell a complete and high quality story. I don't care how long or short a season is, or how long or short a part of a season is. What matters is narrative integrity. That simply means that seasons need their content planned out better. Bandwidth needs to be properly allocated in that bandwidth, and that plot lines need their time to resolve. Of course, this means the timeline has to be managed properly. He can't move on to the next big event in the plot before relevant critical path items are covered. So he needs to take a lot. He needs to take a lot. I think it's supposed to say take a look at how long a season is going to be and only cover what he thinks can be covered within the allotted amount of chapters. If he can't get to everything he wants within the allotted amount of chapters, then he needs to find a new break point and move things further down the road, or find things that need to be cut. Basically, if a season can only be 10 chapters, then don't try to rush the story so the season is finished in those 10 chapters. Be efficient, craft a tighter, more compact story, and leave what you can't finish to the next part. Yes, but also no. Like yes, but no. Like I get the message and I agree with the message. Because like if what you're trying to do can only be done in like if what Brent was trying to do with season 3 could have been done in 50 episodes, it would have been done in 50 episodes. The same way that what Brent was trying to do in season 2 was done in 68 episodes, right? So I agree with the fact that like a season should be about as long as it needs to be for what Brent is trying to do. But if what he's trying to do is so much that he can't even really tell a compelling story, he should just slow the entire story down to the point where even if we might miss one or two things, the majority of what should be in there is in there. Does that make sense? Like if I have, let's just say Brent has like 5 key things that need to happen within season 4, right? Let's just say that if Brent has 5 key things he needs to do within season 4, but for whatever reason he wants to do it in X and XY amount of episodes, right? And XY amount of episodes can only do 2 things. Why are you actively limiting what you want the season to be by shortening it and making it so that the entirety of what you planned can't fit? That doesn't make sense. It simply doesn't make sense, right? I personally, I do care. Like, I think the quality of the story is important, of course, but nobody wants, and especially in a webtoon, like this is just how webtoons are. Like I guess I should say web comics. Nobody wants, especially, and Brent himself has acknowledged this. Like, nobody wants to read a story years and years later, right? Everybody's different. Most people will move on. Like, if Brent basically paused Ordeal or Webtoon was like, all right, we'll give you a year or two to like plan out maybe the next part or the next season or the next 2 seasons, right? Of course, I would wait for it to come back and I would just do something else. I would still do the streaming, but I'd move on to a different series for a while, right? Until Ordeal came back, right? But to try and sort of min-max the amount of viewers Brent has and the amount of new viewers that come in versus the amount of old viewers that stay, Brent has to tell a compelling story with proper longevity, especially if Brent wants the story to be as great as the anime and series that he also enjoys. If this nigga is gonna do 40 episodes and 60 episodes and nearly 50 episodes, to have a season occur in 10 doesn't even make sense, regardless of the contents and how long each chapter is, bro. It would just feel crazy to like scroll through all of one and go, oh my gosh, there's so much happening. Like, there's almost like, I feel like the way Webtoons is set up, you just can't even do it like that, right? You can't do it like that. Limiting it, but like, if we specifically going to like how long or short a season is, season 3 being short directly makes a season bad. Like, it makes a season bad. But at no point in Ordeal's history would making it longer be a bad thing as well, because one, the story is very expansive. Like I said in the review, there's a lot to talk about, there's a lot to cover. Brent introduced Malhazar. What's up, Shinigami? Brent introduced Malhazar, which has a whole other like, I should say, Brent introduced Malhazar, which can lead to a whole other sort of historical aspect of the series, right? We still have to look at individual character backstories, reasonings, development. That shit can't happen in like a short amount of time, and it being longer would outright be better for it, because Brent can do more, regardless of like, let's just say Brent wants to do 5 things for season 4. A season being longer would ensure those 5 things are done, but it also helps ensure that there's time for those 5 things to be done well, because Brent has no limits. There's nobody telling him that he has to cut off how long a season is. Nobody. According to him, that could change. There could be something different that happens later. I won't know that. But as of right now, to my understanding and to the understanding I have given to everybody else, nothing is stopping Brent from continuing the season to ensure that everything he wants in it is in it. To ensure that everything in a part he wants in a specific part is in it. Nothing is stopping him. He's limiting himself, and it's hurting his story. That's the thing. Like, it's him. He's hurting himself. He's essentially shooting himself in the foot. as a writer myself, as someone who is trying to write something, the very expansive nature of Ordeal and the way I'm even trying to curate my own characters and my own plots and my own narratives, it becomes a lot bigger than what you initially set out to be. It truly does. So for Brent to not capitalize on that almost and kind of can use it to your advantage feels like crazy. Like, it feels crazy. Like, I just thought of like a character recently, and now I have to fit them into my narrative because I want to. I don't have to, but I want to, right? I want to use this character because I like what they are. I also conceptualized another character who's female, based off the name of a character I liked from Kamen Rider, right? I want to use her in my series, but I didn't know where to put her. However, I recently was just able to conceptualize, with the help of my good friend Xander, I was able to conceptualize where both characters would fit, and even though they're on opposing sides, how they can interact with each other in a way that makes sense, right? Now, of course, I had the time to do this. Brent might not have all the time to do this. However, nothing is stopping Brent from going, okay, I need to draw this. Okay, I have an idea. Let me put it right here and figure out where it can connect later. All right, I need to do this. Okay, I have another idea. Let me put it right here and make sure, see where it can connect later, right? So it makes a lot of sense to use like all of the time that is given, because there literally is no limit. There is no limit as to how long or how short a season can be, but it's overall better. I'm not saying longer stories are better than shorter stories, because that's just inherently not true, right? That would be like saying longer movies are better than shorter movies, because that's inherently not true, right? Right? Like, some short films, those are like probably a max of like 5-10 minutes, have potential to be better than some of the movies that are coming out. That's not ridiculous to say, right? And I'm not even like a short film watcher, right? But just to say that something is short and it can be better is not true. However, in the spirit of webtoons, in the spirit of manga, in the spirit of like anime, and things of like, in the spirit of things that sort of hold grander longevity, the length of them is really important. Now, I haven't read the Harry Potter books or the Percy Jackson books, but there's a lot of books, right? There's a fair amount of books, and them being as long as they are and being as many as they are is definitely like a good thing about the series. But if the purpose is to make a story shorter, then the trilogy just makes sense, right? Like, if Star Wars stopped at the original trilogy, now I don't know everything about Star Wars, I haven't even seen all the original movies, so don't hate me, don't come at me, right? Don't chop my head off. But if Star Wars stopped at the original 3, and that was the intent the entire time, then that makes sense, okay? That makes sense. And if everything they wanted to fit in those 3 fit, then they're good. They have nothing to worry about, and the audience can only be upset that there isn't more. But if you don't provide everything that you even yourself don't feel fit into there, you only have yourself to blame, because you're not allocating all of your source. There's a grand source that you're just not using. Again, there are caveats. Brent is an artist. He has to do this himself. Do I think he could use help? Of course I do. Would I like to help him? I can only help him write. I can't help him draw. Somebody else can do that. I can't help him do that, right? But like I said in the review, if you want to tell a compelling story and you want to take your time with it, why are you pushing yourself so hard to make episodes so long, to try and cram as much as you can in a bottle that's not gonna fit in, dude? It doesn't make sense. You're gonna drive yourself insane. You're gonna disappoint yourself, and you're gonna disappoint the people who are reading what you're putting out. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. I'm not saying season 4 definitively has to be 88 episodes, right? It doesn't matter how many episodes there are, as long as everything Brent puts in it, he wants in it, is in it. Everything that goes in it, that starts, finishes. If that's done in 10 chapters, by all means, go ahead. If you can do that, I know that's impossible because of how Webtoon works. It doesn't work like that. But if it could, then go ahead, man. Everybody would read it. Everybody would enjoy it. I'd probably spend hours just getting all the visuals for one chapter, but it's okay. It's okay. But use what you have. Stop limiting yourself to make, like, stop limiting a grand story to such a small amount, because it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's never going to work. The more you write and the more you do, the more expansive a series can get. Unless you're sticking to the key initial plans, then okay, that's fair, right? That's okay. If you only want so much to happen, then only so much can happen. But make sure that what you start finishes. It has to. Because no matter what you want to be in it, if everything is in it, if part of it doesn't finish, it leaves a sour taste in people's mouths, regardless of limits, regardless of how long or how short something is. Let me see if I can think of an example. Like, for example, I watched Kill Bill recently, right? I watched Kill Bill, the first one, right? Kill Bill sets up the story to the fact that, and spoilers for anybody who hasn't seen Kill Bill, that she has to kill a guy named Bill. I know, crazy plot, right? But it doesn't happen in the first movie, okay? So imagine if Kill Bill set up that she has to kill a guy, and we only see her talk about 2 of the people on the list, and then the story never finishes. Why did you even make the movie, bro? Like, if you wanted to do the entirety of Kill Bill in one movie, why didn't you just do it in one movie? You know what I'm saying? Of course, there are 2 more movies after that finish the story, which I haven't seen just yet, but I will get to it. Just wait. But if you wanted to do everything in one movie, why not do it in one movie and then just, edit it and split it up? You could do that. I'm not saying, the technology back then was, as advanced as it could be to do that, but it's possible. But if that's how it finishes, it's gonna leave a sour taste in people's mouth, right? That's why when shows like Tron Uprising, who have a season that just ends on a cliffhanger that leads into something else, doesn't finish, people are upset because the conclusion doesn't match where we were headed. It doesn't match, right? It's there's something more to be told here, right? There's something else here. Right? I would love for Tron Uprising to come back and be finished off properly, right? And that's what season 3 ended up being. There was more there and nothing happened. So length and longevity, like when you think of longevity, I feel like quality should be above everything else, but length plays a key factor into that, I will say, and it depends on what you're trying to do with the piece of work. It depends. If you want to tell a short and sweet story, tell a short and sweet story properly. Don't make it so expansive so that the people who are reading it are wondering what's going on in other countries. Because if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. But if it does, which it did, we're going to be curious about it. We have to see it. We have to wonder about it. You have to do something about it, that curiosity that your fan base has, because of the kind of story you're actually telling, right? It's that simple. I know I went on a tangent, but that's kind of the point of the stream. But it's that simple, right? I'm not saying I wouldn't wait for, Ordeal to come out, but that's just not how Webtoon works. To even think about that is unrealistic for the most part. He was given a time limit. He was given a limit. So what he does with that is on him. And what he does with his ability to continue to draw up until he's like, all right, the story I told is finished for now. I'm gonna leave it right here. It's also up to him. But if he doesn't execute it properly, however that'll look, however, if it'll be a set amount of episodes that actually tell the entirety of the story he wants to within those episodes, whether that be an endless amount of episodes to where we're like, oh wow, this ended up being a lot longer than we thought it was going to be because he fit everything he possibly could in here. So there's that, like, but I feel like I'm not the greatest writer, but I feel like if you're gonna, how do I want to say it? If you're going to pick up the pen, I'm not saying you can't know what you want to do when you start, but you have to know where it ends and you have to know how you're gonna get there, bro. You have to. And if things change along the way, then so be it. Things change along the way. But if you want what you are making to be good, there's like a set path you have to stay on for the type of story you're telling. I'm not saying everything that came before, whether it be written and typed media, whether it be movies, whether it be manga, are blueprints to showcase how Brent can tell a story, but they are at the same time. I'm not saying Brent should follow those blueprints exact, because that wouldn't make Ordeal as unique as it is and as unique as we want it to be. But to cut off the potential of your own story doesn't make sense. It doesn't. It simply doesn't. I could not imagine Ordeal as a short and sweet story. It started out as a revenge story, but then season 2 expanded it so much. Fucking Malhazar, the Great Four, the God tier, nigga. Them niggas in Trinidad blew up a stadium full of innocent people. While on the other side of, well, maybe not the other side of the world, but on the upper hemisphere of the freaking world, fucking this nigga Bjorn is fighting one of the most evil niggas in existence, bro. They're literally fighting over life and death, conceptually speaking, of course, but also literally speaking, because one holds a means of life and the other holds a means of death. There's no way you can stop a story like that, bro. Like, there's no way you can just like cut it off in a short and sweet manner after doing something like that, bro. This is crazy. That's crazy. That's outright insane. But again, this isn't our story. I'm not the most writery nigga out there, so you can take my opinions with a grain of salt if that's what you want. I'm gonna get off this tangent and move on to the next comment, but I'm gonna read chat real quick. He said you agree with me. I know that was earlier. How's my side story going? I'm not gonna lie, I haven't written a lot. I'm still on like what would be considered to be season 1. I'd still be considered like season 1 of the series. Basically, I finished like a lot of the pre-season 1 stuff, but I'm trying to get to like that like mid to end season 1 stuff, right? But I haven't written in a while. I've just been coming up with a lot of ideas and like outlining them. I even like started writing notes in my phone to like ensure that like the ideas that I have now can be implemented more accurately later, right? Since I don't write them all, like, so I'm not always at my computer. But I think there are good concepts. I think there are good characters. I think the only thing I'm really worried about is making sure characters are perceived as like how their personalities are supposed to be. I think the lessons can be pretty clear. And I think what a character's purpose is in the story can be relatively clear. But I'm not even that deep into it, so, you know. You said, I have done similar things with my story and narratives. It def helps world building and creating more interesting plot devices. Percy Jackson is indeed peak, though I haven't read the books. He def dropped the pacing ball in season 3. Could have been better. It depends on the type of writer he is. If he likes to wait, if he likes to garden or make buildings. Ah, I see. I see what you mean. Okay, I like what you mean. Like I feel like the focus on certain things could be shown better. Brent might struggle with how to focus on small details and make better storytelling possibly. The most important aspects of a story: the introduction, the main plot points, the conclusion. I'm learning that myself as a both an artist and novice writer. Oh wait, no, I read that right. He has a skeleton and knows. Wait, what? He has a skeleton and knows what's gonna happen, but isn't excelling at knowing when to end muscles, skin, organs where they need to be, if that makes sense, in my opinion. That was an interesting analogy. I'm not gonna lie, that was a crazy analogy. But I feel like the detailing is what you're looking at, right? I think I'm understanding the analogy. I'm not slow, I'm smart a little bit. I'm smart a little bit. I got smart nigga opinions and perception. All right, give me like 2 minutes. I have to use the restroom. Four. All right, guys, I'm back. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. Okay, wait. Knowing when to show and when to tell and how to do both well. Season 3 does this, but it could have been done better. I'm back. I don't know what all I missed. Wait. Truck almost done, but I'm leaving what's left for tomorrow. Got you. All right, my niggas, I'm back. All right, let's keep going, bro. First off, let me drink some water though. All that yapping and tangents got me dehydrated. I'm thirsty. This is another thing that I thought was interesting and I want to talk about. Okay, I've not finished the video, but I finished the scale aspect. Another thing that I feel Brent left out completely, the forced talent transfer. I do think there's good reason for that, but I'll finish the entire comment and then talk about it. It was introduced pretty early on, and we only really see it being used by Titan generals and not by the Gaki. Jose and Leith too didn't have second talents, which doesn't make any sense throughout season 3. We didn't see any relevance of the fourth talent transfer anymore, like it was just forgotten. Wait, that was Jose and Leith. Wait, that way Jose and Leith could have been made more powerful, or at least versatile. I don't think they need second talents. I think it would have been interesting if they had second talents, specifically Jose, since that was my thought process as the season started, but I don't think they need it. I think what Brent is doing, or at least what he did in terms of the fourth talent transfer, it's mostly to make weaker characters stronger. Like the characters who are already weaker, like the Titans, who we see have technology but also multiple talents, they're still weak even with those talents. If you give a strong person another talent, it's only going to do so much for them because they're going to be relying on the stronger power. Like with Andrea can't use as much as Ilios as she wants to because she only has so much of it. So she's still relying on her own power. She's also the only other character, I guess the more definitive character who even has a second talent, right? I guess innately. So I think the idea, especially with like the Gaki are supposed to be god tier, and the god tier like equivalent Kimios, and the god tier don't have second talents. They reach their limits. Or in the case of Bjorn, as according to Brent, you have Bjorn plus Vinter, which fills in the rest of the limits, right? There is nothing else for them to have. So in theory, and I'm not sure how Reed with I and Rai work. I don't really know. I hardly care. But there isn't a way to give strong characters a second talent, right? Or specifically on the god tier end. Now on the Gaki end, the Gaki are literally god tier Kimios who were made stronger through just a chi amp. That's the idea behind them. There's not supposed to be a need for them to have a second talent because the main talent they have is stronger. Even in season 1, where that, or actually I should say season 2, where that concept is expanded on, Dr. Hanzo says a talent can grow or there is room for a second power. Yet the concept of second power is really only related to weaker characters. So for a stronger character to have a second talent be forced upon them doesn't make sense for stronger characters. They don't need it. They are able to do all that they can with the one talent that they have. Now, there are outside sources like talent objects or something like what Minamoto has from Leo, a literal fire, an ember made of blue flames from the Ilios talent, a source that can directly amp what he can do with his talent, right? That's the kind of thing that can add to a character's kit. And there's somebody like Bjorn with Vinter, Shay with Vinter, Shay with Zahara, Andrea with all her talent weapons. These are extended aspects of the power system that help make characters stronger without the need to forcefully give them another talent that's just weaker overall than something that they can acquire, right? I feel like that makes sense. I was never concerned with like why the fourth talent transfer concept never came back, because it was kind of clear that outside of Andrea, the only characters we see with fourth talent transfers are weaker. Even the Titan generals or Titans in season 2, they only have one talent. Specifically Ryu, Sota, Vince, and Jirohime. They only have the one talent, because I'm assuming the idea is that, I should say it like this, it's either one of two things. There's a writing point, and then there's like an inverse point where it's like, okay, we can make weaker Kimios stronger by giving them more abilities to work with. But at that point, we're just giving characters more things to do that they can't master. Essentially the concept of like a master of none, right? Or a master of many is a master of none. I know there's more to that. There's more to that, but just let me have that one little part of the saying, right? So even if they have 2-3 talents, if they're not that strong and they're hardly good with all three, it's not going to compare to somebody who has the same amount of chi with just one talent, who is really good with that talent, right? So if like somebody like Ryu had a second talent, or somebody like Vince had a second talent, it might be more beneficial to them. But at the end of the day, they were still capable with the talent they had, right? Especially Ryu, and somebody like Sota with the wind talent he had, right? So I don't think it probably has been forgotten about. I will say that I do think it's possible that Brain was like, oh yeah, I forgot I can do that. But I think it's also just as possible that the characters just don't need them anymore, or they see them as a little bit more useless. Like, yeah, you can take a talent from character A and give it to character B, or you could just make character A a soldier strong enough to contend with character B as well through the blood boost, right? Would you rather have strength in numbers or strength in numbers, right? Does that make sense? Because at some point, like, one has to be considered more efficient and better than the other. And if I was in charge, at some point the niggas we're kidnapping, we just gonna have to start brainwashing them, bro. Because I'm not finna waste all this time and energy taking your ability, giving it to somebody else, and keep doing that over and over again, just for these niggas to keep ending up ass anyway. At this point, how about we take you, brainwash this guy with this talent, I like that. Brainwash this guy with this talent, I like that. And, you know, make sure they train up so that, you know, that they're not trash, right? But then another key point is that it hasn't completely been forgotten about, because Dr. Hanzo, before Vaal fights Jose, directly says that he has individuals in mind for Hisame and Kitty. Like, it's still something that they can use, right? Like, it's still something that if given to proper individuals, can be beneficial, right? I just feel like a compatibility is a little bit more in play now, right? So like, if Kimyo A and Kimyo B are both given the same talent in the simulation, if Kimyo A can perform better with it and Kimyo B is trash, we should give it to Kimyo A. But we don't really know, or at least outside of like Dr. Hanzo, it's hard to tell from like our perspective what would be better to give an individual, right? So it's like the concept hasn't been fully forgotten. I just don't think it's as, I do think it was unique, but I think it was directly catered toward weaker characters or more meaningful things, specifically with Andrea, who was given a portion of Ilios from Leo to help train Che, right? But not every like second talent is going to be as meaningful as that one, right? Especially for the villain characters who were literally given multiple talents or Titan upgrades and were still trash, right? But Dr. Hanzo literally confirms that like there's somebody amongst their ranks who could potentially wield Hisame and potentially wield Kitty, right? The concept of like talents being melded to personalities still does come into play. So if a Kimyo is just better with a talent than another one, you have to take that into consideration, because if you choose wrong, you just wasted an asset. And if you take the talent out, you're gonna kill somebody, and then you just wasted another asset, right? So I do think it would be interesting to see a character with another talent. I like the idea that characters are stronger with an individual talent they have, but they also have like access to a talent weapon. I use talent weapons a fair amount in my story. But they also have a little bit more meaning to them, right? My main character has three that have um, relatively significant meaning. Actually, all three have a relatively significant meaning. Some of the other ones I have for the other characters that relate to the main character are just better for their kits, right? They fit within what the character can do already to a certain degree. But there's also a unique aspect to it that I won't disclose just yet. But another good example, I don't think. Do I have any other characters with multiple talents? I don't have one who can technically steal talents, technically, or steal power from talents. I think that's it though. I just think the concept of second talents isn't as relevant now since we're getting into that individual power. Like we're looking more at individuals and how strong a person can be with their own might, right? Without the need for aid, especially on the villain side where they might have a limit that still hasn't been fully capped out yet that could give them a second talent, but not every character would actually be like cool with the second talent, right? Not every character would hit with, you know, multiple a secondary set of abilities. Not to mention the chi of the talent comes into play. So if the chi is less and the talent is small, the power of that second talent is just weaker than what they can use with their own talent, right? And that's why like talent weapons seem to have like a sort of like funneling effect where you can actually use a talent weapon in conjunction with your own chi to sort of make it a little bit stronger depending on you as an individual. But how that works, still don't understand. But to be fair, it was stated that there are Kimio who would be compatible with Kidding. That would mean they already have talents, right? Yes, they do. And you said since collecting powerful talents is still something they desire. And you said, well, never mind. Great minds think alike. He said he's kind of a fraud though. Let's see this. I'm gonna read all of this. From my understanding, his chi is that of Thanatos. Okay, I'm pretty sure this was incorrect. From my understanding, his chi is that of Thanatos, meaning the chi he used post Sun through Moon was his, aka Thanatos, hence why everyone is feeling it. Yes and no. His chi is that of Thanatos. That's true. The chi he used post Sun through Moon is not Thanatos' chi. We are told in episode 132 that Che cannot fuel Ilios with the Thanatos talent. They are simply feeling the presence of his chi because it exists in the ether, a realm they are all in a sort of cosmic sense existing in, right? Their talents all to some degree exist in the ether. And the fact that this was finally revealed is like a jolt to everybody. It's like if everybody's holding hands and the first person in the line gets shocked, everybody's gonna get shocked right after, right? That is proper science, right? I'm pretty sure that's true, right? All my science niggas, let me know if that's a proper analogy. That's the reason they're feeling it though, because they're all connected. I think it's a good analogy because they're all connected. But Che cannot use that chi to fuel the Ilios talent. That's stated. So no, we literally see him form a Tomas made from Ilios' chi, and then we literally see the flames flicker from his eye to change to blue because he's about to fight the god tier with his niggas and his girl and the other girl on his squad. Like all the homies pulled up. Nigga, Anton was there. Nigga, you know how bad he feel if he burnt Anton to a crisp? The nigga feel like shit. Gotta turn the blue flames on for the bros. You have to. I think him mentioning the whole ether thing as a whole, as his conversation with Ilios, in which he marveled at the war state Che was able to achieve, as well as stating that his chi would no longer be able to mask Che's hide behind, I believe is biblically accurate. Wait, I think him mentioning the whole ether thing, as well as his conversation with Ilios, in which he marveled at the war state. War state has nothing to do with Ilios' chi. Was stated by Brent to be basically a gift from God, like an anointing, like a I decree unto you that I allow this to be done. So that has no connection. I also think his focus on chi shrouding was based on his understanding of his own chi's nature. That doesn't really matter, I think. I don't think that matters because if he understands that, so like if it's mutually understood that Ilios between Ilios and Shay that Shay has chi, yet his chi has been dormant and has slowly been building up, but it's being hidden behind this already massive existing wall. It makes sense that nobody in front of the wall on the other side is gonna feel it, right? Like a heat essentially. He said it depends on the strength of the electricity since it can chain and we are conductors. Let's just say it's strong enough to do so, to make my analogy accurate. So wait, what was I saying? Focus, she's shouting shit. Yeah, so if it's mutually understood that Shay's body is conducting chi, or chi flows through it, yet that chi is being superseded by the fact that Ilios exists in him and he has access to 100% of it, Ilios, or the Ilios chi, would sort of come as a precedent, like it would come first in understanding the nature of chi shrouding, right? And then, since Brent told me the use of Shay's chi when it comes to rock armor is passive, and that he's using both at the same time, that means regardless, that means it should apply to chi shrouding as well. So then Shay would be shrouding his chi, the chi of Ilios, and then that would subsequently hide the chi of Thanatos. It's like a Russian nesting doll, bro. Think of like the smallest egg in the doll as the Thanatos chi, and then the biggest egg as the Ilios chi. But then at some point the freaking the Ilios doll broke, and now we are revealed the Thanatos chi. And while the Thanatos chi can be I don't want to say recovered, but like while the Ilios chi can come back and try and go over the Thanatos chi, or the Thanatos doll, anyway, everybody still is aware of the presence of the initial doll, the smaller doll. We all know it exists now. Not the best analogy because like technically it would be more like two dolls sitting outside of each other now, which I guess is better. But Shay would still use chi shrouding passively, and he would still be able to hide both, theoretically. But you could also argue that Shay's chi is so great that it's impossible, now that it's no longer dormant, which is kind of reasonable. But yeah, that's how that should work. Okay, I agree with the Gary moment, though some may look at the moment as further indication of his resolve to die in this war. The problem is like, that's not his goal though. Like his goal is more than to die. You know what I mean? Like he wants to reestablish order in his own country. He can't do that if he's dead. Ultimately, I agree he should have emptied the clip on old boy, but I do see Brent seeing that bullet being an example of the focused blast from Abel in the fight against the pillars, and also a tip that could be siphoning chi from Ian or intending on doing so. That could be the alibi for the bullet's damage. Apple. I don't know how they're siphoning chi from a nigga in prison, but sure. He was only out for like maybe a day, and I'm not even sure if they were. It doesn't even look like they knew he was out, by the way. So there's that. And then on top of that, I guess you could say that Ian has chi equal to the Great Four, since the talent was like summoned comparable to the Great Four. But like, does that mean he just had that? Like he has the same amount of chi? Like, does that mean that the moment the talent was given to him, like Che, he just he gained 100% access to it, and he doesn't need to train. Is that why? Like, because at that point, even if they were siphoning chi from him, somehow that means he has enough chi comparable to the GT the entire time since the moment he got the talent, right? Which would subsequently reduce the idea that he doesn't need to train with his talent, which is kind of unfair. But like, we've seen what communication can do with a talent and a Kimyo, so it's a little iffy as well. Okay, then he mentions the talent weapons. My god, this man is about to be on payroll. We'll see. Wait, both of y'all go help. This will end up leagues better than JJK, I'm telling you. Oh, he's talking about me and Ronin. Alright, shout out Petro. Okay, honestly, amazing video and a lot of great points that I didn't even think of. I love when people say this, I'm not gonna lie. It makes me feel smarter than I am. I think you brought up a lot of amazing points that really show how you can still enjoy a series while having a certain critique and not bully a creator. Exactly. For me, I think I enjoyed a lot of the action/visuals, even though some of it was a little bit too quick. That's kind of fair. We definitely have had a better way of using a character's abilities or just how they think when in combat. I wish we also had more small moments with the pack, really showing how they feel and what they're thinking, or just them bonding/distancing from one another. Honestly, I think a freaking Tevin and Yukiko interaction, like more so, would have been a lot better. Like, just, I really would have enjoyed that. I really wanted to see how Azam and Yukiko were dealing with Joanna's death, but like, it kind of gets like glossed over. Like, it seems like Yukiko didn't really care that she died, and then Azam cared so much that he's pissed off. But like, we're not taking a deeper look at that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And I think that would have been a little nice, especially since they were on a mission together. And then Yukiko also saw other people die. And she's like questioning if she's gonna have to get used to people dying, which I think would have been an interesting conversation between her and Azam. But I digress. But at the end of the day, each and every one of us care about the story, and we want it to succeed. Wow, and we want it to succeed. I believe a lot of people can learn from this video on how to voice an opinion/statement without being nasty about it. Say it again. I believe a lot of people could learn from this video on how to voice an opinion/statement without being nasty about it. I think so too, Blue Jay. Again, great work and looking forward to what you put out next. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out my nigga Marquise. I agree. Aren't you in here? Maybe not. I agree with the vast majority of your points you made, especially when it comes to Brent's lack of utilizing his characters and going into greater detail about them. Season 3 definitely needed to be longer. See? I know he, yeah, there's replies here. I don't know what he meant by this. Are you still here? What did you mean by this? My nigga, what you got against my biblical verses, gangy? What's that about? Where's the beef? Like, why you do me like that, bro? I almost deleted your comment when I saw it, but that's not the person I am, so I'll let you keep it. Amazing video, Jay. I agree with most of your opinions, but especially the last part. Che is not what makes Ordeal interesting. Bro, I wish I could scream that into Brent's ears for real. I'm saying, bro, like, gosh, I don't give a fuck about Mr. Hot Boy, man. Personally, I think Brent needs a co-writer or a better editor, honestly. Wait, sorry, I know this comment is all over the place. Now you're good. But you hit the head on the nail with this video. W Glaze. Oh, hold on, wait. I'm gonna look at the replies. What's this nigga? Don Drick. I feel like I've met a dude with this name before. I hate y'all think y'all should be able to tell someone how to write and do their process. Constructive criticism is cool, but y'all saying things like Che isn't what makes Ordeal when it's literally his story and how he affects the world. So before we even really knew Che, we had to take a step back and look at other characters like Leo. Leo literally helps set some of the foundational aspects of how we're moving forward, especially in the first season of the series. So to say that Che isn't what makes Ordeal is true, because somebody like Leo and somebody like Rokash and somebody like Andrea literally help build the foundation of the series, and Che, along with the other Cubs, are simply help there to fill in the cracks. That's the truth. When we first, or actually, I shouldn't even speak for everybody else, but y'all can put y'all opinions. How did y'all feel about season 1 when it first came out? Who was your favorite character? Just type it in the chat right now. When the season first came out, or when I first started reading Ordeal, I should say, I was at about episode 20. But by the season's end, I didn't have a definitive favorite until I think I was looking more towards Anton and Tevin. Eventually, I leaned more towards Tevin. And as I reread season 1, you really look at what Brent has to do to sort of start and build the story. He has to set up the initial plot with the revenge plot. He has to take a sort of look at Che and how losing his master affected him. And then we have to look at other things, like the fact that Che isn't a Kimyo, yet he's fighting humans. And then he got a talent, and again, we have to look at how that affects him. Andrea, her literal purpose in the first season is to help train Che, because nobody else realistically can. Or at the very least, the people who can, they can't. The god tier are preoccupied with, essentially government contracted duties. A nigga like Rokash is literally the villain, so he can't help. And then Jamie, he's not even a Kimyo, and he got shit to do too. So Andrea is like the only option, bro. Like, Andrea is the only option. But it's even cooler because Andrea is a family tied member to Leo, someone who helps set up the initial plot of the story. So to have a character come in who's related to Leo, and then on top of that, we literally see, before we get more about Andrea, we literally see Leo's history. So to say that like the story in Che is what makes it, it's just not true, because even in the foundational aspects of the series, Leo, Jamie, Andrea, Rokash, the other Wolf Cubs, these are the characters that help build the foundation for what Ordeal is, or what it was initially for everybody reading it. So to then take all the focus away from that group and hyper focus on Che makes no sense. It makes no sense, especially when we go to season 2, where 4 of the Cubs are sent to Greenland and 2 of them stay back. Che gets his spotlight because he's the main character, he has to, and he's trained by a god tier, something niggas don't even think, or didn't even think would happen. That's some shit I wasn't expecting. But then we also see, in the meantime, we see other characters progress. We see Andrea try to tame Noragiri, a semi setup and payoff from the initial origins we see in season 1. We see Anton and Tevin training, showing that they're not just wasting time. And in the actual fights, we see the payoff of their training. Kong can go 75%, which likely means that Anton can go 75%. Tevin was able to use an initial version of Hammerhide, which is far better than what he executed at the start of season 2. Che is literally him. He's actually him. He fights Vaal and he damages Kaguya. He blows a hole in Kaguya's shoulder and he falls from the freaking sky like a star, bro. He's literally amazing, all right? Bjorn is fucking kicking around fodder with the immortal hide. And on top of that, we see him fight Vaal. These are the characters that help build the story. Mind you, we see Kevin. Kevin gets little snippets in season 2, which I address in the review. But when we look at characters like Kevin, who we know are related to Leo, who we know has a talent that was related to Leo, now related to Che, we are wondering about this character. We want to know more about him. It only leads to bigger questions. So to say the story thrives off of Che would be wrong, because if you look at my chat, Andrea, Anton, Tevin, Lewis, he says, I have always hated Che. Tevin, Rokash, Andrea, Leo, Rokash, Andrea, Tevin, Anton. Nobody here just said Che. Nobody. Nigga said he hated Che. Nigga said he hated Che. I know Nara's favorite character is Jamie from season 1. Very respectable take, especially the way he explains it. Che is not the reason we want to read Ordeal. He is the grand hero. We want to see him succeed, but we also want to see him fail. We want to see how we can relate to him. But I guarantee you, if Che is gone for 10 chapters straight, nobody's like crying about it. Nobody's like, no, bring Che back, please. Because we never cared, bro. We never cared. My nigga, I'm trying to see Andrea use Iliostate again because it can affect her character. Tevin got cucked this season. Cucked. Where is his depth at? My nigga Lewis is dead with his ancestors in literal piles of ash. Azam, fastest character amongst the pillar, or amongst the group, amongst the Cubs, outside of potentially Che, nowhere to be seen as the story progressed. Hardly a thought. The pillars, niggas whose designs were so cold we thought they were finna be icy as fuck when they dropped in the season. Cucked. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. You know how cool it was to see Ian, a human. Mind you, Ian is a Patmos elite guard, one of the physically gifted, literally engineered to be apex human. You know how crazy it was to find out that that guy, basically a cop, is a super soldier who successfully ingrained into society. Only 2 other niggas did that. Only 2 others. On top of that, we get to see him go crazy in season 1, go crazy in season 2, and he made it in my favorites list because of how crazy he went in season 2. And then he injected the life serum into his veins, risking his own life for the sake of everybody else. And then he got one of the cleanest visual talents we had seen the entire season. I don't give a fuck about Che in that moment. This nigga Ian just sacrificed himself and got rewarded for it. Are we serious? And we think Che makes the series. He never made it. From the moment the story took a look at other characters, Che was no longer a foundational piece, or the only foundational piece of the story, of the series. Leo, Jamie, Andrea, Rokash, very key players in helping build how the story is shaped. Che, yes, he completely adds to that. He's the main character. He has to, because if he doesn't, why are we focusing on him? But like, in a general sense, Che took up too much space. He overcrowded the story. It's his story, yet he overcrowded it. If we take a look at other media, actually, I want to look at more recent media, like Gachiakuta, a very interesting manga I've been reading. I think I need to catch up. No, I didn't. I read the latest chapter. Never mind. The main character never feels like he's so overbearing that I want to see less of him. As the mysteries unravel with his character, so too do the intricacies of the verse, and so too do the intricacies of the other characters. My favorite character, I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking like a real villain based on who my favorite character is. I'm not even gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna say nothing. Y'all just gonna have to guess in the chat. But generally speaking, that nigga's crazy. But he was cool though. There's another character I think is cool. We ain't seen much of her yet. We haven't seen much of her yet. But she looked clean though. The current villain of the series is going crazy. Literally fighting the main character in a way I wasn't even expecting. Yet it's so intriguing. But at the same time, before the main character really took the spotlight, some of the side characters were just as important and just as relevant, whether that be on the good side or on the bad side. At no point does Ruto ever overcrowd or take up so much space that every other character feels irrelevant, because they aren't. They actually feel like they have purpose and relevance in the story, which is good. In Ordeal, it feels like if you took out half of the cast, it wouldn't change what happens. Because at the end of the day, Shay is still there. As long as Shay's there, the story can still work. That's horrible. That's horrible. If you took out if you took out in Bleach, I think her name is Unoha, the female Kenpachi. I think she was the first Kenpachi. I think. Was she? Anyway, if you take her out of the story, things fucking are destroyed. Like it gets really bad. My nigga Ichigo doesn't have enough Reiatsu to fight Aizen when he goes back. Kenpachi doesn't get an amp and learn his Zanpakuto's name. Like some of the foundational parts of the story, gone. Ichigo never feels so important that the other characters are irrelevant. Byakuya is relevant. Kenpachi's super relevant. Just cause he got swag and aura, he's strong, man. He's super relevant. Rukia, very relevant. She's a literal plot point. Basically twice. Renji. Niggas hate on Renji, but he important too. Shit, the Squad Zero. Them niggas is highly important, especially in the last arc of the series. Highly important. Them niggas gone. whole war fucked up. There's a whole lot of bad stuff going on. So if we take a look at other media and we look at how their characters are used, when you can like take out characters and the story hardly changes, you either have too many or they hold no relevance, and we're asking why they're here. And that's what we're asking with Ordeal. Why are certain characters here if they hold no relevance? Back to my original point though. Shay is the main character. He is important. He will prevail in the end because that's how the story has to go. We're just wondering how. We're not stupid. But dead ass, Shay makes it feel like so many of the characters are irrelevant. Yet and still, he isn't even the reason we're choosing to read Ordeal every day. Or when we read Ordeal. We're not choosing that. I'm not going, I can't wait to see what Shay do. It's more like, all right, on to the next episode. What's gonna happen next? I'm not specifically looking for Shay, because when the episode flashed to a character I like or another fight, I'm just as intrigued. All right, let's de-emerge from that one and get right to the next one. But let's keep going. You see that? You see, I didn't like the comment for a reason. But anyway, listen, man, it's cool to be a Shay stan, but not all of us fuck with Shay. That's hilarious. Dude, reread season 1 and season 2. All the side characters got screen time and development. That's all I was saying. Factuals. Ordeal will always be Shay's story, but the side characters is what really make Ordeal, in my opinion. Factuals. The level of depth Brent can write into a random side character like those 2 Greyhounds. W recognition right here, because those niggas was fire in season 2. Relevant. If them niggas didn't take out Jirohime, a lot of niggas wouldn't have went home. They sacrificed themselves. Real niggas. Like those 2 Greyhounds who sacrifice themselves is what really makes Ordeal. It's not just Shay's story. It's not. It's a story about different factions fighting for what they believe is best. True. It feels like that aspect was lost this season for the most part. Shay was the only character that really got the focus they deserved, resulting in Ordeal starting to feel like a generic power fantasy with a busted MC and wasted side characters. He must be talking about solo leveling with that one. But like actual factuals, bro. Niggas made the solo leveling comparison so much, I started to feel bad. I was like, damn, it's really like that, huh? It's really like that, huh? Like niggas really think Ordeal is starting to get like solo leveling, where if you take out certain characters, my nigga Jin Woo's still there. We still good. I hear y'all, but again, y'all not writing the story. The process in making the story and typing storylines together or tying storylines together is a delicate process. My nigga Kleps, my nigga Xander, my nigga Sandman, my nigga hold up, where you go? Where you go? My nigga Shinigami, my writer niggas, my nigga Mango. They all are writers. They all know that. That doesn't take away from the fact that at some point you can't stop focusing on other characters you introduced in the story. You can't. Because you introduced them, so if you're gonna introduce them, you have to use them. And if you don't use them, why are they there? That's like me buying a pair of pants and it's sitting in my closet. I just wasted money. You wasting time drawing niggas nobody care about. You wasted money buying a pair of pants that I'm not gonna use. Like it's the same concept. It's the same concept. You can't do that. You could have kept your bread in your pocket and used it for food, something that you were gonna actually, that isn't like, you could have kept the bread in your pocket and used it for food. You said this isn't a good excuse. Not gonna lie, talking about Don. Of course, we want more depth for the other characters, but you can't neglect your main story in the process. And this is where I was like, huh? Season 1 and Season 2 directly show that Brent can focus on Shay and other people at the same time, especially in fights. At no point is Shay ever going to get neglected because Brent already highly favors Shay. So it's going to happen. He's going to get his spotlight no matter what. No matter how we feel about it, he's going to get a spotlight. However, you cannot do that and then not have relevant characters be used. Like, what's a really prime example? I mean, the god tier unused. Like I did in the character usage section, Mikhail, prime usage. Reed gets a talent showcase or talent description, no showcase, no usage, hardly relevant. Ian, freed from prison, only speaks in one episode. Like we can focus on Shay, but the season also showed Brent can focus on other characters. Like Rajani, I genuinely think she might be one of the best, probably the best female character during the season. I feel like she shits on Andrea. I feel like she got a perfect reason for what she's doing. Decent fight, decent scaling too for what she did. And at the end of it all, she even ties the biblical nature of the story together through sin and salvation. Perfect. You can only ask for so much more. But for what we got with her, I'm satisfied. And she's bad. But that's not important. Perfect. Perfection. Brent gave Vaal an entire flashback episode. Brent had Lewis fight Vaal. Again, one of the most evil niggas in the story. And we literally see how this fight affects Vaal. We see how it affects Lewis. We see part of Lewis's origin with the Cubs. We see Death Stance and how it relates to his origins with the Cubs. And how developing a technique in your lifetime can directly be passed on when you pass on your talent. The same way the Blue Flames were, right? Extending concepts. So Shay's not going to get neglected, and we literally saw him develop other characters. We just needed more of that. There's too many characters for us to be questioning who the fuck these niggas are. I don't know Mikhail. I don't know Zuri. I don't know Vatic. Vatic showed up and did some cool shit. I don't know these niggas though. I still don't know these niggas. I'm still questioning who these niggas are. We also don't know what Brent is going through behind the scenes. This is fair, but also it's like it's not gonna matter because Brent acknowledged himself that he still has a job to do at the end of the day, and regardless of like what happens to him, he has to produce. And I'm not trying to be insensitive or anything about that. It's just something he has said um on the stream, like on a stream. I think he said it a couple times too. But like he literally it's his job, bro. Like like regardless of what he's going through, like God forbid something bad happened to him, but like regardless of what he's going through, he has to produce. Like he generally has to, or who knows what can happen to him and his livelihood. Like I genuinely don't want to speak ill like in that regard because that's not cool. That's not the type of person I am. But generally speaking, this is his livelihood. If he can't produce, he might just be done for. Like he might just be done for. We don't know how webtoon works with like what people can, when people can and can't produce, right? Especially during a season. We don't know if they can be good. We don't know if they can be bad. I'm not really sure how that looks, especially from their perspective and from Brent's perspective. So even if something's going on with Brent personally that can affect his writing and his drawing, if the niggas he's employed by don't care, it's hardly going to matter how we feel because they're expecting him to produce as well. We are already expecting him to produce because we consume, but they're expecting him to produce because he's making them money. And that's far more like of a touchy subject than us just going, damn man, I wonder when Brent gonna drop the new season, bro. Them niggas are expecting him to make them money. And people get real touchy and real serious about money. So like at the end of the day, again, I genuinely hope his family is good. I hope Brent's in good health. I hope his life from this point on is prosperous. But if something happens in his life, they are expecting him to produce, and he has spoke about it himself. So regardless of what he could be going through, whether that be really bad, slightly bad, minor inconvenience, but something he can, brush off with a prayer, it don't matter because he's gonna have to produce anyway. You see what I'm saying? Do y'all agree? Am I tripping? That might have been a little touchy, but am I tripping? Am I doing too much with that one? This comment was pretty interesting, I'm not gonna lie. Let me go up. He said, I already know who. Leave it alone. Ichibe my goat. He's definitely not mine, but he respectable. I like the fact that he could erase a nigga name in old school. Spoiler, sorry. Rukia jumpstarts Bleach twice to bring back the MC. Literally. Shout out the whole squad. People really just be talking. That's funny. Had to rep us out here. Gotta rep the homies. This man Brent really said post time skip with Shay Nation. Shay gonna be fine no matter what. Free will is interesting thing people utilize for airless yammering. Y'all not writing the story, bro. Just typing. He fired off like a stormtrooper, hitting on nothing. Facts. Brent use of legacy is a good way to show the build or bond these characters. Or wait, is a good way to. Hold on. Facts. Brent's use of legacy is a good way to show and build these characters through Jamie with Leo, and then with Leo and everyone he's affected. Exactly. I mean, think about it. One of the core things that makes Shay interesting is how he's going against what he taught him, and it was sparsely used with the characters we already know. Spitting heat. Nah, you straight. There's nothing but facts in my eyes. Hey man, as long as y'all niggas think I'm staying in my lane and I'm not overstepping, I'm cool. All right, last comment. Shout out my nigga Dragon King 148. Appreciate you for the comment, man. I low-key wish there was a couple more comments, but you know people get. I think this is the part where I talk about Shay scaling and Zahara with the blue flame or with the purple flames. Also, I'd say that Zahara's purple flames need to be essentially like what Baryon mode is in Naruto. I think this is a really interesting concept. Let's keep going though. That is to say that I don't think Zahara should ever regain any of the chi that she uses in order to activate the talent. Something like that could even act as her way of repenting, and if it is limited in that fashion, it gives Brent an easy out as to why Shay just never uses it. This is fire. This is fire. This might be one of the best comments of the day. This was actually this is how you do that. This is how you do that, right? I was trying my best not to use other series, but if you're going to, this is how you do it, right? And then what he did was he tied it back into what could be happening with her own internal conflict and Ray of repenting, because remember we talked about her sin in the season from Ilios, right? So it's like, this is good. And he says it gives Brent an easy way out. So it's like, so if we see Shay use it at like random moments, because like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do. This nigga, he done got through my Eye of Time. Ilios don't hurt him. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Fuck it, burn him. Burn him. Burn the very chi he uses. Fuck it, I got to. But don't do too much. Because I still need to use the hard. Don't do too much. But burn him. Fuck it. That's cool. I like that concept. When I first read it, I was like, but like the more I thought, I was like, nah, this is good. This is good. Wait, okay. If it weren't for the greater ordeal community constantly bringing it up, I honestly would have been none the wiser of the mole plot in season 3. When it hits its climax, I just remember having a feeling of, oh, neat, I guess. To remedy this, I think when I read that episode, I was like, fuck, I was so sad it was Hanjiro. It made me think I just like picking bad people. I was like, no, my boy, why? Why couldn't it be anybody else? You got me going out sad. Niggas finna start judging me. Cause you know when you like a character, people get real judgy. I was like, damn, people finna start judging me. But I mean, I gotta stand 10 toes, so it is what it is. To remedy this, I think Brent could have had chapters where we see Ross and Anton working together to actively root out the mole. Maybe there ends up being a scuffle, between Anton and Hanjiro, although masked in some way as to save the reveal for when it happens in canon. You know what would have been interesting? Before I keep reading, fuck it, burn them. You said you had more to say, but I wanted to keep the comments somewhat short. You could have went crazy, bro. You know what I think would have been interesting? If Hanjiro had the Elder's Mantle initially, or like we saw it like before the start of like Armageddon, with like a mask on his like Anbu, on his like Obito shit, that would have been crazy, bro. That shit would have went crazy. And we don't even see him like use his gold. Like we see him like use his gold, but it would be reinforced in like inside his body, which complements what he says later on. So that way, when he says it, we're like, oh, that's how he survived like fighting such and such character. Oh shit. And then of course the chi shrouding mechanic of the Elder's Mantle would go crazy as a stealth tactic and a betrayal tactic, right? Now, of course, Shay still has to get it, but like, I don't know, man. It'd be kind of crazy if this nigga Hanjiro just like walked in one day with some like drippy ass scarf, or like he had like this crazy ass bandana on, or like he was rocking the arm scarf, like he what is his name? Like he Shikamaru with it. You know what I mean? Like that would have been crazy. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. That's the way. If that scuffle did happen, Brent could have had Anton largely have the upper hand the whole time, with Hanjiro only being relative enough in order to defend himself and escape, which would have made Hanjiro's comment about sending Anton away hit harder, since it can be taken in one of two ways. The first being strictly from a power standpoint. We would have seen that in a fight, Anton would win on his own, so having the support of the heads would have ensured a victory. The second being from a comrade perspective, with Anton being a new code head with not that much time to bond with the others. Hanjiro wouldn't have as much knowledge on his fighting style, and due to Anton's ability to disassociate, he could also just be a hard person to mentally read in general. This would make him a wild card that Hanjiro can't reliably factor during the fight. I like this comment because it relates the idea that people have like, people were like, why did Aldrich send Anton away? Like, why did he send Anton away? I know some people were thinking that, and I'm like, I mean, you gotta let my nigga breathe a little bit. Like he just like he still He's still mourning his brother, and his boss was so gracious enough to get his girl to Japan. Like, let bro go, let bro live. This nigga a FaceTime warrior, and y'all want him to sit in a meeting and fight? Man, fuck all that. Hell nah. Let my nigga be sad. Let him cuddle up in one of them hostels that they got. Let him get his I don't know what kind of treats they got in Japan. I'm not hip to culture. You know, Anton be watching anime because he be singing the damn songs. So, you know, him and his girl. I'm not even gonna get into details, but just know it was loud that night. It was very loud. But at the very least, this comment like expands on that concept and makes it so that there's more depth to those actions, right? Because even if it's not like Anton that has an initial like interaction with a veiled Hanjiro, Anton just not being there because of something like this is just good outright. It's just good. Like it helps set up a lot better. Okay, also with the Merlin Stone, I was so hoping for that to be a solid step toward an answer for Kevin's predicament. I don't really understand that one. We already knew that in his current state he was too volatile, so they put him on the moon, which is also fine and good. But unless we saw some progress towards solving that, it was very hard for me to picture him joining the fight against Thanatos. That doesn't make sense. So when the Merlin Stone came into play, I was hyped. He could have framed code looking for it, specifically under the pretense of placing Kevin inside the stone. That way, he's in close proximity to the cast in order for interactions to happen while also being quarantined away from civilians to not cause unwanted harm. Even when it was revealed that Thanatos already had the stone, it was still rocking. I was still rocking with it, only for the potential that Shay would encounter Thanatos and fight him, ultimately leading to a moment where Shay rips the stone from his head and losing his arm in the process. This doesn't really do much for Kevin. Wait, let my nigga beat something and cry. This doesn't really do anything for Kevin because he's still like lonely, like he's still in solitude for one, and then he still can't be around humanity or civilians for that long, so he would still have to go back. Like it doesn't really do anything for him in the long run. It's only like a small short time fix. Like I discussed earlier, Kevin coming back to fight, like the idea is that Kevin can be on the planet. He just can't be around people because his chi is unstable and it could probably like vaporize humans, right? Who can't resist it, which we basically are close to seeing because Demaya, if he stepped closer, would just die. So, this wouldn't stop that from happening. Essentially, like it doesn't really do a lot. It just makes it so that Kevin has a stone where he can go into another dimension, fly around, meditate, and when he feel like stopping in for 2 seconds to say hi, he can, but like he can't because I mean it's not like the Maya can see him. We don't know what happened to his sister. The only person he could really say hi to is Shay, who we don't even know how they interact, and Andrea, who seems to not be able to even withstand his presence. Like she looks like she's gonna get blown back by bro just being there and because he's angry, right? So this don't really do anything for Kevin, if I'm being honest with you. It doesn't really like make his situation any better. It doesn't really add to him trying to interact with the cast. Shit. If they could like figure out some way to like get him some like electro signal into like Morse code, it would be better. We do see that Kevin can like when Kevin's calm, he's fine. But when he's like not calm for whatever reason that might be, he's not okay to be around people. So if for like whatever reason he's just not calm, regardless of where he's at, he can't be around people he loves, like he said, right? He can't. So like this don't really do anything for him. The Merlin Stone, the Merlin Stone is probably only really usable for Thanatos, like specifically because of how Thanatos likes to hide and like dip in and out and like, you know, make sure like all his operations are like secret and covert. And then like Negan can't really get to him because like if he gets jumped, it's up. Like it can almost only work for him. Like Kevin having the stone doesn't really stop him from potentially like crying too much one night or wishing he got some cheeks that he missed out on when he was fucking 25, and like wanting to blow some shit up. Like it don't stop that from happening. It just like allow it to happen in a different dimension. But I mean, if he was in space, he could just fly away to the left, spaz out, and then come back. Like he was fine. Like he was fine, or I should say he'll be fine. But like this don't really like help him in any grand way that's like changes him in what he's going through. It just makes it so that it happens in a different place. But with that being said, Kevin should never have a social media. Nah, he need a they need to get bro a pager. With that being said, bro, I appreciate y'all for being here. I'm gonna take my black ass off stream, bro. I've been on here way too long. It's hot in my room. The PC hot. The I'm hot. Hold on, what I smell like? Right now I got on Armani Acqua di Gio Profondo. Make sure y'all get you a bottle. If not, you're gonna stink and bitches aren't gonna like you. But I don't call women bitches. I don't do that. I'm a respectable man. I'm gonna be so pissed if we never see Kevin versus Konos. See, if Konos comes back and we get that fight, then I'll be happy because that's what I wanted from the jump. That's what I wanted from the jump. See, so like if that happened and it happened that way, I'm cool with that. I'm okay with that. And I still think Unstable Chi could like solve the fucking Konos forever regenerating problem. I think that's a good way to explain it. Like Unstable Chi, like being different from regular Chi, cursed Chi, ancient Chi, it's just unstable and volatile. Like that'd be perfect as to solve a sort of like a like, damn, how do we kill immortals? We destabilize their Chi. Once we destabilize their Chi, there's nothing left for them to exist. Oh, that's perfect. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. But if Konos never comes back, I don't care. Then we just have to ask, what is Kevin gonna do? Like, how is Kevin gonna aid outside of fighting Thanatos? I will think it's really funny how people will react to Konos potentially coming back if he comes back and like he doesn't fight Kevin though. I will say that. Wait, he's oh so lonely. Other Kimios are afraid of him. That's funny. No, bro. Being sexually frustrated and accidentally blow up the world. You know, we don't know what Kevin, like the mental fortitude Kevin gotta have to like resist them temptations. And that's why I want to know like how he was in his youth before he blew his shit up. Because what if he was a player? Like what if he was like big flirtatious? Like what if he had like 3 girlfriends at once? He lost his body and now the girls kind of like how the Thing like has was it a wife or a girlfriend in the movie, the original Fantastic Four movie, where he like tries to see her and she's like afraid of him. Imagine that happened to Kevin, bro. Imagine. I watched a video on Beta Ray Bill. He's a lot cooler than I thought, but he literally couldn't like transform into like his like other form, right? For whatever reason. And he was dating Sif and she just didn't want to sleep with him because he couldn't transform. Like he couldn't go back to looking regular. And it was heartbreaking for him, bro. That shit is sad as hell. So imagine if Kevin had a lover, like an actual lover, kind of like Jose, to where Kevin blew his shit up and he tried to go be with his like one of the few people he like has left, and he killed her, or you know they like had to force him to stay away. So like imagine Kevin looking at a picture and then like from the sky, or like from the sky we see him looking down and we see like this lady walking by. That shit would be sad as hell. That shit would be crazy. Shout out Bubble Fettuccine. I love what you're doing with the channel. I'm trying to tell you, man. I got something cool potentially on the way if Brent answers what I will send him and thinks it's a good idea, based on what he said in the Discord about. Actually, I'm gonna just leave that vague until it happens. I got something planned. I got an idea. I do have a mock-up script in the works. I have to finish it, and then I have to have a couple of the homies read over it, and then I have to actually do a proper script. I don't think that video will be very long, just on how many words are there, but an actual script can change that. So, who knows when that will be, but I will try to drop it. What month is it? I will try to drop it sometime in May. Let's shoot for like before the middle of May. Let's shoot there. How does that sound? Sounds pretty good. Would you rather be Kevin or Alphonse from Full Metal Alchemist? Kevin probably realistically doesn't have like human. Well, I mean, he did cry and he did rage out, so he might do get in temptation. So, I mean, Alphonse got his body back, so like he got his body back, so it wasn't that bad. Like it got scary sometimes, but like he did get his body back, so he technically can like do what you want to do as a man. But Kevin, like he just energy and shell, like he can't really do what you want to do as a man. You know what I'm saying? He said it's KB time. After I do that Sabito versus Kono's video, which is technically not directly what the video is, but it's more or less what happens. I'm gonna do my first like Kagurabachi video. I got some good art to like supplement if I can't use the actual series panels. So that'll be out there too. I am shooting for that video to be like 20 minutes at least, but I do want I'm not sure if it'll be scripted fully or like partially, but I do want to properly outline why I like Kagurabachi, because rereading it I was like, oh, this is actually gas. What's today? Today's Friday. I'm very excited to see what's gonna happen in the next chapter, bro. Sunday, it's gonna be lit. And when I say lit, it's not gonna be lit for the niggas in the chapter. I know that for a fact, and I can't wait to see why. So there's that. He said, I can guarantee Kevin got bigger issues than Cheeks, bro. What does that say? Oh, I didn't read that. All right, I'm gonna head out. The stream made my shift fly by so fast. I appreciate you for being here for potentially 6 hours. I don't know how long you was here for. Appreciate you for being here, and appreciate you for leaving a comment, bro. He said, ain't no bigger issues than Cheeks. How do Enel from One Piece do against Kevin? I feel like instability probably like helps destabilize, like fundamentally destabilizes Logia. But I think like Kevin pulled apart 2 stars, so like I don't know what you think Enel is gonna do against a nigga who can pull stars apart. Like he might sneeze on him and he'll be eviscerated, realistically speaking. You say you need some story, and you can keep waiting, gangy. Kevin can eat the sandwiches I make. Oh, he said he can't eat the sandwiches you make. Yeah, he gonna chew it, and then it's gonna fucking turn into electric bites. All right, I'm gonna let y'all go though. Shout out the food I had earlier. It kept me full the entire stream. I was definitely yapping too much. I need more water intake. But I think I'm gonna eat some Halo Top ice cream or I could eat the last ice cream sandwich I got. I don't know how unhealthy I want to be. I think I might do both actually. That ice cream sandwich is so good. It's s'mores, but I don't know why they added chocolate chips on the like the chocolate chip cookie side. Like I don't think they should have did that. They should have took the chocolate chip cookies out, made it straight graham cracker cookie, and we would have been cooking and rocking it and cool. Should I have a normal meal for dinner? Actually, what time is it? It's 10 p.m. Fuck. Yeah, y'all have a good night, bro. Let me read these last two comments. Shit, I can decide the flavor for him. Get it here. I'll give it here. It's funny. Can't believe all it took was the core to take Konos out, but neutron stars are Kevin's side quest. What flavor? Halo Top? It was the I think it's like, it's not chocolate chip. I think it might be cookies and cream and like brownies. It's brownies and something. I don't think it's chocolate chips, but I don't know what it is. I think it's like cookie and then brownies. Depending on how big you want your bag to be, bro. I mean, I'm pretty skinny, so I think I'll be fine. Plus, I don't eat that often anyway. Like I don't intake a lot of calories, so I should be fine for the next, how old am I? 23. I should be fine for the next like maybe like the next 5 years, especially if I do a little bit more working out. I should be good. It is 10 p.m. indeed. See you, bro. You gonna share with the class? Absolutely not. Have a blessed day. Hey, you too, Rainbow. Oh wait, I just have some chocolate cookie Corey ice cream. Shout out my ass job for bomb flavors. That's funny. All right, we at 6:31 hours. Hey, I really appreciate y'all for being here. I know I rambled. I know I had a lot of tangents. I think I had some good points and some like good like sort of rebuttals to some of the comments, but I do think people had fair points to make. I will say I think people had fair points to make, right? Shout out to the earlier parts of the stream. And I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow for ordeal. I'm tripping for Elden Ring for everybody who shows up for that. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow, same time. I was a little late today. I will be on at like 2:28, 3:28, 3:29. I got some bosses to defeat. But I'm gonna catch y'all, man. Y'all have a good night. It's Friday, so y'all can be as lit as y'all want to, because tomorrow's Saturday. You should be off. Just don't have too much